Passt. Test, Test. Geht schon, ja.
Ich freue mich über die Nominierung und ich will gewinnen.
Wer etwas für unser Land erreichen will, schafft das nicht allein, sondern nur mit 400.000 Mitgliedern, die diskutieren, kämpfen und geschlossen hinter dir stehen. Wer das Vertrauen von Millionen Bürgerinnen und Bürgern gewinnt, gibt sich nicht mit dem Erreichten zufrieden, sondern sorgt für einen echten Aufbruch in unserem Land. Wir sind auf dem Weg in ein sozialdemokratisches Jahrzehnt, in dem wir die großen Aufgaben gemeinsam angehen. Wir bekämpfen die Klimakrise und ebnen den Weg in eine digitale Welt des 21. Jahrhunderts. Wir schaffen eine Gesellschaft des Zusammenhalts, des Respekts und des Fortschritts. Wir sind die modernste, vielfältigste, die kreativste, die engagierteste und die ambitionierteste SPD aller Zeiten. Wir werden Fortschritt gestalten mit sozialer Politik für dich. Herzlich willkommen zu unserem ordentlichen Bundesparteitag 2021.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, liebe Gäste, ich begrüße euch hier im Berliner City Cup und zu Hause oder anderswo an den Bildschirmen ganz herzlich zu unserem ordentlichen Parteitag 2021. Ich begrüße auch die Ehrengäste. Ich heiße Sie herzlich willkommen. Sie werden im Verlauf dieses Parteitags auch noch persönlich begrüßt. Ich habe heute Morgen eine doppelte Aufgabe: unseren Parteitag zu eröffnen und mich als einer der beiden Vorsitzenden zu verabschieden. Es ist Einstieg und Abschluss, Anfang und Ende, aber es ist auch Zufriedenheit und Dank und auch eine Träne im Knopfloch am Ende eines Spannungsbogens, der gespannter nicht hätte sein können in diesen 2 Jahren. Vor 2 Jahren stand ich hier zusammen mit Saskia, genau an diesem Ort, in dieser Halle, vor der beeindruckenden Kulisse von 600 leibhaftigen Delegierten, einem riesigen Medienaufgebot und vielen Gästen. Und ich kann euch sagen, das war ein großer Augenblick für uns, ich glaube für uns alle, nach einem großartigen Wettbewerb um die Parteispitze, der in den Monaten zuvor vonstatten gegangen war. Unser Parteitagsmotto 2019, das hieß: in die neue Zeit. Und für Saskia und mich war klar, in diese neue Zeit würden nicht wir beide die SPD führen können. Das würde nur gemeinsam gehen. Gemeinsam.
In the hall and joining us from home and in all the chapters of the party across the country. And what should I say? We made it happen. The SPD is back, comrades.
Zum 4.
For the 4th time in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, the SPD has presented the German Chancellor. For the 4th time in 20 terms in office, we are the strongest parliamentary group in the German lower house of parliament, the Bundestag, which is why I'm so grateful, Bärbel, that you are representing us there as the Speaker. And why are we back? Because the people in this country know who it is who's going to push forward with environmental and economic renewal for our country that serves all. It is the SPD with our social democratic federal chancellor, Olaf Scholz. Dear Olaf, just 3 days after you were elected German Chancellor, we want to wish you and the Social Democratic members of the upper house of parliament, the from the Bundeskabinett, hearty congratulations from the top decision-making body of our SPD, the Party Congress. Now, 2 years ago, we remember too well, things looked very, very different. We'd had some very bitter losses, and there was no end of skeptical and almost malicious commentaries as well, often, particularly when we said that 25 to 30% of the electorate was possible for us. No one believed that. But since the 26th of September, 2021, we know that this poo-poo dream is a reality. And with a great deal of confidence, we can say we want 30 and more than that. 30% at least. We'll be working on that this year and in the years to come. There's a sentence of Georg Christoph Lichtenberg's that I really like. He always says, I don't know if things are going to get better when things change, but I know that things have to change if things are going to get better. And we knew that things had to change. But now we know that things have got better as well. Things had to change through a new way of engaging with one another in the party leadership and in our relationship with the many committed members, 400,000 members we have on the ground. Things had to change through a different understanding of the role of the SPD as a profiled impulse sender in the coalition and not just a mouthpiece for the coalition. We're not claqueurs. SPD members develop their pride in the party when they are taken seriously with their experiences at home, among their friends, in their neighborship, and we worked on this. And the result is that the electorate have once again put their trust in us. The Party Congress 2019 was a new start. What followed were two extraordinary party congresses, and I think I can say that both of them were historic. The first was on the 9th of May, 2021, where we confirmed Olaf Scholz as our chancellor candidate with over 96%, a sign of closing ranks within the party. And a week ago, we had another extraordinary party congress where 98.8% of the delegates voted in favor of the coalition agreement with the Green Party and the FDP, giving a green light for this and a basis for the work of this coalition. I think everyone who had their doubts before will see that we join forces together, that we work together, that we close ranks and work for this country. This level of support in the party was hardly a coincidence, and it's not going to be a flash in the pan when we stay on track and take the concerns of the people in this country seriously and make that the standard for our policymakers. And the citizens of this country expect that of the SPD, and that will be the standard we will measure ourselves on. And now we have come back again for an ordinary party congress. Today, the SPD will show that it's not just calling for change and continuity, but that it also takes it seriously for itself. What a contrast this is to the situation we had 2 years ago. It's not just a matter of us having received the most votes. We didn't just present the chancellor. The SPD has, in many different ranges of politics, got the best skill values as well. And we do particularly well around social justice. Or to put it another way, whenever it's about social cohesion in the society, when it's about having a foundation for people being prepared to take the necessary big changes that have to be carried out if we are to have a good future moving forwards, where we're not just caring for a few privileged people, but the many. It's very hard to get somebody excited for climate change and biodiversity if you're afraid of the end of the month, afraid of losing your job, afraid of getting older. And we trusted, and our voters trusted us as well, that we would think future and the present day together so that in the future everyone could have a good life. And now what we have to do is use the trust that has been given us to justify. We have to justify it, we have to take it further, we have to expand it. And we will manage to do that if we do good work in a social democratic-led German government combined with social democracy, and not just in elections, but also in discussions with the people themselves. We won the elections with a candidate that the voters believed could be really a good chancellor, the person who has what it takes to be chancellor: expertise, leadership qualities, good negotiation skills, reliability, endurance, and a clear social democratic compass. And we know from many elections that good personal survey values alone are not enough to win an election. There has to be more than that. There has to be a political party and a political program, a plan, a party that really supports its chancellor candidate, and a candidate who supports the party in return. And this is how we went into the elections, because this is how it really was as well. And so now, after 16 years, once again, we have a German government led by the Social Democrats, and that has to do with three fundamental prerequisites that we have ensured take place. Firstly, and I've already touched on this, is this changed culture within the party, the way we deal with one another, the way we lead the party and the parliamentary group, and also the way we engage with the social democratic members of the federal cabinet. So it's not the loudest person who decides who's right and who's wrong, or the first person to produce a news report after a meeting. We speak openly, internally, and we all represent our decisions to the outside world. We can show that we can really join ranks. And I think we've shown that we can take it really seriously. And I think as soon as people realize how closely and on the basis of trust we're working with one another, then that's how they took us. And it's true. So it's a different kind of culture that we have in the relationship between the party leadership and the rank and file of the party. That was the prerequisite number 2. The COVID pandemic didn't make things worse for us, but it made us really throw ourselves into it. Everyone who wanted to speak could speak at debate camps and policy program workshops and video conferences as well on all levels of the party. And many people wanted to have their say. And I want to say at this point, thank you to everyone for working together for this input. Please ensure that you continue to have your say even when the pandemic is over and we no longer do so much online. And thirdly, in the last 2 years, we have shown in no uncertain terms what the SPD stands for. We have managed to assert many good things in the government. Often it was very difficult. We had to be in it for the long haul, but we also developed new perspectives long before the pandemic, namely in the motion put forward by the party leadership at the Party Congress 2019, we made it clear that our country needs big public investment and a statutory minimum wage of 12 euros. We have successfully pushed for the European Union in the COVID-19 crisis, unlike in the financial crisis 10 years ago, put together a reconstruction program that really helps our European partners, but that also creates and ensures jobs in the export industry, and more than that, shows that we are friends and partners after a time that was difficult. We want to remain reliable partners, and I want to ask you to continue what we've managed to achieve together. I'm sure we will succeed, and that will remain the standard by which we are judged. We have made it clear that taxpayers' money cannot be spent for discounts for huge piles of cars that have already been produced to companies who are making huge amounts of money and who are paying out billions of dividends, but rather that this money must be put in technological change to e-mobility, contributing to the transformation, also for SMEs involved in this. Now, this wasn't a popular idea to begin with, but we now know that without setting the course for this, we would have been left by the wayside. We ensured that the right-wing extremist votes that put a state premier of the AfD in Thuringia, the far-right party, that he was only in office very briefly, because entering into agreements with nationalist forces and right-wing extremist forces is deadly for democracy, and the SPD is a bastion against right-wing extremism. We don't just talk about it, we act it. And that is also true if you have right-wing extremists inciting to hatred, drumming and with torches in front of the home of a minister or threatening politicians with murder. It is time to ensure freedom for peaceful protests, but not allowing fascists to scaremonger and threaten people. We must stand our ground here. Comrades, in many parts of Europe, in other parts of the world, but also here in Germany, we are experiencing that democracy and the rule of law must be defended every single day. These are not just things that fall from heaven, and once they're there, they don't just stay there. We must defend them. As social democrats, we know very well, not just from the history of Germany, that without a social state based on the rule of law, with the capacity to act, democracy is at risk. We need the triumvirate of democracy, the rule of law, and the social state. And this is set out in Germany's constitution, and it is a mandate, not just for us as members of the SPD, but for everyone in this country to preserve democracy. A peaceful controversy about the right way forward is the core of democracy, and we will need these discussions in the future. Without controversial debates, we can't make progress. But at the same time, we cannot have difference of opinion and a respectful way of dealing with one another be contradictions in terms. Quite the opposite. Friendships can emerge from this. Let me just tell you a little story that's true. When I was finance minister of North Rhine-Westphalia, I was vehemently against a tax agreement that Wolfgang Schäuble, who was the federal finance minister at the time, had negotiated with Switzerland. And my strongest counterpart was a Swiss ambassador in Berlin, a social democrat. He was defending his country's interests, and he did it in a most committed way. And although we had bitterly different views, we were still respectful in the way we dealt with one another, and a friendship has emerged. And this is why I'm so glad that the then Swiss ambassador, Tim Guldimann, accepted my invitation. And on my last day as chair of the SPD, he is my guest of honor. Tim, I'm so glad that you've come along today. And colleagues, that's how it can be, and indeed that's how it must be. We can have different opinions, but remain respectful of the person and listen to their arguments. Once controversies, though, get ad hominem, and when the interest to improve our own position dominates everything, and differences of opinion suddenly become distrust, then we needn't be surprised when the electorate turns away from us. And this is exactly what's happening to the Conservative Christian Democratic Union and Christian Social Union. They know exactly what I'm talking about here. And I'm not being gleeful here. We have experienced this ourselves and know how painful it is. And I think this is part of our success, that we have been respectful with one another in the last few years. And I think we must do everything we can to continue to maintain this party culture of respect. Of course, we will have controversial debates with our new coalition partners in the government. After all, it's a coalition, it's not a merger. The points in our electoral program are not wrong just because we weren't able to assert them in a fair compromise with the FDP or the Green Party. Nobody's going to be surprised if I say that it was incredibly hard for me to back off a little bit in terms of more justice of distribution and more fair tax policy. But we achieved so much around the statutory minimum wage, stable pensions, and child benefits and affordable housing that I think it's okay if we back up off a little bit on some of the other things. But we have done something to try to close the gap between the very rich and the rest of society. Not as much as we would have liked, though, but it's clear that as the Social Democratic Party, we can't just forget about this problem. And the same is true for protecting tenants in today's housing market. But we have to say the SPD is only one partner in the governing coalition, even if we are the leading coalition partner. But in the government, we had to cope with compromises we could live with. That's how democracy works. But I think that we can be proud of what we've achieved with the coalition agreement, and the support we've had from 86 to 99% show the level of support we've had in our surveys. The FDP has 92%. That shows how much willingness there is to support the common ground that we have in the coalition and look at how we can achieve progress for this country together and to put this into clear positions as well. But we've also learned from our differences, and this is why it would be absolutely wrong to just lose our profiles through friction. Despite all of the debates that we have had within the party and within the coalition, we have to say that it's really the CDU and the CSU who have been putting the brakes on things. It's not the coalition itself. And obviously, they are going to be struggling against us and doing what they can because now it's no longer about relations and exerting influence. We think, take some time to recover your ground. The opposition bench is the right therapy for you to find your way again. If we want to take the trust that we have won among our electorate and take it further, then it's important that we become a big tent party. We have to bring together economy, ecology, and social balance as well. And we know that the market is an instrument, but we also know that the market has a price, but it doesn't always value the majority. And for that, we need to have democracy and the social rule of law and ensure that markets have a social and environmental framework as well. We need the rules of the international community. That's the only way we can ensure that economic dynamism doesn't become social dynamite. And we want to work together with trade unions, with economic organizations, social organizations, environmental organizations, peace initiatives, and civic society as well. But all of this will not help if we do not manage to keep the peace. And what we are seeing in many parts of the world, in Europe as well, is enough to make anyone worried. And we need to tell ourselves again and again and remind ourselves that the SPD is not just a bastion against fascism and nationalism. It is also a party of peace in Europe, and it must remain that. Yesterday, 50 years ago, the first Social Democratic Chancellor of Germany Yesterday, 50 years ago, the first Social Democratic Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Willy Brandt, received the Nobel Prize for Peace because in the Cold War, he didn't just rattle sabers, but rather pursued a policy of détente with a willingness for dialogue, but also a clear position, and entered into an alliance for defense, paving the way for a peaceful coexistence, which is part of why someone like me at 69 could be one of the few people with the other people my age as well can say of ourselves, we grew up without experiencing war. What an amazing value. What an amazing value to say that we must do everything we can to ensure that our children and grandchildren at age 69 can say they've never lived in a war. Not just in Germany, but in the rest of the world too.
In dieser multipolaren Welt,
in this multipolar world, it is an incredibly complicated challenge. which is why the expectation is even greater that the SPD be recognizable as a party for peace and disarmament. This is a major challenge for our Social Democratic Chancellor of Germany and the Social Democratic Federal Minister of Defense. Comrades, it's a wonderful beginning of a new term in office in the Germany is a perfect place to stop for me. I'm grateful that in the last 2 years I've been able to do my bit to make this happen. This party has given me a great deal. I owe a great deal to this party, and it was important for me to just undertake the attempt to give something back. I hope that I managed to do this, at least a bit. I'm grateful for the close cooperation with Saskia and Lars, with Olaf and Rolf, for the close cooperation with the many who placed their hopes in Saskia and me, and also those who had to overcome their initial skepticism and later gave me a great deal of positive resonance, and all of us. Thank you to all of you. And now it's about continuing this work. Saskia and Lars stand for continuity and change. And Kevin, as we know him, for the driving force, but of course climate neutral, and for a great deal of balancing skills that many people can't imagine. I owe a great deal to my SPD. I've already said that. And I think this is the right time to say, now others can take over who will define the years to come. It's not about now or in 2 years. It's about entering into this new decade and doing it with a good, reliable structure in the SPD. And I am sure that this is a good moment to pass the baton, to look to the future with optimism. And that's why I want to say thank you to all of you, and Glück auf, as the German miners say, wishing good luck.
Da ist es nicht. Also es muss irgendwo hier
Okay, und wenn ich das wegmache?
nochmal austeilen. Jetzt ist gut. So
Also es ist der Rechner.
Ja,
Und wenn ich hier WLAN ausschalte?
Also jetzt im Moment ist gut. Das ist, glaube ich, das
Warte mal,
Netzteil. Wenn,
Schalte?
ist gut. Das ist sauber. Jetzt ist sauber. Jetzt ist gut.
Also ich bin jetzt nicht hier stehen geblieben, damit ihr noch länger klatscht, sondern ich habe...
So thank you very much. I didn't stay here for you to applaud for longer, but there are some organizational things to settle. We first have to determine the presiding committee for this party convention. The committee should comprise Niels Annen, Kerstin Griese, Oliver Kaczmarek, Thomas Losse-Müller, and Anke Redeker, according to the Executive Committee's proposal. And if there are any objections against this proposal by the Executive Committee, please raise your hand, or rather speak out over the statutes function, rules of procedures function. And I see that nobody would ask for the floor, and therefore I hand over the leadership of this party convention to the Presidium's committee. And that's the point where I leave the lectern. Thank you very much.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir...
Well, comrades, we're delighted to have the opportunity to lead you through this party convention. It's good to see you all again after such a short time. Warm welcome by the Presidium, by the presiding committee. And things are a little bit different today than they were in the past, which is why I'd like to explain it. Some technical remarks. The most important thing for this party convention is to set your status to present on open slides. There is an arrow on the top left bottom, top left corner, where you have to tick the box under present. You need to do that because that enables the vote counting credentials committee to count the members and go to autopilot. That will lead you automatically through the entire convention. You would always be at the right junction and don't miss out on anything. And if you want to speak, check your technology and your equipment and use the rehearsal room, the digital one. It's open the whole time. Press the button next to the live stream window. Press the button with the question mark and also pay attention to the browser notes. We will always mention the next 3 speakers. And if you see your name, enter the digital conference room where your equipment will be tested, and we want to vote digitally. This is another step. All personal data and all personal elections wouldn't take place in open slides, but in polias. You have received the access data on 8th of December to the election system and vote system. Polias is different. It's protected by a different password as compared to open slides. We're going to test all this when we want to discharge the Executives Committee's work, and please keep your access data at the ready. If you have got technical problems, turn to our hotline, the number of which you find on the landing page. And we will now vote on the agenda. Though digitally connected members will find the proposal under on their screen, and we suggest that the deadline for notions notices of motions will be set to 11:30. So it will be valid from now on, and delegates could already register their motions before. Now, are there objections against the proposed agenda? If that is the case, ask for the floor over the respective function, and if there is no call to the floor, so there is no call for the floor, and that means that the agenda has been resolved. Deadlines for all elections would be 11:30, and for all other motions, it was 10:30 before. It's now 11:30. Is it now? Can you? That's a question to the technicians in the background. So we have to see what people tell me. So the resolution regarding the notices of motion is valid from now on, and that brings us to the resolution on the rules of procedures. Are there calls to the floor? If this is not the case, we're going to vote for the first time digitally. Please register under open slides as being present. Go to autopilot, which will lead you to the various resolutions. And now we want to take a resolution on the rules of procedures. I'm going to continue talking until the chart with the rules of procedures will be shown on screen so that we can have a vote on it.
The
proposal is that the rules of procedures be accepted and approved by the party members. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the voting buttons. And I herewith open the voting. You can proceed to voting now and press respective buttons. You can see that voting is going on as we speak. Well, voting is ended, and I will announce the result shortly. We've got 557 yes, 2 abstentions, and which means that we have rules of procedures and a successful voting, which is a good basis for the convention to start on. SPD BPT is the hashtag. So if you want to post, use the hashtag SPD BPT. Now we move on to the Vote Counting and Credentials Committee. The proposal will be shown as document number 4 under the documents. Are there objections against the members of the committee that were proposed? If that were the case, we need to ask for the floor. And as always, I'd like to remind you that you need to set your status to present in open slides for you to take part in the convention properly. So you need to tick the box beside your name. There is no objection against the election of the Vote Counting and Credentials Committee. The members elected are here, and they will check the votes and credentials. And I give the floor to Oliver Kaczmarek. Well, comrades, good morning to everybody. Now, in our party conventions, it has become a tradition that we remember those who passed away over the last 2 years, and I would like to ask you to rise in honor of the deceased. Today, we commemorate Clemens Appel, Holger Astrup, Heinz-Joachim Bachmann, Norbert Baunach, Klaus von Beime, Hans Breuer, Alwin Brück, Klaus Busch, Jakob Deffner, Peter Wilhelm Dröscher, Herbert Droste, Freimut Duwe, Walter Edenhofer, Franz Erke, Peter Friedrich, Rainer Glab, Wolfgang Gunkel, Rudolf Hartung, Horst von Hassel, Hans-Rainer Schlubeck, Michael Hoppe, Klaus Hübner, Elgar Kampfenkel, Günter Kiem, Gerda Kieninger, Karl-Heinz Klejedinski, Klaus Kröger, Andreas Kunert, Konrad Kunig, Uwe Lambinos, Erwin Lang, Ernst Gottfried Marenholz, Klaus Mehle, Helga Müller, Konrad Nabel, Thomas Oppermann, Albrecht Papenroth, Kurt Petzold, Günter Pohlmann, Harald Ringstorff, Wolfgang Roth, Nikolaus Sander, Anton Schaaf, Hans-Joachim Schabedoth, Thomas Schimpel, Ulrich Schmidt, Guntram Schneider, Karl Schneider, Herbert Schnorr, Reinhard Schulz, Klaus Schumacher, Hans-Stefan Seifritz, Ingrid Stamer, Manfred Stolpe, Barbara Stolter-Froth, Rita Streb-Hesse, Hans Theis, Rüdiger Veit, Dorothee Vorbeck, Cornelius Weiß, Margit Wetzel, Reinhold Wirz. We also commemorate Hans-Jochen Vogel. Hans-Jochen Vogel, who shaped the SPD in our country in the long decades of his activities. He was a mayor of the city of Munich. He was the federal minister for regional planning and urban planning. He was Minister of Justice, Mayor of Berlin, Chancellor candidate, Member of Parliament, Chairman of the SPD group in Parliament, and the first party chairman of the SPD in both parts of Germany. He was a voice of morale. He was a fighter for social justice, for a world of peace, and for a united Europe. He became an inspiration and a role model for many people in Germany across party borders. And I'd like us to keep a minute of silence to commemorate him and all the other comrades who had passed away.
Ihr habt euch zu Ehren der verstorbenen Genossinnen und Genossen von euren Plätzen erhoben. Dafür möchte ich euch danken.
Thank you very much for having risen from your seats and to commemorate the deceased comrades. Comrades, before we discharge of the activities of the Executive Committee, we'd like to listen to the report on activities. They have been submitted in writing, and in view of our task of today, we're not going to listen to the oral report by the Secretary General, the Treasurer, and the Chairman of the Parliamentary Group. We're going to have a test vote on Police. You find the link on the landing page in Open Slides or on the autopilot under the item report of the vote counting committee, discharge of the executive committee. When you click the link, you will get to the digital voting system Polias in a new tab. And keep the Open Slides tab open, because that helps you to be able to listen to us. If you are at the digital voting system Polias, enter your access data, which is your membership number and the transaction number that has been sent to you via mail. Once you've done that, you will see a screen which says there is no digital vote going on currently. Here we're going to show you the data on the vote to discharge the Executive Committee. If you need some help, turn to the hotline, the number of which you find at the landing page of the Open Slides. And first, we want to listen to the activity report by the chairperson of the Control Commission, Brigitte Reckmann. And she has linked in digitally, and she's on her way digitally. She is in some line, and we will bring her up on screen in a moment. So bear with us. And again, your activities in social networks, if you want to post something from this party convention, those who are here present and those who follow the party convention from their screen at home, please use the hashtag SPDBPT without any vowel in between, but I think it's easy to remember. SPDBPT, that's the social networks hashtag. Brigitte Reckmann, the chairperson of the Control Committee, will come up on screen in a couple of seconds.
Okay, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich höre
Well, comrades,
kurz vor der digitalen Zuschaltung.
Brigitte Reckmann is about to be connected, and soon we will be able to listen to her report of the activities of the Control Committee, and then we can move on to approving of the activities of the Executive Committee. Brigitte, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Comrades, the Control Committee is also happy and delighted about having won the general elections, about Olaf Scholz, our Chancellor, and we're happy about having adhered to the limitations of the budgets and having adhered to the modernization concept that we decided about 3 years ago. The very awareness of our tight financial situation is something that the Executive Committee has come to understood. Those who are responsible, the Secretary General, the Treasurer, the Managing Director, and the Executive Committee, they have come to understand how serious the situation is and have acted accordingly. All kinds of savings in operational costs were addressed. Cutting down and curbing the budgets of political communication, the review of events to be organized, and awards and prizes. And what was very painful for us was a radical curbing of the election campaign budget, which was not popular with everybody. And some of the proposals that we made hadn't been accepted by the membership on the occasion of the last party convention, but it's the right way to go. From the Control Committee's position, it is a direction to which there is no alternative. And the most important savings options are to be found in personnel costs. We're working in reorganizing our staff structure at the Wilhelm Brandt headquarters, the aim of which is to make optimal use of the resources available and turn the party headquarters into a lean and very effective unit. The idea is that everybody who works in the headquarters would be used to such an extent that they feel good, feel being up to the task they have been assigned, and thus would be able to do a good job, which will bring about the success that we are all striving for. Much remains to be done, but the direction that we embarked upon is the right one. We all have to work together. We need to develop a common understanding of leadership, and we need to be trustful of each other. And in spite of the budget cuts, we won the election campaign and the elections. And on that basis, we need to continue following the proposals. Everybody in the board of the party needs to familiarize themselves with the financial situation of the party. We, the Control Committee, if you elect us again, we will pay close attention to that happening in the future. And I hope that the Secretary General, who has worked so far, would not and will not forget being in the chairperson's position, what he worked for so many years. And I hope that the new Secretary General is aware of the difficult task that is the restructuring of the party structures and the administrative structures. And we want to say thank you to those who work in the background, Jessica Weschmauer, the managing director, and the staff of the Treasury, who have to do their daily fights. And Dietmar, we want to thank you for the trust-based cooperation and for the energy that you have injected and invested into restructuring the party. There is the urgent call to continue the path of consolidation in a consistent manner. And on that basis, we want to thank the Executive Committee for their work of the last 2 years, and we ask their activities to be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brigitte, for your valuable words which will set the course for the next period. I don't see any more calls for the floor on the report for the Control Commission, and I'd like to use the time to ensure that all delegates register for the Polias voting platform. That's important to be able to take part in the voting. You will see the link on the Polias platform on the starting page where there's opening slides. Just put your membership number in and then the PIN number that you will be sent by email. You just enter that in there, or TAN number. Now we have no further reports, so now we can have the report for the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee, which Ulrike Hefner, as the spokesperson of the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee, she's going to hold it. I don't see her right now. Right, Ulrike Hefner, we'd like to invite you to give us your report now. Good morning, comrades. Based on our statutes of organization, the Party Congress has 600 delegates from across the country and 34 members of the party leadership who are allowed to vote as well. Present, we have 513 and 24 members of the party leadership are here. The credentials were checked by the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee. Of those who are entitled to vote, 261 women are here, which is 48.6%. So we fulfilled the quorum, and the Party Congress can therefore make decisions. The eldest delegate, with 78 years old, is Burgunder Grosse, who comes from the Berlin chapter. The youngest delegate at 19 is Ferhat Artikankara, who comes from the Braunschweig delegate district. And I wish the Party Congress every success.
Ja, liebe Ulrike, vielen Dank für den Bericht.
Thank you, Ulrike. Thank you for the report of the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee, and hope that we will continue to work together closely in the next votes. Now, Brigitte has applied for the approval of the actions of the Executive Committee. We're going to vote on that now, and for that, we're going to be using our voting platform, Polias, the first time, and that functions the way I've just explained to you, that you have to register, and you need your membership number and the PIN that you've been sent. And now you have to go onto the register card of our digital electing system. If you happen to have closed it by mistake, just click on the link again. The link will be on the homepage of Open Slides or in the autopilot under item report of the Credentials and Voting Counting Committee, approval of the actions of the Executive Committee. And if necessary, you can just put your registration numbers in. Now, just a few minutes after we open vote, or a few seconds after we open voting, you will see your ballot with which you can approve the actions of the Executive Committee. You can vote yes, no, or abstentions. And you do have to vote for one of those three, otherwise you won't be able to cast your vote. So once you've voted, just click at the bottom where it says check voting. And once again, it will show you what you were trying to vote for. Maybe you ticked too many boxes or not enough boxes, and then it will give you an error report. So then you go to change voting. If you wanted to change the way you vote, you can do that. Otherwise, if what you wanted to vote is on the screen, then you can click cast vote. And at that point, it will show you that your vote has been cast in the digital voting box. And then at that point, you can't change it anymore. If you cannot see your vote having been cast, call our hotline. The number is on the homepage of the Open Slides program. The delegates who are elected by the Credentials and Voting Counting Committee or whose credentials have been checked are in this hall. And you have 3 minutes from now. We are opening voting.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ihr habt jetzt noch einmal die Gelegenheit, eure Stimme.
Comrades, you can still cast your vote, so please cast your votes now. We will be concluding this round of voting in a minute.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, die Stimmen sind jetzt eingegangen.
Comrades, the votes have been cast. I'm now going to conclude this round of voting, approving the actions of the Executive Committee. The votes are now being counted by the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee, and while they are counting, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate everyone who has their birthday today. Daniel Rinkert, 34 today. Congratulations to you from North Rhine-Westphalia, he is.
Und heute am 11.
And
Dezember
on the 11th of December, Lara Maraun is turning 21. Congratulations to Lara, sorry.
wir warten noch einen Augenblick auf das Ergebnis.
So we're still waiting for the results. And now we have it. 550 voted in favor of approving the activities of the Executive Committee, 5 against, 2 abstentions, a clear majority, which means the actions of the Executive Committee have been approved. And I'll pass the floor now on to Anke Rehlinger for the next item on our agenda. Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you, comrades. This brings us quite quickly to the speeches of the candidates for party leadership. I would just like to say, those of you who are joining us from home, a few are here in person, but there are very strict rules here. You have to be either vaccinated or recovered or have a negative test from today, or both, so that the few people who are in this hall are being very careful about COVID. Now, before the speeches are actually held now, I'd just like to tell you that the notice of motion 001 is being moved, and that there will be a discussion about both the introductory speeches now of our candidates as well as the motion put forward by the party leadership. So there will be a big round of discussion then. So just to give you a sense of it, we have to be prepared for the discussion as well. And with our digital party congresses, there are a couple of technical things that you need to know. So for those of you who want to put yourselves on the list of speakers, you have to do that with the autopilot, where you can see all of the rounds of votings that are coming up. If you're planning to speak, please check your technical aspects, which you can do in the rehearsal room. There's a button with the question marks. That's next to the live stream. And we're going to always ask the next 3 people to speak in the digital conference room. Use the left-hand button with the red telephone image after we have called you by name. And only if you are on the list of speakers can you enter into this digital conference room. And once again, please wait until we call your name before entering. That's then very important, so that the technical side of things works, is that you approve access of both your microphone and your camera. Once you've done that and are in the conference room, please leave your microphone muted until you are asked to unmute it. And if you'd had the live stream running beforehand, please turn the sound off in your live stream so that we don't end up with feedback. And the director of Our digital conference room will receive you and brief you briefly. And when you're ready to speak, we will tell you when your 3 minutes is starting. And after you have concluded, please click on the Leave Conference button. So that, just by way of an explanation, and if you still have some questions that we haven't been able to answer for you, you can find out more on our hotline. And the telephone number is on the lower right of the screen when you watch the live stream. So everyone who is planning to speak, please prepare yourselves so that afterwards everything runs smoothly in our debate. And to ensure that the elections run smoothly, there are a couple of formal steps that we have to go through. Among other things, we have to tell you that we have 2 candidates who have been proposed as a double leadership from the Party Executive Committee. According to Article 23, Paragraph 1 of our Statutes of Organization, there are always 2 equal leaders proposed to head the party, of which one must be a woman. And for this, we need to have a formal question. So at this point, should this be contradicted, I would like to say that if you want to raise a point of order about the function for calling for the floor, if somebody wants to discuss that, we would have to vote on that. If not, it is carried. And I'm just hearing from the director of the technical side of things that no one has raised a point of order, so we can indeed vote 2 party leaders. And who we are going to vote and what they are going to say to us now we will hear. And we're going to start with Lars. And before he takes the floor, we have a little film.
Nur weil man sich so dran gewöhnt hat, ist es nicht normal. Nur weil man es nicht besser kennt, ist es nicht egal. Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, dieses Zitat der Hamburger Band Ketka habe ich im Jahr 2017 in meiner Antrittsrede, in meiner Bewerbungsrede als Generalsekretär verwendet, um meinen Anspruch an meine Arbeit deutlich zu machen. Ich habe damals angekündigt, auf dem Bundesparteitag jeden Stein umzudrehen. Und heute, 4 Jahre später, kann ich Danke sagen. Danke dafür, dass wir uns gemeinsam auf diesen Weg gemacht haben. Die letzten Jahre haben uns wahnsinnig viel abverlangt. Vieles ist passiert und wir standen als Partei immer wieder vor neuen Herausforderungen. Aber wir hatten den Mut und die Kraft, Dinge anders zu machen. Wir haben Bestehendes in Frage gestellt und ja, wir hatten die Kraft, neue Wege.
We questioned the way things were. For me, these were 4 challenging years as General Secretary, 6 party congresses, 8 chairs, 39 regional conferences, 2 coalition negotiations, 2 rank-and-file votes, and 1 social democratic German chancellor. Comrades, this is not me saying goodbye, because of course I'm hoping that you will give your trust in me in some other position. But for me, the time has come to say thank you loudly and clearly. Thank you to Martin Schulz, Andrea Nahles, Olaf, TSG, Malu, Manu, Norbert and Saskia. 8 party leaders with whom I've worked together closely. And Norbert, I want to thank you for the last 2 years for the trust that you placed in me. We were a good team, and you are a very big reason why we are the strongest party in the Congress. And thank you for what you've done for me.
Saskia, wir beide machen uns jetzt auf den gemeinsamen Weg.
And Saskia, you and I are going to be working hard here. We've known each other for a long time, and the trust that we have of one another has only grown. And I'm very grateful that we are going to be working together, and I look forward to everything that's coming now. I also want to thank Rolf Mutzenich. You have been a brick over the last few months. We have known that we can rely on you. The special way that you are has been that you've always been someone who finds a way to get things done. I've been amazed at how you've managed to hold us all together. It's been so amazing to be General Secretary and to work together with you, and I'm really looking forward to working together with you in the future. Thank you very much for your trust.
Ich will mich auch bei einem bedanken, der hier im Raum ist, bei Raphael Brinkert.
I also want to thank Raphael Brinkert and his team, who's here. He's the head of the agency. And in this campaign, we really tried to do something differently. And what you did in these national elections was really phenomenal. You pushed for us to be courageous in our campaign. And we convinced our voters. And Raphael and his agency did a lot. So thank you to you, Rafa, for what you did in the last few months. And
in diesen 4 Jahren ein tolles
in these last 4 years, I've had a great team supporting me, and I want to thank them. I had a brilliant team in the Willy Brandt House, the party headquarters, and forget everything you've ever heard about the Willy Brandt party headquarters before, because this headquarters really created a monument for itself with this last election. So I hope you will acknowledge the amazing work of the team in our party headquarters in the Willy Brandt House. And I want to particularly thank our federal manager, Jessica Wischmeyer. I could always rely on her. She was a rock. Thank you, Jessica, for everything you've done, all your commitment.
Nur weil man sich so dran gewöhnt hat.
Just because you've got used to it doesn't mean it's normal, was something I quoted in the beginning. And colleagues, comrades, I'm glad that we never settled for survey results, poll results of 13 and 14%. We always believed that the social democratic idea is bigger than just 13% of the electorate, and that gave us the conviction to fight in the national elections. Early on, we elected Olaf Scholz as our chancellor candidate. Many thought that was too early, but we didn't lose our conviction. We kept going. We had clear messages. We had real content. We had real program, and that was different from the Conservatives. We worked on our program for the future, on the ideas of many thousands of SPD members and supporters. It was a courageous campaign, visible, provocative, red, and we knew at any given time where we were, who we were, what we stood for, and that made us strong in these German elections.
Trotzdem blieb der Erfolg.
And all the same, we didn't have the success that we had hoped for, although we gave it our all this election campaign. But I don't know if you can remember what it was like when every single day you had to experience that nothing changed in the surveys, in the polls. How often did I think, man, we did everything right today? And the next day came along, here you have the surveys, always 13, 14% of those asked were going to vote for the SPD if tomorrow was election day. And it's not always easy, even for me, to exert the confidence that I was hoping to exert. And it wasn't just the polls. We were written off. We were pitied. I often had to answer the question in talk shows is why we're even bothering putting forward a chancellor candidate. And I remember in early July, I spoke with someone responsible for the TV format who said to me, well, if you don't catch up to the Green Party pretty soon, you're not going to be involved in our three-way showdowns. We were really in a corner, but we never gave up. We never did. The Social Democratic Party has gone through a lot, and we know how to fight. And we stayed confident when everyone else had written us off. We believed in ourselves when no one else did. We stood with joined forces. We closed ranks together when the pressure was strongest. And now, after just 20 years, we are the strongest political power in Germany. And the question of why we're even bothering to present a German chancellor candidate, we answered this Wednesday in the German lower house of parliament, the Bundestag. And I tell you, it feels good that for the first time after 16 years, we have a social democratic chancellor at a party congress again. Let us enjoy it. Let's be proud. Olaf, we are so glad that you are here. It looked good on Wednesday. It still looks good.
Und die Frage, die sich stellt,
And the question that comes up after this elections is, what's next? What's going to happen next? What are we doing from here? Winning one election, that's not enough for me. I want more than that. In 2017, we said we were going to learn from our mistakes. We did learn from our mistakes. And now, 2021, the question has to be, what can we learn from our successes? What can we learn from the German national elections we just had? And as I want to be party leader with Saskia, because I want us to continue, and we're strong if we don't just navel gaze, if we don't constantly focus on our own issues, but focus on how we can do things better so that people can have a better life, safer jobs, pensions, nursing care, affordable housing, combating climate crisis, and combating child poverty. We are strong if we offer clear orientation, if we are visible, if we are positioned, if we are clear as a party. We are strong if we are diverse, if we, in our party, have all the different experiences and perspectives that we have in our entire country. We are a proud party. We have achieved a great deal. But there's still a lot to be done. It's my firm conviction that we are standing at the threshold of a social democratic decade, not for a mean in itself, an end in itself, but because we know what is good for the people and for this country when it comes to the challenges of the years ahead. In recent days, I've often been asked in interviews, who has the say in the SPD? Is it the party or the government? And what I always wonder when someone asks me something like that is, what kind of view of politics is that? Politics doesn't have to be constant fighting with one another or, you know, everyone against everyone else kind of mentality. We have shown in the leadership of the party, government, and parliamentary group that we are strongest when we focus on the common ground and not what separates us. Our success came from playing as a team, and I want to continue with this, which is why I am running for this position now. And that's what the recent years have taught us as well. We are diverse, we are different, and this diversity makes us strong as the SPD. But at the end of the day, we are one Social Democrat Party. There's not the SPD of the Seeheimer, or the SPD of the party left wing, or the SPD of the networkers, or the SPD of the Young Socialists, or the SPD of the East, North, South, and West. There isn't the SPD that's in the government. There certainly isn't the non-government SPD. We are one SPD, and we are strong when that is at the focus, what it's about every day, whether it's in the party, the parliamentary group, the government, or the individual chapters throughout the country, fighting for what makes people's lives better every day. That's what we have to be aware of. And another thing I'm proud of is that the Conservatives in the German elections promised a lot, talking about how we have to release Germany from its chains. And I think that's what's happening here. Germany is picking itself up, dusting itself down, and starting off into a new age. And we have done a lot to dust off the dust that the Conservatives left on this country after 16 years. We are unleashing it into a new age. And it's important that there's this sense of unleashing it, because the challenges ahead are huge. These are amazing, the pace of change. Yesterday we were used to something, and tomorrow it's going to be drastically different again. And we won't even be able to recognize it in the near future. This is happening in so many parts of our lives. But what does this mean for the people in this country? And that's a question that we have to focus on. And if we are asking a startup team in biotechnology in Mainz, they probably say to us, these are incredibly fascinating times. Technical progress offers an enormous potential. The world success of BioNTech is fascinating us, and this startup team is covered with investment proposals, and there's so much change that why go to sleep? It's just too exciting. But if you ask an employee of a supplier company for diesel engines in the Lüneburger Heide near Wolfsburg, then they might see things very different. There's a lot of uncertainty. How long is our company going to keep going? What's going to happen with it? And it's not a nice feeling to read all day long that what we're doing, that it's not the future. Or if you read that what we've done all these years is wrong. So there's a huge range of responses to the changes, from fascinating opportunities to deep uncertainty. And both views are ones we have to understand. We have to see both of these views and understand them. The coming decade offers an enormous economic potential. Germany in Europe can be a technological leader. We can strengthen Germany as an innovation and industrial location, set standards, create jobs, medical progress, environmental and digital transformation, offer an opportunity to make the lives of the people in this country better and sustainably better. And we must take these opportunities. The decision of whether we want to be ahead of the game, whether we want to be market leaders, these are decisions we have to make now. And I'm glad that this coalition is making it clear that a policy of waiting and seeing has to be over. In times of transformation, we need decision-making and leadership. I want policymakers to roll up its sleeves and act. That has to be the aspiration of the SPD, to ensure that these changes are positive changes for us. And I'm glad that the coalition agreement has so much of it addressing these issues.
Aber es geht, und auch das macht unsere Partei.
However, and that's part of what our party is about, it's not just about economic potentials, it's about people, biographies, values, social cohesion. It's about helping people to cope with these changes, to offer them certainty, new perspectives, and give them skill sets to cope with the new challenges. It's about respecting biographies and the things people have achieved in their lives. It's not protecting people from change, but standing on their side as they change. And as the SPD, we will never allow people to look contemptuously at those who have mined coal underground, or looks contemptuously at people who are screwing together diesel engines today. They were the ones who made it possible for our country to be so successful internationally as it is today. So it's about respect here, acknowledging what people have achieved in their lives. And everyone knows that with the Social Democrats, you have a party on your side as we enter into these changes.
Es braucht, diesen Wandel zu gestalten,
and to shape this change, we need to have social debates as well. And our aspiration as the SPD is that we are the place where social debates can happen, together with the trade unions, the social organizations, the companies, the natural protection organizations, the art and cultural scenes in our countries. We want to come up with ideas of tackling the challenges facing us. We have to build a bridge between the startup in Mainz and the workers making diesel engines in the Lüneburger Heide. And building a bridge fulfills the core promise of social democracy, which is holding a changing society together, being aware of the fact that cohesion is the basis for progress. And that's what it'll be about as we deal with the fast pace of change facing us now. And all of this bringing together the market and the state, not the neoliberal trench war of the 90s, but coexistence. The state ensures that through infrastructure, education, qualification, research, and investment, the framework conditions are in place in which entrepreneurial decisions can mature. And as policymakers, we have to look closely at where we're heading for organized cohesion and then create prosperity and jobs for the future. I want, as the SPD, us to have the aspiration to shape economic policy in the years to come. We have an idea of how we can achieve the transformation of economy and the working world successfully on the basis of respect. And on the other side of the bench, we have the conservatives, who are firmly stuck in the economic policy of the 90s, and not just in that area. What are their concepts? reduce taxes,
machen lassen, wie es ihnen gerade
let the companies do whatever they want to do, no social values, profit-fixated approaches. This is the economic approach of the Union. They are confusing economic policy to lobbying of economic bosses. We've seen what they experience,
Und ich sage euch, eine
cozying up to business bosses. That is hardly change. That is conservative digression. And if you think that way, you would vote Friedrich Merz as the new head.
einer eigenständigen SPD die Chance einer anderen Sichtweise
We think completely differently than the conservative CDU, CSU. We have to make it clear that we are different than they are. We want to shape things, to change things, and that has to be the signal from the SPD in the government and in the country as a whole. And there's another major difference that we have from the Conservatives as well. For us, it is clear that the major social challenges facing us cannot be unilaterally responded to nationally. They must be responded in a European, in an international context. And this sense that the politics of globalization are powerless has expanded. International groups and companies have jacked up their profits at the expense of workers and the environment and relocating to low-tax countries. Social democracy is only successful because it thinks in international connections and works that way. International policy isn't a project of the elite, but it is relevant what's happening in Wolfsburg and the workers in the blast furnaces in Duisburg. It's relevant what's happening in China industry and Silicon Valley. International policy making impacts on our lives, which is why we need international rules of play. Many we have asserted, and we're asserting more. The Supply Chain Act, the International Climate Club, initiatives like the Global COVAX initiative for a just distribution of vaccine, or a global minimum tax rate. Olaf, many didn't believe that you would do that as finance minister. It's your success. But this is the fact that the major players now finally have to pay and support the public good. This is also down to Olaf Scholz. He's put these regulations in place. Thank you, Olaf, for doing that. And we can't wait for you to tick that box finally as Chancellor. In the last few weeks, I have received many messages from our sister parties in Europe who are all very proud of what we managed to achieve in the German national elections. The idea of social democracy was written off in Europe. We had to read that we had no power anymore, but we have proved that the opposite is true. We won these elections, and we are giving strength and orientation for others, and we need to be aware of that. I want international policy to be something we focus on more. We are the party of Willy Brandt, the party of international solidarity, a party with a force to shape international politics. And maybe we used to think, well, who cares what's happening in Brazil? But as an international community, it matters to us. If our friend Lula is successful against the right-wing extremist Bolsonaro and hopefully drives him out of office, it matters to us. If people in Hungary try to get Viktor Orban out of office, and a strong democratic Germany in a strong democratic Europe is an important line of defense against the return of a Donald Trump. We don't want people who incite to hatred to be in positions of responsibility again, which is why it's so important that we think internationally as a party. It matters to us what's happening in the rest of the world, and that's something we say quite clearly.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades,
ich trete heute gemeinsam mit
I am standing here together with Saskia as party leaders, and you can't imagine how much humility and how much honor I felt when I walked into this party congress, and I'm standing here before you now. If you know me and got to know me over the last few years, you will know how much this party means to me and how much it means to be part of the party leadership team. And it's been interesting how people have tried to characterize me in portraits. I didn't mean very much I didn't read very much that I had to read about myself. They said I was nice, appealing, friends with Kevin Kühnert, still likes parties, knows about football and music, has close ties to his hometown. All of this is true. But I also want to say, you know, the way I am and my political style doesn't really fit into the templates of what I'm supposed to be like. How can somebody, on the one hand, balance things out and still have a strong personality? I think if you think that way and you ask things like that, then you're creating contradictions where there aren't any. Because I think in the world of politics, it's about building bridges. No one can tackle the challenges facing us alone. So I believe that the path in a good future goes over bridges, not through trenches. Good leadership doesn't mean that you just know the right answer to everything and you talk the talk but don't walk the walk. It's about knowing the right people, asking the right questions, bringing people and resources together to find a good response to the questions that come up. And this isn't often an obvious, loud process, but it is a very strong one. And that is my way. And I believe that it is a strong way. Comrades, with this political style, I am applying for the position of party leadership in a team of two, and I'm asking for your trust. I believe that the social democratic idea is greater than a party or a country. It is a vision of how we want to coexist together. It brings people together, and we can set impulses for this in Germany, in Europe, and beyond. Comrades, it is my firm conviction that winning the German national elections is a real opportunity to create a social democratic decade, and it is down to us. Thank you.
Lieber Lars,
Lars, thank you very much for your speech. And Saskia, before we continue with your speech, let me draw your attention to the 27 calls for the floor for the discussion later on. And therefore, I'd like to make the formal proposal which can be objected against. We want to close the list of speakers, and I'm waiting for a short moment to see whether there are any objections. There are no calls to the floor or any objection raised, and therefore this proposal carries, and that means that we can move on to the next speech in our run for the party leadership position. Saskia, the turn is yours, but before we're going to watch a short video. Lars, thank you very much for your inspiring speech, for your words. Comrades and friends, behind us, there are the greatest weeks that you could ever wish for as an SPD chairperson. We've won the general elections in Germany. We're the strongest party in parliament. Our group in parliament is younger and more diverse than it had ever been before. 2019, the Jusos asked for a victory, and we delivered. The time of great coalitions that nobody loved is over. With the Greens and the SPD and the FDP, we have forged a strong alliance, and on Tuesday we signed the coalition agreement with which we want to go for more progress. And in addition to that, on Wednesday, with Olaf Scholz, we have elected the fourth SPD Chancellor in the history of Germany. Olaf, congratulations to the success. Comrades, the SPD has returned, has bounced back. We are united more than ever before, more than we were in the last years. We stand for core values that affect the lives of many people directly. Wages, rents, and respect. The SPD is young, experienced, male, female, and dominantly the SPD has become one thing. It has become attractive again. There were times when the demise of the Social Democrats seemed to be unavoidable. Some hoped for it, others worked for it, but we rolled up our sleeves, mustered our courage, sat together and analyzed the mistakes of the past. As Lars has pointed out, we decided together how to go forward in a better manner, and we were able to experience the result of that working together by being able to say we have become Chancellor. We're proud of the old party, SPD, and in front of you, you see a very happy and delighted chairperson. And the closure of this unbelievable year is our party convention, and we would love to embrace each other if it were not for COVID. And therefore, I can only talk to you via camera, to most of you, which is difficult and painful for me, but I'm sure and I'm confident that you share our happiness, you share our tears of joy no matter where you are right now. The SPD is not only a party in government, but leads the government, and people will notice very soon that this makes for a big difference. We're going to change this country, making it stronger and more just. The 2020s are going to be a decade of progress, of fresh departure, and Lars already told us that it's going to be a decade of social democrats and social democracy. Comrades, we won the general elections in Germany because we knew what we wanted to win it for and for whom. We won it for all children in Germany with poor educational prospects because they don't have the money at home. They don't live in the right neighborhoods. And for them, we very targetedly invest into just education system, an equitable education system, and we introduce the basic income for poor families. We won the elections for those who take care of their parents and their loved ones, who provide cleanliness, who do a lot of work and still receive far too low wages. And for those who perform for the society in general, for those we won the elections. And it's those for whom Hubertus is going to introduce the minimal wages. You will continue where you started with mobile working, qualification, securities. You're going to provide for justice of performance and the interests of the low-wage earners. That's what we are going to support. That is what you're going to provide. And we totally embrace these plans. And we also won these elections for families and students and trainees who are afraid of not being able to pay for their rent, for their accommodation. Clara Lewitz is going to be the lawyer, is going to become the lawyer of 27 million tenants as being the construction minister. You're going to strengthen the protection of tenants. You are going to make sure that 400,000 new flats are going to be built every year. There are great tasks ahead of us which you have to address not alone, but your party, the SPD, is going to support you in these endeavors. Comrades, we have won the elections also for those working in the hospitality industry, in the steel industries, the chemical industry, in the car manufacturing, and machine engineering. They are facing huge challenges and changes. They need support. They need the security not to be let down by us, because without industry, we don't have prosperity nor climate protection. Without the skilled workers and engineers, we're not going to be able to fend off the climate disaster. Without their courage, we can't do anything, and therefore we're going to invest for them and for the work of tomorrow. Comrades, we have won this election also in the states and the lenders of the East. We know that. The inner cohesion of our society, of our country, 30 years after the fall of the wall, remains being an ongoing task. If I just think of our regional conference, and sometimes I remember them, I still remember what Petra Köpping said. For the people in the Western lenders, the fall of the wall didn't change anything, but it changed everything for those living in the countries and the lenders of the East who were born there and grew up there and have a different perspective. They have undergone a profound transformation, and in that transformation they had developed competences and experiences which we want and which we should make use of. And therefore I'm very happy to have Carsten Schneider with us as a state minister for Eastern lenders in the Chancellor's office. He's going to make an important contribution to preparing our country for the future and for fostering the cohesion in our country. Comrades, these elections was the largest comeback in the history of the party. What others are still in front of them, we did. We learned from our mistakes. And now we need to start doing something that we haven't done for an awful long period of time. We need to learn from success. We were elected as chairpersons, Norbert and myself, 2 years ago. We decided to open the windows of the party, to change our program, to set out into the new times. That was our slogan 2 years ago. We wanted to regain our strengths, our old strengths, and we knew that we can do that only with a united party, with a party which is proud of its roots, of its history, and of its future. And therefore, together with Olaf Scholz, with Lars Klingbeil, and with Rolf Mützenich, the head of the parliamentary group, we sat together and deliberated about how we can do that. And we did it. We pulled it off. Together with you, we put together and developed a program for the future that was worth fighting for, which is still worth fighting for, so that people went to the street with a lot of enthusiasm. They knew what the SPD stands for. Together, we made sure that every Social Democratic Party member was able to answer this question and be convinced of these answers. And together with you, we have chosen the right candidate. You are one who is a dyed-in-the-wool SPD, who is ready for the future of the SPD and unites these different perspectives in a manner that nobody else can do. You're a person who gained the trust of voters, which is why we won the election, ultimately. And this year, that's great, this year we not only won the general elections in Germany, we also won regional elections. Manuela Schwesig, in her role as the state premier, was reconfirmed in her role, and Franziska Giffey was elected as the mayor of Berlin. We're very happy having you on board in a row of wonderful state premiers, male and female alike. Norbert, we're looking back to a wonderful time together, and we have worked together and on that basis brought about success, which is why we are sad and about your departure. It hurts. What remains is your important contribution to this success and our deep gratitude for this wonderful time together. Now, I talked about regional elections in Länders. Others are coming up next year, and during these regional elections, we set out to enlarge the large number of state premiers by Anke Rehlinger in Saarland, Thomas Klosser-Müller in Schleswig-Holstein, and by Thomas Kutschaty in North Rhine-Westphalia. We're challenging the CDU, and of course we're expecting that Stefan Weil in Lower Saxony is able to defend his top position as a state premier there, too. And when we look further into the future, there is an European election coming up, not next year, but it's already on the agenda, looming at the horizon, as it were. And as a European party, we want to transfer our enthusiasm for the European idea. Katharina Barley is going to become our EU commissioner, our top runner for the European elections, and with Udo together, we want to be well positioned in the top level at the European elections. Udo, thank you very much for your excellent work in this office, and we're looking forward to shaping the European family of social democratic parties in the future as well in your position. The difficult years of the party are over. Norbert made it possible to overcoming these difficult times, and we're now at the threshold of a new time. We are a leading party in government who provides the chancellor, and therefore we need to become a think tank for questions regarding the future. And this is what our party leadership motion is all about. There are revolutionary changes going on that we want to have a say in a courageous manner. Lars pointed out, he talked about digitization and decarbonization, what it means for our society, and he also talked about what the mandate of the Social Democratic Party is in these transformations. And the demographic change has been announced for 30 years, but now it's here. It's there. When we go into retirement, I don't have plans doing so, but at that point in time, we're going to see an explosion of a scarcity of skilled workers and workers in general that is already visible today. And if we look at the full order books, if we want to execute these orders and fulfill our state tasks, then we need more women in full employment. Then we need to make use of the potential of all young people in Germany. All young people in Germany have a right to a qualified vocational training, and all gainfully employed people need further training in order to maintain their qualification. It's the task of the SPD to support and to design and shape the major changes of our times. We need to provide guidance and confidence at the same time. And when we talk about safety and security, it is an all-encompassing concept. Social security is an important concept, and the SPD has laid the groundwork for how that social security is going to be implemented by the coalition in the next years. In the legislative term, which is up and coming, and we're going to show that internal and external security of our countries are important and requires important social democratic concepts to be successful in the 21st century. And this time of transformation, it's comforting that internal and external domestic security lies in the hand of social democratic women, Christina Lambrecht and Nancy Faeser. Christina and Nancy, we're happy having you in our cabinet as ministers, as federal ministers. And I'm very grateful to Nancy that at the very time, the very day that she was nominated and appointed, she found very clear words for the risks ahead. The largest danger for our democracy is right-wing extremism. If you don't accept that, you would be blind and deaf not to notice it. The family members of the NSU victims or of the attacks in Hanau and Halle know better. The family of Walter Lübcke knows better. And the many policymakers who are being threatened by right-wing extremism like Petra Köpping and many others know exactly where the danger lies and comes from. They deserve our solidarity, and they deserve to be protected by the state. We're going to make sure that this protection is going to be provided. Comrades, when the Polish workers in the Ruhr Valley were meant to be driven out of the Ruhr Valley through right-wing extremists, the workers' movement supported them. Social Democrats fought against anti-Semitic and racist nationalists who wanted to denigrate people. And when the so-called guest workers of the first generation stayed in Germany, and when marginalization didn't stop at the line, trade union members raised their voice and they said, "Stop. Don't take my body." And our constitution makes it very clear, no matter how different we are, all people have the same rights. Nobody must be disadvantaged or excluded or marginalized. And still, people with a migration background don't experience real participation, and many of them experience daily exclusion, daily hatred, and therefore I'm very happy that we have a young and experienced policymaker for participation and integration who is going to take care of this task. Rim Alamariban from Mecklenburg-Pomerania is our Social Democratic State Ministry for Integration, and I'm very happy and delighted to supporting in your work, Remy. And our message to an immigration society is, no matter where you or your parents come from, you deserve respect and participation. The sound of your name must not determine whether you've got a promising educational career or a promotion or a job. And least of all, would anybody have the right to denigrate others? If somebody wears a kippah or the Star of David, that must never be a reason for attacks. Racism and anti-Semitism are not patriotic. We're going to fight against these things and attitudes. Comrades, in our country, there is a revolution or a rebellion against reason from the right-wing movement, a rebellion against science. We can observe it on the streets, on the web, and in the media. Facts are rejected. Facts are manipulated with conspiracy theories. Scientists and policymakers are being put to the pillory. These people fight a battle against reason that not only weakens our defenses against the virus, but we've got a health minister who embodies the power of science like nobody else. We have Karl Lauterbach as a Minister for Health. Karl, in spite of all adversity, this country has high hopes for you. It's a huge challenge, but you're not alone. We're going to support you and make sure that you are going to be successful in your position as a Federal Minister of Health. And comrades, men and women have the same rights. This is what Elisabeth Selbert, one of 4 women in the Parliamentary Council, this is what she anchored in the Constitution, laying the groundwork for equal opportunities in Germany. That was not easy. There were resistances, but Elisabeth, together with numerous other women and women organizations, initiated a major public campaign. Letters and cards were sent to the Commission, and she managed to anchor this sentence and statement in the Constitution. Social democratic policy has always been a movement. It's always been based in the civil society, which is what we maintain and strengthen. And during the election campaign, Olaf made it very clear and announced that a cabinet under his leadership is going to be equally representing men and women as ministers. And that is what we see today. And now it's the time to roll up our sleeves in order to bring about gender parity in all spheres of life. Much needs to be done. In our party, too. And I know a feminist with Lars at my side. to fight for gender equality. Well, it's probably the first time that you were called a feminist, but still, comrades. Erhard Eppler was born 95 years ago, a theorist, a critical social democrat, and a warm-hearted person. And we're missing him, indeed. But his voice to support sustainable development and vocal justice, this is a voice which is going to stay with us. And I'm very happy that you, Svenja Schulze, are going to become our Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. We all agree that many look at questions of climate protection, international justice, from the perspective of the global north. And if we want to be able to solve these huge challenges, we also need the perspectives of the south. And this is what we're going to provide for. We are the party of international solidarity. We are the party of peace policies. 40 years of the Nobel Prize for Peace for Willy Brandt is more than just a commemorative statement. It is a Nobel Prize which stands for competences and an attitude which is urgently required. In Oslo, Willy Brandt laid down the foundations of external policies, dismantling of tensions, cooperation amongst people and nations, reducing of troops, arms controls, partnership with those who were disadvantaged, shared protection against a shared danger. This is what we have to bring about, and this is what he already sketched out. The situation at the Ukrainian border is highly explosive, and our relationship with Russia are worse than they had ever been after the Cold War. We need to change this. Our foreign policy remains being a policy of peace. Our security policy remains a European one and a transatlantic one. Our partners can rely on that, and all others should reckon with that. Comrades, Kevin Kühnert, 2 years ago, stated that he expects us that something to be left of the SPD once he grows out of the young social democrats. And I understood that as a mandate for me to make the SPD strong again, ready for the future. And the work of renewal that Lars and Andrea started was consistently picked up and continued by us. In the current term of office, what still holds is that the SPD has got a large future and a bright future in front of itself as a location where exciting debates of society take place. And these debates inspire and enrich social democratic policies across all levels, from the municipal level to a European level. This is how renewal can be brought about. This is how we stay in tune with the current times. With our debates, we need to reach out to where people work, live, and talk to each other. We're going to reach out to the workshop, to neighborhoods, to associations who work in the field, and we're going to reach out to the digital spheres. The various experiences and realities of the life of people is something that the SPD needs to take on board and transform into political concepts. Comrades, I want to continue working and making sure that the SPD is going to be the modern party with a strong membership, a Big Ten party that our country needs so urgently, together with Lars, with Kevin, and with Olaf Scholz and his ministers, with Olaf Mützenich and the strong group in Parliament. I want to continue leading the SPD to be strong in the future and to be proud in the future and remain proud in the future. Thank you very much.
Liebe Saskia, auch dir ein ganz herzliches Dank.
Saskia, thank you very much to you as well for this speech. And comrades, that brings us to the debate and to the voting on our party leaders and on the debate put forward by the party leadership. And now the head of our parliamentary group, Rolf Mützenich, is going to take the floor now and give us the report for the parliamentary group in the lower house of parliament, the Bundestag. So he will have 5 minutes to speak, but after that, everyone will be having 3 minutes. So, Rolf, you have the floor.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich freue mich sehr über die Einladung und die Aufforderung, hier insbesondere den Rechenschaftsbericht für die SPD-Bundestagsfraktion abgeben zu dürfen, einer Bundestagsfraktion, wo zwischendrin eine wichtige Bundestagswahl gelegen hat. Aber, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich würde euch etwas vormachen, wenn ich nicht an die Zeit erinnern würde,
Comrades,
wo hier 2019
I'm very grateful to be able to speak to you today. Remember when I stood here in 2019 speaking for a parliamentary group that had to experience that it was really almost on the precipice
wir verlieren mussten,
when we had to experience a loss. Andrea Nahles, who was the head of the party, she decided herself that time had come to lay down her office, and for 152 members who were here, I said, we will bring this parliamentary group together. And it can't be just one person who does this. We have to do it together. And we were able to do it. We stuck to our ground through our successful work, through discipline, but primarily through respect for one another. It's not enough to write respect on your election campaign posters if you don't live respect within the party itself. And I think that's what it was really about. That's what was so decisive, and that's why people decided to put their trust in us again. And we were successful. In these 2 years, we managed to get a lot of things done, and you can read this in more detail in the report on our activities, but I don't think it would be credible if I didn't also admit that these were hard years. It was hard work. You can see it was. We're going to need new strength, but it would be a mistake to say that this weren't very difficult times. But that's all the more reason to experience the wonderful parliamentary group members of the SPD, 206 members of parliament from all across Germany, voted for directly or selected from our lists of candidates, 102 that I know from previous terms in office, but 104 new, young or no longer quite so young members joining us in the lower house of parliament, the Bundestag, in our parliamentary group. And of course, it's wonderful if you can be in front row with a great big group of people behind you, and that's how it should be. Our parliamentary group holds together with discipline, but also with the powers of conviction and all of the expertise that we pool together. And I'm proud of this. And yes, Lars, Saskia, and Kevin are part of this parliamentary group, but they are also on an equal footing with all the others, as am I. I've always seen myself as part of the group, and Olaf, too, is part of this parliamentary group. But from the heart of the strongest parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Olaf Scholz was elected as Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. That was a big, big moment on Wednesday. Thank you, Olaf, for all your work, but also for your huge solidarity over the entire parliamentary group. I thank you. And if I say that we have set on our course for some time now, I also have to report on our activities and say that yesterday or 2 days ago we selected a new leader, and we've got the committees. We're going to have to select the people for them, and that's a bit of a balancing act because there are lots of different interests, lots of different jobs that need to be done. But to the entire cabinet, but also towards the social democratic members of the cabinet, I have to say that the good cooperation is not something I just want to offer. I want to promise that we will achieve a lot And we will achieve it if we encounter one another on an equal footing. And that's why parliamentary initiatives will be developed in Parliament, but particularly with the parliamentary group of the SPD. And that is something I'm looking forward to. And now, to conclude, I hope you will allow me to make two comments and say, yes, the foreign policy makers aren't ones that I focused on particularly when I took on this position. And of course, these days and hours are hard for me. The dynamism of war has returned to Europe's shores, and this is a bitter realization after, and yes, everyone referred to it, Willy Brandt did so much for us, together with Egon Bahr and Helmut Schmidt and many other well-known social democrats over the years. And learning these lessons is the challenge facing us in the years to come for the Social Democratic Party, as it has been since the beginning. We must break the vicious circle of threat and counter-threat. And who could do this better than a Social Democratic Party that has such a huge responsibility in this current government? And Germany's role in Europe is one that we will have to do justice to again and again, which is why I am so sad that, on the one hand, through the pandemic, so much economic performance has declined, but on the other hand, the armaments companies are earning more than they were already earning in the past, which is why there's all the more need for a strong social democratic role to be performed. And on a private note, let me say, Norbert, thank you very, very much for the good cooperation with you, for the way we closed ranks. And what I've learned from you are qualities that are not ones that are always so common in the world of politics, namely that solidarity, huge skills can be combined. I'm really going to miss you. Thank you very much.
Lieber Rolf, das Wenigste, was wir dir schenken
Well,
können,
Rolf,
sind ein paar Redeminuten.
the least we could do is give you a couple of extra minutes for speaking. So thank you for your report on the activities of the parliamentary group. We'll continue to discuss this in the debate. And now the floor goes to the State Premier of Mecklenburg, Western Pomerania, Manu. It's up to you.
Will ich darauf hinweisen, dass sich die Nächsten, die dem dann folgen werden, sich schon vorbereiten können, denn das sind dann wieder digital.
Okay, so some people will be joining us digitally. Assis will be speaking to us, Boskot, and then Michael Müntefering and Stefan Krüger. According to the details I just told you, go into the right conference room, dial in via the telephone icon, and now, Manu, you have the floor. So thank you very much, and I'm very glad that we have a future state premier from Saarland who welcomed me. So one election behind us, the next one ahead. We've got important state elections ahead in Saarland, in North Rhine-Westphalia, but also in Lower Saxony, Schleswig-Holstein, and I think Malu Dreyer, but also my other colleagues are worthy of a mention, the SPD state premiers. It was a very wonderful day, Wednesday this week, when our German Chancellor Olaf Scholz was elected. A personal success for Olaf, but a success for the entire Social Democratic Party. And in northern Germany, people say that we Northern Germans aren't that emotional, but it's not true, Olaf. You will have seen, if you'd have looked at us, it was an amazingly moving, emotional moment for our country, for the German Social Democrats, for our Chancellor Olaf Scholz and our state premiers. We were able to watch it from our backbenches, and this strength, this fresh social democratic parliamentary group, and our chancellor. And the only thing that was missing was a couple more SPD state premiers sitting there with us, and then it would be perfect, and we're going to be fighting for that together next year.
Und ich möchte mich von hier auch im Namen von Malu Dreyer und Thorsten
on behalf of Malu Dreyer and Thorsten Schäfer-Gümbel, I want to say thank you, because as the Executive Party leadership, we pass the baton on to Saskia Eskan and Norbert Walter-Borjans as acting leaders. And the mood wasn't what it was now because we weren't really sure where we were heading, and there were many mixed feelings in the room. Right from the word go, we were convinced that it was right to elect the party leadership and have the rank and file vote on them. And today I think we can safely state that we made the right decision then, because everyone involved, both the new party heads and our then Vice-Chancellor, as well as the head of our parliamentary group, Rolf Mützenich, and our General Secretary, Lars Klingbeil, showed how we could close ranks, and that was our aim for the next 2 years. And I have every respect for the fact that we all found our way to do that. I was glad that I was involved as acting party chair for a while. Thank you to all of you for taking this responsibility on and doing justice for it. As party leadership, the General Secretary, the head of the parliamentary group, but Olaf, you especially, with such a strong skill set, expertise, but also pushing so hard for the success in these national elections, success in the chancellorship. But there were 400,000 rank and file members who supported with us, and they joined forces with us, closed ranks. This is a party where citizens gave us their trust to lead this country, and we will do justice to this trust. Indeed, we must. Thank you to all of the members of the leadership who have prepared this, and thank you to the rank and file who supported us in this.
Aus meiner Sicht gibt es 3 Punkte.
I think there are 3 things that we have to refer to here. One is that German social democracy is the leading force in this country that will ensure that the tripartite of decent work, social justice, environmental sensibility, and a strong economy are not a contradiction in terms, but join forces. So we don't divide society, we unite it this way. And another major point, the second one, would be that we have to emerge unscathed from the COVID-19 pandemic, because we've had a good week, a happy week. This day of the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, being elected is something that we will have to hang on to, because we know that difficult times are ahead internationally. Olaf's talked about that. But at the heart of Germany, too, our citizens are experiencing pandemic fatigue. They're afraid. They're afraid their restaurants will be closed. Am I going to manage it? Our schools, our nurseries going to be shut? What about the new variant? What's going to happen next? We're all pleased that we've got the right health minister, Karl Lauterbach, steering us through it. But it's clear that it's not going to be one person combating this pandemic. We have to all work together to emerge out of it. And that is the challenge that we have right now, leading this country out of the pandemic, protecting health, protecting lives, protecting businesses and jobs, and assuring social cohesion. And that brings me to my final remark here, my final point. The most important thing is that social democracy continues to be the force that holds the country together. Again and again, in our society, in our everyday lives, there will be issues that move people where we have to discuss all the possible options to find the best solution. And as someone who's grown up in this country where we didn't have an option for democracy and a debate of various different opinions, it was only the peaceful revolution that gave us this gift. And as someone who now, having emerged from that, takes responsibility, I have to say that this blessing of democracy, that we can debate issues with a controversial approach, that we can have different opinions, that we can demonstrate for these different opinions. This is something we cannot have taken away from us by people who believe that might is right, and that you have to threaten people on the streets to get your opinions across. And when this week started on Monday, I did what millions of families do. We had dinner in the evening. My partner did homework with my children, and I played with our son, and I played with my daughter and put my son to bed. And in that same time, there was a demonstration of anti-vaxxers and COVID-19 skeptics who were marching through the country. They were imitating a torch march, and I'm so glad that this was stopped just outside my home. And so I'm glad that I had this quiet evening without having 400 COVID deniers at my door. And they would have been if they hadn't been stopped. But the point is, as top politicians, I think we're almost used to being threatened. I'm afraid it's part of the job description. But we cannot allow that there be forces in our country that are unhappy with political decisions and believe that they can express this lack of happiness with these decisions by threatening people. We can't allow these kind of threats to mayors, to researchers and scientists, to civic activists who stand for our democracy. We are a country where a plurality of opinions is the rule of the day, where you can be in favor of everything and against everyone and demonstrate for them, but we have to draw a line when it comes to threat. And certainly right-wing extremists and right-wing populists who use these demonstrations to incite hatred. Not all of them. It's a minority of those who want to threaten this society, but we cannot allow this threat to get the kind of airtime and support that it does. And I hope that it's okay that I took a bit too long to say that. This is the challenge of social democracy, that we achieve social cohesion in our societies, and we must do so.
Liebe Manu, ganz herzlichen Dank für die Rede und
Thank you very much for your speech, Mano, and thank you for your expressions of solidarity. Moving right along, though, now, in our digital conference room, we have Aziz, and I want to give him the floor now. Aziz, you have the floor. First of all, thank you to Manu for her wonderful speech, and thank you for giving her a little bit more time because it was an important speech. Continuing with business as usual sounds a bit boring, but actually it's one of the most beautiful promises ever because we have set our course on the right course. And I hope, Lars and Saskia, that we can continue as we have been doing, particularly when it comes to the cultural change that we've experienced in the last 2 years. In the past, the party leadership tended to tell things to the press faster than they told it to us, and now it is the core of what we do. And it's the conservatives who are experiencing that. Lars said we have to join forces, be united, be one SPD. And I think a couple of years back, we were not unified. And even clapping politely was something we refused to do. And we've overcome all of this. And we always had people leaking things to the press, and those days are done as well. And in the last 2 years, I often thought, oh no, another article. Saskia and Norbert could maybe play the same game and sling mud, but they didn't. They did what you should do if you're leadership. Ignore it, stoically join forces, and you did that. And you led by example, which is the best way of leading. So I hope that we continue to do this. I hope Lars and Saskia do. And I also want to say thank you to Norbert. Amca, you say, dear Norbert, in Turkish. He often was in a leadership role. And I think culturally it was difficult with your Rhineland background. I think sometimes we had discussions about living and let live. You had to cut things out of your emotion. But right from the beginning, as a working group, you were an engine for diversity. And today, I hope that the party leadership will continue. And we didn't have to think long and hard. We've got Serpa, Yasmin, Aman, Kaveh, Janse, and lots of others who are members of our party. We really are further around diversity. And we have to thank Ola for this. He delivered on his promise about social diversity. Could be a little more diverse. We're more female, more Eastern German, and there's more diversity in the government. Janse Baba, Mama Bayanen, and Rim Osi. I'm really looking forward to her as state minister. Who would have believed that? A child of people who fled their homes, an Eastern German through and through, is now the Minister for Integration. She's going to do a great job. And I hope that we will all protect her when right-wing populists get going again. thank you as well, because this should be part of the general debate for the motion on the Polish-Belarusian border, where we focus on the people there. And I said we're on the right course. Thank you. At the end, Norbert, I need your address. You were involved in our kitchen color, and you have made it clear that men can do multitasking. We want to send you a creative apron, but hopefully we can get that address off you by text message.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank. Wunderbar. Auch
Thank you very much. That's wonderful as well. Sticking to the time allocated to you. The next speaker is Michelle Müntefering.
Ja, und da das ein bisschen dauert, bis der
And it
Wechsel
always takes a minute until you can shift from one speaker to another in our digital conference room, so bear with us while we see the split
neben mir
screen.
Michelle.
And
Für alle zu sehen.
hopefully we should be able to see Michelle. There she is. The floor is yours. Well, thank you very much, comrades. Thank you, presiding committee. This year we will be shaping this decade, and we are showing that we have this aspiration with our team, but also in terms of our policies, supporting local authorities all the way up to international women's rights across the globe, or with protection programs for persecuted researchers, human rights, and defending them. And I want to tell you that we need to make progress here. Olaf has a great deal of responsibility, but one thing is for sure, he's going to do justice to that responsibility. He's going to deliver as Germany's chancellor and as a social democrat. And how we live with one another, how we deal with one another. We've made this very clear in our election. Respect. And in the Ruhr Valley area where I come from, we would say solidarity. And this how to do it is a cultural question. And I think social democracy was always at its strongest when it debated these issues together with creative people, with historians, with musicians, with everyone that create the elixir of social democratic life, as Frank-Walter Steinmeier described it. And creatives are not just something pursued by a few rich people as a hobby, but from the Ketka band to comics, we need creatives in our democracy. So we have to support them. In the pandemic, that kind of support we've had is good, and it's necessary that they get support. But we also need to have discussions. We have to struggle those who aren't automatically on board, who we have to convince, who want to be heard. And I think this is also part of the job of the new party leadership. And comrades, it matters how we deal with the planet, whether we can get people enthusiastic for democracy, whether we can get a young generation who have experienced, or to get them to understand the chasms in our history when it comes to combating right-wing extremism, combating anti-Semitism. It's part of our job as social democrats to take responsibility for offering orientation. Now, Saskia, Germany without a strong SPD is something other people might have been able to imagine. We never could. And we're not going to see it. Glück auf, as the German miners say. And all the best.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very
Michelle.
much, Michelle. And now we're going to switch the screen
Stefan
to
Krüger aus
Stefan Krüger from South Hessen.
der uns gleich mit zugeschaltet sein wird.
He's going to be joining
Und
us
wir sind
in a
dazu
minute,
bereit.
and
Stefan.
we are ready. We're ready for it, and you're ready for it.
Yeah, thank you, Anke. Comrades, Federal Chancellor Saskia and Lars, before I'm going to elect you, Saskia and Lars, I would like to share a request with you. And this has something to do with the motion that we're also discussing here. The leading motion says that the SPD should be a place of discourse and debate. This sounds very good because this basically characterizes the SPD, and we are such a place. But it doesn't really match with the fact that most motions at this party convention were sort of suspended by the respective committee because they say they are basically done and have been dealt with. So the commission says that they have to be buried, and you 59 should be mentioned here, releasing the brakes when it comes to the expansion of renewable energies. So this is a point where they are referring to the future program, but hardly any of the aspects of the U95 is reflected in the respective documents. Unfortunately, this also applies to other motions. I really worked myself through the book of motions, and this is something that I unfortunately recognized and learned. Saskia and Lars, I think the discourse and the debate should not been shied away from at a party convention, especially when it comes to motions that go beyond the activities of the government or make positions more concrete that are part of the future program or that have not been named that precisely in the coalition agreement. Because if I look at these statements that were made in the last days by leading comrades, the party is supposed to be a place where we can do pioneer thinking, where we can further shape and develop the future, also beyond what is being done and can be done, as we speak also with regards to the coalition partners. Having said that, I would like to mention the U95 again. It is not dealt with, and a simple fact shows this. In the leading motion, there is no term of renewable energies. I mean, they are not mentioned in the motion, although this was an important part of the election campaign. Olaf said we have to speed up the expansion of renewable energies, and of course, this term should be part of a leading motion, but it's not. And this is kind of a contradiction that we have to resolve by maybe amending the motion. Maybe the party executives to be elected can do this. It would be nice if we could dissolve this contradiction that might potentially become a problem in the future. Thank you very much, comrades, for listening to me, and Glück auf. Glück auf, Stefan. Thank you very much for your contribution. And now we have Bettina Martin, who is here with us in Berlin. Comrades, our task as party in the coming years is going to be to take society on board when it comes to mastering the transition. Our program has to clearly further develop in that sense, but in the next years, we will also have to position ourselves in terms of strengthening our party structures on the ground. That is the prerequisite for making sure that the next 4 years will be successful, and we have to work on this. Now, as a party on the ground, we are positioned very differently, especially in eastern Germany and in rural areas. There are white spots. There are regions where people are no members of parties, and those who are members of party cannot make use of solid party structures to do their work. And especially in these regions, it is the people inciting hatred. It is people who always have simple answers to complex matters, the right-wing populists who try to dominate the scene. Especially here, comrades, we need to do something, and none of the regions must be left to the AfD party. I remember election campaigns where people said, well, where there are just a few SPD voters, we don't really need to put up posters. It's not worth it. I think that this has always been the wrong approach. I think that was fundamentally wrong. And when you then drove through the villages there, you saw NPD posters everywhere, basically. Later, you saw the AfD posters, and that was it. So again, that was a huge mistake, comrades. In Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, we therefore took a different approach, because the constituencies that had never voted social democratic or that were very difficult constituencies, especially those where the AfD won 5 years ago. So we mostly focused on these constituencies this year, and that alone was a very clear signal for locals. They understood that the Social Democrats are not going to let this region down. They understood that we are taking people living there seriously. I, as a minister, consciously decided to run as a candidate in a rather rural area in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, in a constituency that had never been won directly by the Social Democrats, who for years had been in the hands of the AfD, I'm saying, because it worked. I won the constituency, by the way, like many or almost all MPs at regional and national level that also ran as candidates in this region. Yeah, we were, of course, supported by our excellent Minister President Manuela Schwesig and also by Olaf Scholz from Berlin. But if we hadn't taken this approach, if we hadn't talked to people on the ground, if we hadn't shown them that they matter, then we might not have been successful. Comrades, this success did not fall down from sky, so to speak. Manuela Schwesig made sure for years that there was enough personnel on the ground. Whenever we couldn't win elections, young comrades got a chance to develop themselves, and now they won the elections there. Now they started working there politically, and I'm happy that this political path is also mentioned in the leading motion, so we are connecting to this pathway. I look forward to the next 4 years and beyond. I'm happy to be with you, to fight with you. We don't want to leave the ground to right-wing extremists and populists, especially not in Eastern Germany, where we have less strong structures. But I'm looking forward to working with you, and Glück auf.
Vielen Dank, liebe
Thank you, Bettina. Now, before we continue with our next speaker, we will give the floor to Alexander Schweitzer. But I have a very dear guest here that I would like to welcome. It is the chairman of the German Trade Union Confederation, Rainer Hoffmann. Great that you are here, and thank you very much to saying a few words of welcome here at the party convention. So you have the floor now, dear Rainer. And while Rainer is coming up the stage, Alexander is going to be the next person to speak, and Jessica Rosenthal should follow him, and Lasse Rebin and Almut Großmann. They will then make a digital contribution, so please enter the digital conference room now. So now we have Rainer Hoffmann here. Comrades, of course, it is a great honor to say a few words of welcome here at your party convention. On behalf of the DGB executive, including its 8-member unions, I am supposed to say hello and convey solidarity greetings to all of you. I think it is not exaggerated when we say that the 8th of December 2021 marks a historic day for our country. The 9th Federal Chancellor, after Willy Brandt, Helmut Schmidt and Gerhard Schröder, is again a Social Democrat. Congratulations, Olaf Scholz, and congratulations to your cabinet. In the coalition agreement, from a trade union perspective, there are 2 crucial guidelines. The socio-ecological transformation and digitization can only work with employees and workers and can only be shaped effectively together with them. And the second guideline, every work deserves respect and recognition. And these guiding principles are translated into practical policy if you take a closer look in the coalition agreement. And let me pick up a very few points here in this context. Of course, it is good and correct that the minimum wage will be increased to 12 euros, comrades. But we also know that the minimum wage is the lowest line, and in collective agreements, we deal with more than just salaries. We deal with decent working conditions, decent working hours, and longer vacation times. Hence, it is extremely important, and we want to congratulate you on this, that you focus on crucial elements to make sure that there are more collective agreements in this country. And this includes, dear Hubertus, in the last term, you already made different attempts, but they failed because of the CDU. It is important that we finally get a national collective agreement loyalty law. But what is at least equally important is that the repercussion of collective agreements when it comes to outsourcing is finally introduced, because this will put an end to companies escaping to other countries because there are no collective agreements. And that's good, comrades. What is also good is that in the context of tenders, when it comes to public transport tenders, there will only be companies considered that have collective agreements. That is also an important contribution to making sure that we have more collective agreements in this country. And if I take a look at the concept of co-determination, then it is high time that we fill the loopholes of companies so that impediments to works councils will be sanctioned, and that we will finally have a digital access right for trade unions. And this will also strengthen co-determination in our country. And of course we know that the coalition agreement has strengths and weaknesses. I mean, that's not a big surprise, because we have three very different parties forging a coalition. However, I think that we have managed together that many aspects of your party program and manifesto were included and are now part of the coalition agreement. I mean, that was an extremely good and successful cooperation, comrades, both at the national level, but also at the work level, where we, in numerous debates and discussions, met, and we created a degree of unity that we haven't seen in a long time. That is also a strong signal, and thank you so much for that. I would like to mention two other points, and I would like to address the DGB Youth and the USOs. Thank you for finally introducing the apprenticeship guarantee. So it is like 4 years ago when the USOs and the DGB Youth put the minimum apprenticeship remuneration on the agenda. We have it now, and we also need an apprenticeship and education guarantee as a law so that there won't be any lack of skilled labor anymore in the future. And because of your stubbornness, we managed to avoid the Deutsche Bahn of being destroyed. We know that this is a great achievement, and I know how difficult this has been. This week, I attended the executive board meeting of the German Rail, and they did not just look at what is happening in Germany. And it wasn't just the social democratic parties or trade unions, but everybody is looking at Germany at the moment. All trade unions in Europe are very satisfied that the government was formed so quickly, especially in times where Europe is confronted with major challenges. So I am conveying the greetings of the European Trade Union Confederation, because, and Olaf has already showed it, because it does matter who is in the government, who leads the government. As finance minister, Olaf in Europe has left very good and successful traces. We have seen it in the context of the recovery program of the EU, which without Olaf's stubbornness and stamina would never have been launched. Having said that, I think that it is also a victory or a perspective for Europe. And Lars mentioned it in his speech. The fact that a social democratic decade has started, dear Lars. European trade unions are going to join you on this path. So it is a very good signal that in the coalition agreement, very important points are mentioned, like, for instance, the support of the EU directive for a European minimum wage, the support of the European Commission for an initiative to improve working conditions in the platform economy, and also the stability pact being reformed so that investments in Europe can be made to the extent that we need, so that climate change, digitization can be dealt with successfully. Not only do we need a Green Deal, we also need a social deal for Europe, and this is what Social Democrats stand and fight for. Hence, it is important and correct that Katharina is going to be in charge of EU issues, and Udo is assuming tasks in the PSE. I think this is a very strong signal, and this is being supported by European trade unions, not just by the DGB. So congratulations on this wonderful work. Colleagues, before I close, I would like to say a few words of thank you. Oh, there he is. Thank you to Norbert Walter Borjans. Dear Norbert, I think, well, it has been said many times already, you decided not to run as candidate again. But in the last 2 years, together with Saskia and together with others, Olaf, Lars, and Kevin, you contributed to making sure that this party is so united. I mean, you led a very successful election campaign, and now we have this three-party coalition government, and this is also, you are married. So on behalf of the German Trade Union Confederation, I would like to thank you for your commitment. And one personal remark, the cooperation with you and also with Saskia has been marvelous in the last 2 years. It was a lot of fun, and I assume that the future cooperation in this configuration or in a different configuration will be continued. Thank you so much to you, Norbert. All the best, and yeah, strong government action. Dear comrades, this is what you got voted for, and you have the full support of the DGB. Glück auf.
Lieber Rainer, ganz herzlich.
Rainer, thank you so much for your words of welcome and for your greetings, and thank you also for highlighting important aspects in the coalition agreement from a workers' perspective. Now we're going to continue our debate, and Alexander Schweitzer now has the floor. We have to wait a few seconds, dear Alexander. So I have one request. We should stick to the 3 minutes, I was told. I'm saying this in a very charming manner, but I'm sure that, Alex, you can do this. So short and precise from Rhineland-Palatinate. You have the floor, Alexander. Thank you, Anke. I would not be a good person from Rhineland-Palatinate if I wouldn't accept advice from Saarland. Now, comrades, it is a wonderful feeling to speak after Rainer Hoffmann, because when it comes to the past, the recent past of the Social Democrats, we have to bear in mind that it has not always been like this in the last years, i.e. that the relationship between the DGB and the trade unions and the SPD was that a chairman of a DGB appears like this at a party convention and finds very nice words for the SPD. It doesn't just make us happy, but we also notice this in the election campaign. We need the colleagues to be strong in order to really empower people, in order to be able to act as a party of the people. And then you, Rainer, asked, what about the transition? I mean, this is a term that we all use. And I now even use it in my ministry in Rhineland-Palatinate, and exactly describes what it's all about. And if people don't see how important co-determination is in Germany as a strategic tool in the area of transformation, don't understand anything. And if you're a labor minister, well, yes, and then we sometimes have to do with companies. You might also know them. They are very strong on the market. They are very strong internationally, but they don't really have a real ownership structure anymore. There are managers that change all the time. But if you want to know how the company is doing, then you have to go to the Works Council's office. This is why co-determination is so crucial. And, Hubertus, it is good that we put co-determination and the strengthening of it into the coalition agreement. We also make sure that further education and capacity building have their own value. Now, people might say that has always been the case, but no, it is different because further education, advanced training is a possibility to increase your chances on the labor market. And this is what it's all about if we want to be successful in transition and transformation. And one more thing is important. If we want to stay successful as social democrats, then we must not just rely upon the force and the power of the executive. We have been governing in Rhineland-Palatinate for a long time, but we have always known that we have to stay vivid as a party. We have to be connected very well to be able to forge broad alliances in order to stay powerful. This is why we need a strong party. And a strong party is strong if people talk to each other, if they have arguments also within the party, and if they make sure that the ideas that thrive in the party are translated into practice. And this, dear comrades, is an experience that we like sharing with others in the party at a national level. Thank you very much for your attention. And Anke, I stick to my time limit. Thank you.
Lieber Alex, ich wusste, dass wir uns auf dich auch an
Alex, I knew we could rely on you in this regard as well. Our next speaker is Jessica Rosenthal.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, we've heard a great deal today about what brought us to this wonderful success that we are all so very proud of and to which we have all contributed in our own way. And I think at a party congress like this, it is well and good that we do so. But I think it's also important to look forward, because all of the successes that we've achieved here and the successes that will come with the state assembly elections that we will be campaigning for, that we will be fighting for, at least I can certainly speak for North Rhine-Westphalia, where Thomas Bujati will be running, and all of the young Social Democrats as well. But these are not successes that we are achieving because we want to be doing well in the polls, but we are doing it because there are people who place their hopes in us, who need there to be change in this country, and because we want to speak for those who often have no voice or whose voices are not heard. And this is why I want to use this moment to give voice to those who were not heard, because I was there on the Polish-Belarusian border with my colleagues from the Bundestag, and I spoke to the people there, and I can tell you that, of course, we have to combat the pandemic. Of course, we have to achieve real change, but we also have to see the people who are freezing in the forests, who don't leave because they're afraid they will be sent back. 17,000 pushbacks of migrants and refugees in October alone. These are people who are being forced back, 18-month children, pregnant women who are pushed back into Belarus. who are injured in some cases, who have no voice, and it is our job to find a solution for these people. I am not prepared to turn a blind eye, to turn a blind ear, to ignore the fact that they have to survive outdoors in freezing weather with snow. And we've heard not even in a wartime do you have a situation that the press and NGOs have access. It's not just in a war zone, it's in Poland as well, that the press can't get there. And of course, it is Lukashenko who's responsible for the scenario that we have there, for the suffering, for the misery that people have to suffer there. But all the same, we still bear some responsibility. And this is why we have to show very clearly, send out a signal from this party Congress that we demand that help organizations be given access to these areas so that it can no longer be that children die. The number who are dying in these woods are huge. We have to get these people into a warm, safe place, and it is our responsibility to make sure they get out of these woods. So I'm very grateful that here and now we are strengthening our commitment to the fact that we are against Lukashenko and his intrigues, and also to ensure that we help those people who need our help and that we fight for that. I know our German government is going to do what it can, but we need to clearly commit to saving these people's lives, and I'm glad that I was able to say that here today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jessica. And now we're going digital again to our digital conference, and I've heard that Lasse Rebin from I don't know where, but he is a delegate who's going to speak to us. I'm from Lower Saxony. Now, Lars just asked a really important question in his speech. How can we achieve the best for the people in this country? And I want to use that sentence to draw your attention to something that Jessica's just referred to here. I think something that for weeks and months has been on our mind. Yesterday, at the International Day of Human Rights, Sea-Watch and other organizations did an impressive campaign at the Brandenburg Gates here in Berlin, drawing attention to the situation on Europe's external borders. And comrades, we have to say very clearly that what we've seen has been terrible. The situation is cruel. We're seeing more and more pushbacks of migrants or refugees, and that an EU border protection organization is carrying these pushbacks out. We're seeing that people are drowning in the Mediterranean. We're experiencing people dying and drowning in the Channel. And we are seeing refugee camps like Moria in Greece. And we can safely state that many things have gone wrong. And the CDU stopped people being taken in. What does our SPD have to do to try and get refugees to come? I mean, the SPD did everything it could when Moria was in flames to bring these people to Germany. We weren't in a position of power, but now we are in the government, and so those times are gone, and we can now show that real change is possible, that the 16 years that we have experienced are over, and that we can change something. And this is why I'm pleased that together with the Migration and Diversity Working Group that Jessica referred to, we have referred to the situation on the Polish-Belarus border and the suffering there, because we're making clear that the situation as it is there is unacceptable, that Lukashenko and his regime cannot prevent the aid organizations to come and help, and that we want to take people in and help them, because it cannot just be a matter of empty promises. It's about our core values, the equality of all human life, the commitment to defend the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it's about offering refuge, commitments that the EU has made to values like these, because otherwise we will see those who don't care about human rights winning the day, like Lukashenko, and something worse will happen. More people will die. Comrades, it's really about saving people's lives. People's lives can be saved if we act. And this is why I want to ask you to support this motion. Let us achieve real progress and let us make a difference to these people's lives. Thank you, Lasse. And all the best to Lower Saxony. And now joining us digitally is Almut Grossmann. Hope that works with the technical things. There she is. Comrades, I would like to talk about something else that's already been referred to here. Since 22 months now, the pandemic has restricted our lives enormously. For the first time since 1990, the number of trainee placements has gone down under 500,000. 9,000 nursing care workers have left their jobs in the last 2 months. We have very few ICU beds. There are all number of other numbers I could quote for you here, but there are two things that I'm trying to say here. The rise of infection cases of COVID is increasing, and with it the ICU numbers. Because we want to ensure that this situation doesn't get worse, we refrain from doing things. We do without. And this means for young people particularly, and for youth and for children, that chances for the future are getting lost. Those who want to start studying, not being able to graduate, these are just small examples. But a trade fair doesn't happen, and so people can't do the placements that they were going to do. Support for tutoring is no longer an option. We are not prepared to suffer and to have our chances for the future taken away from us and all. I'm speaking for all the young people here, and in the ICUs, nursing cares, but also all the rest of the personnel who work in hospitals have exceeded their capacity. Many of the nurses are not just not getting enough money or having a say in the decision-making bodies in their hospitals. They're just not respected either, and it's down to us to see what happens next. And I'm pleased that with Karl, we finally got a scientist and a physician combating the pandemic with us. As young SDP members, we have lots of ideas about how this could be done, but what's important is that we need to have a vaccination campaign that reaches everyone. We have not managed to do that so far. We've got anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theorists who will never be able to reach, but there are some who just have their doubts, who have never had any low-threshold access to vaccines, where there are language barriers, who were standing for 2 hours in the line for a bus that was offering vaccines and didn't get a vaccine at the end. We want to reach them with outreach works, with vaccination buses. We want to have the vaccination centers opened again, and we want to reach those people who have their doubts. And for that, we also need to have mandatory vaccinations for people in caring professions. But since we can't manage to break the wave we're in now, we need to support the nurses with special payments, special hospitals, and to increase their starting salaries as well, so that they're not overstretched in our healthcare system. So we need to send a clear signal from this party Congress to offer a vaccination to everyone and introduce a mandatory vaccination campaign. And all the best, or Glück auf, as the German miners say. And now I'd like to announce the next speaker. We're going to have somebody here. Georg Meyer is going to speak to us in person in this hall, and while he's walking up to the mic, I'm going to ask the next speakers who will be joining us to enter the digital room: Yasmin Fahimi, Felix Weber, and Julie Roth. So if you can go into the digital conference room, that would be great. And Georg, now you have the floor. Thank you. Comrades, democracy is nothing we can take for granted. It's a process, and we have to constantly maintain it. It is a commitment that requires constant work. I am the head of a state assembly in Thuringia, and on the 4th of February 2020, there was a break of a taboo which still affects us. A candidate of the FDP was voted with votes from the CDU and from the right-wing extremist AfD. He was elected state premier, and it was civil society who demonstrated that very evening and it was many of our own SPD members who insisted that Kemmerich withdraw from his position and give up office. But it just shows you how vulnerable our democracy is, the fact that he could even get elected in the first place as a far-right AfD with the AfD. But the AfD is still the strongest party in Thuringia, not just in Thuringia, but in other regions of Germany. This party, which has contempt for democracy, has received a lot of electorate support. In regions like these, democracy must be defended directly. We, as the SPD, are taking on this fight, and we are achieving results, successes. We have managed to prevent Maaßen from coming into the Bundestag. Frank Ulrich. Thank Frank Ulrich. But, comrades, what we are threatened with now could top the challenges we faced so far. What I'm talking about here is this toxic mixture of anti-vaxxers, right-wing extremists, and the Reichsbürger, as they're called, as well as the alternate far-right AfD, who are trying to incite people against democracy. And unfortunately, many are following them. And if we are suddenly going to be talking about a general mandatory vaccination, I think this will be fire to the flames. Comrades, the time has come in which we must give a voice to a majority here in Germany, when we have to defend the rule of law against the enemies of democracy. And at this point, comrades, allow me to say in no uncertain terms that the police officers who across Germany are defending the rule of law deserve our thanks. And comrades, with Nancy in the forefront and all of us at her side, I believe we will succeed. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, lieber Georg. Und
Thank you,
als nächstes
Georg.
hat das Wort Michaela Engelmeier.
And Michael Engelmeier has the floor now.
Ein bisschen warten, liebe Michaela. Langsam, langsam. Es muss ohnehin noch
but
mal
surely
desinfiziert werden am
we have to disinfect the rostrum anyway, so it takes a minute.
Vorsorge.
We always have to be careful.
Ja. Und während die Michaela sich schon bereithält,
And while Michaela is getting ready to speak, I can already say that the next speaker will be followed by Udo Bullmann, and then Yasmin Fahimi, Felix Ferber, and Julie Rother, in that order.
Liebe Genossinnen,
Thank you. Comrades, you're hardly going to be surprised to see me standing here again. Might even be my last speaker as a member of the party leadership. No, it will be as a member of the party leadership. But in these weeks and months, when we've experienced something so wonderful, a social democratic Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, I mean, in May 2021, if you had told us that we would manage to achieve that, we would have probably said, well, let's wait and see and get down to business and get down to work first. But there's an issue that's very close to my heart that I want to speak to you about now, and Georg has already talked about it. It is these people inciting to hatred, denying the Shoah, relativizing the Shoah, inciters to hatred against minorities, anti-vaxxers, and the right-wing extremists, the far-right alternative for Germany, the AfD. There's a mood at these demonstrations that we're seeing here in Germany where you have people who actually go so far to wear a yellow Star of David on their lapels because they're being made to get vaccinated, comparing themselves with Jews persecuted by the Nazis in the Shoah. It's just incredible. And I have to say what Georg said is right about the police. I see that at demonstrations, that the police, and I'm just going to say it really clearly, the police intervene. You know, they surround the people who are demonstrating like this, and they get their ID and they press charges against them. And this is what we have to do. And one of the highlights for me this week, when Olaf Scholz presented his cabinet, and Nancy Faeser became the new Minister of the Interior, and she said that combating right-wing extremism was one of the most important things that we have to do. When I heard her say that, my heart rose in my chest, because including Mr. Seehofer, he really was blind when it came to the right wing. He didn't look in that direction. And Olaf, I'm very grateful that in May this year there was a terrorist attack of a terrorist organization called Hamas, an attack on democratic Israel, where over 3,000 missiles were launched, and we demonstrated against the Brandenburg Gates. And Olaf came along and he said the reason of state and the right of Israel to exist are, for him, intrinsically linked. I couldn't think of the word, thank you, and non-negotiable. And I was very glad that he was clear on that. And I think the reason of state is a term that we have to look at long and hard, because we have to flesh it out, fill it with life, and it has to be next. We have to stand with the democratic state of Israel. And this year is 1,700 years of Jewish life in Germany. Germany as a state didn't even exist then, but Jewish life was still here. And Kirsten, I hope you forgive me, but I'm still grateful that we've negotiated on that. In terms of pension terms, there's a real injustice. Jewish refugees who were allowed to come in a quota system from Soviet Union do not get the same pension as ethnic Germans who came to Germany. And this is now going to be addressed, which is a very good thing. And finally, perhaps you will allow me just to say one more thing, to thank most cordially the Willy Brandt party headquarters and the team, Roland Klaproth, Renate Rost, and Jessica too. You supported me over all of these years, and my motto at this party leadership was always, and I quote a wonderful old lady, not a social democrat, a liberal in fact, who said, well, in life you sometimes have to swallow some bitter pills, but you mustn't become bitter in the process. Thank you very much. I want my SPD to continue in this light and friendship to everyone.
Ja, vielen Dank, Michaela. Und als nächstes hat Udo das.
Thank you very much. Now, Udo, you have the floor.
Udo kommt auch nach vorne und danach wechseln wir noch mal in den digitalen Raum.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, I know that digital is not ideal, but I somehow have the impression that even we here in the hall, although we are missing the other comrades that are sitting in front of their screens at home, we all feel that something is happening, that something big is happening in our country. People in Germany have great hopes and great expectations. Also Europe, we are back on the playing field. And now it comes down to putting our plans into reality. It comes down to translating good social democratic content into reality. So Europe must never be strangulated with austerity, which was wrongly perceived, austerity that costs jobs and ruins future prospects. We want to invest in good labor, in sustainable economic activities, and thus pave the way for a modern society in which everybody has their own place. A society that is strong, that is self-confident in order to be able to master the big challenges of our time. And comrades, we want justice, humanity. No child should go to school hungry, no matter in which country, no matter in which city, no matter in which neighborhood. This is our promise. Nobody, no young person should be deprived of their opportunities because they were born and they were raised in the wrong place, so to speak. Comrades, we have heard it from many friends in Europe. Kids' welfare, I mean, child welfare has become an export good for others. Our friends in Europe look at us more than ever, and we are there for them. We helped in Poland, we helped in Hungary, because we join forces with people whose rights are suppressed. And I'm a bit proud of the fact that the progressives, the parties that are close to us, have now united in these two countries. We have supported them. The same applies to Greece. Syriza is becoming more and more social democratic, and social democrats are open to cooperation. In Italy, we are #1 again. And we helped to get Rome back to our sister party. Comrades, this is our role. We have to build a bridge between the North and the South, the East and the West. Only then will we be and stay the strongest power in Germany and also be the strongest power in Europe. Now, after the team meeting yesterday and after the decisions we made yesterday, we will position ourselves more broadly in Europe, and that's good. Katharina, you are going to chair the respective committee, Jens Geier, the colleagues in the European Parliamentary Group. You will all make sure that the European Party family, the European Party, is repositioning itself. And of course, I'm committed to helping you, and I look forward to cooperating with you on this. It has never been more important than now. But if we fight together, we will make the SPD the engine that the European social democracy needs. Thank you so much. Here's to a great party convention. I'm sure it's going to be successful. See you soon.
Vielen Dank, Udo.
Thank you, Udo,
für deine Worte.
For your words, for your commitment and your optimism. And now, Yasmin Fahimi has the floor, and she's joining us digitally. Yasmin, it's great to see you, and you have the floor. Thank you, Anke. Comrades, we managed to kick off a great start, and we see the good. We see what is possible. The 21st century shows us in all its facets what mankind can achieve. We look at creativity. We have a lot of power to innovate, but this doesn't go without saying. It doesn't go without saying that we can really kick off this power. The 21st century has also shown us that there is a great degree of hatred and war, and it is up to us to secure peace, to also secure internal peace within our society. Comrades, we are no technocrats. Our heart starts bleeding if we see injustices, if people suffer. And it is us who want and have a holistic concept of how things can be changed. We stand for justice, for social, ecological, and economic progress. Smart policy, in other words. With our mission, with our culture of respect, we have managed, especially in the last weeks during the election campaign, to convince people who were looking for such guidance, people who were waiting for such a start. We managed to regain our people, which is just fantastic. Now our task is, and our chance also is, to show that these solutions to mankind issues can only be solved based on cohesion and reconciliation. And we can send out a clear signal against those who incite hatred. And having said that, I would like to thank our leadership. I'm very proud of what has been achieved in and with the coalition agreement. We want to make sure that there are more decent wages, social services, for a safe environment, and we want to make sure that people can enjoy their rights, so that people can finally arrive in Germany with our concept of citizenship, so that transsexuals are no longer humiliated that women get their right to self-determination. Comrades, I would like to ask all of us to continue to embark upon this path. Let us not forget what connects us with these people. No, even more. All these diverse and different people find home in our party, and we want to take everybody on board when it comes to further developing our mission. The government has a lot on their agenda, but topics like transport, international solidarity, transformation, but also human rights must not be left to others and their rhetorics. The party in its diversity has to make clear that we want more, that we want to have our own independent voice when it comes to these topics, and we can do this because we are diverse. Comrades, I have experienced an SPD that has become a real community, makes me very happy. Having said that, thank you to all comrades. Thank you to Lars and Saskia. And with complete conviction, I am going to support you today with my vote. Jasmin, thank you. Felix Ferber. You have the floor. He's joining us digitally. Ah, there he is. Yes. Comrades, at home and in Berlin, dear Lars, dear Saskia, thank you for running as candidates for the party executive. Your work and the work of many people in the Willy Brandt House made it possible to celebrate the successes that we experienced this year. I would also like to thank others. With Saskia, Norbert, you promised us many things, and you lived up to all your promises with her. That is really impressive. Mission accomplished. I would also like to share one thing with you and the new party executive, something that millions of parents find important. We need a fast and just solution around the pandemic in the area of education, in order to make sure that we can lead a carefree life. I mean, this topic moves me because I have 2 young kids. It dominates our everyday lives. And the pandemic doesn't really make our lives nicer, let's face it. I think I speak on behalf of many parents. Many have experienced similar things. Many are exhausted and need new hope. My son, for instance, during the pandemic had a school start that is unheard of. I mean, many other school kids have to adjust to new and sometimes arbitrarily seeming rules. And my daughter in a daycare center is confronted with pushbacks and issues. Don't misunderstand me. Many rules are basically correct. The virus is dangerous. However, we have to make sure that we can return to a new normal. Teachers, instructors, everybody does great work so that kids potentially don't see what is happening. I'm very grateful to our teachers because they find all this very important. And now here's the crux. In contrast to last year, we have a means to return to a new normal. We adults have made an intergenerational promise. We said we have to make sure that people and kids don't suffer. And there is a vaccine, and we have mandatory vaccination already almost in place. I mean, people are following the intergenerational promise, and they show solidarity with the ones that cannot get vaccinated. Some people can never be convinced, and these people have to be taken on board with mandatory vaccination in order to be able to protect our kids, in order to reduce the burden on hospitals so that regular surgeries can happen again, that cultural activists have a future, that the catering industry has a future and can stay open. Many, many different reasons that speak for a vaccination mandate. Lars and Saskia, I wish you a strong mandate to lead our party into a long-term successful future. And this is connected to a request. Make sure that we get mandatory vaccination. And this is also part of the initiative motion of users. Glück auf. I'm saying hi from the Flensburger Förder. Thank you, Felix. We're saying hi back. And now, Julie Rothe. She is also joining us digitally. And while we are waiting, I can tell the delegates that we have 12 further requests for the floor. 3 minutes each, and then we will start the voting process. And after that, we will have our first voting round for the party executive. Okay, Julie, there she is. No sound.
Julie,
sorry, Julie, we can see you, but we can't hear you. I think you have to unmute your microphone. Yes. Now we can hear you, but not really well. Say something. Is it better now? It's not good, but it's better. Okay, let me try and speak super loud, hoping that you can hear me. Comrades, I'm sure that you would also have liked to meet each other face to face. It is not just about celebrating what we have achieved, but it's also about advancing our program. Lars said it already. We have to work on learning from our mistakes. And one big mistake that was made by the CDU can be avoided by us, i.e. that in a time where we are in the government, where we have the chancellor, we revise our content. The CDU has internal disputes, no sense of orientation, and we want to avoid this. They are getting the 1990s back into their party executive, and I think this is something we don't want. We don't want to be a party that is broadly positioned and has an advanced and progressive agenda. So in the next 4 years, we have to remember this. The coalition agreement is not our party manifesto, and it does not replace resolutions taken at the party convention. The chancellor is social democratic, so we cannot say that certain motions are declared done. We need spaces in the party to pass resolutions together. So it is cool and super that Lars and Saskia joined and support the suggestion of the Jusos that in the next 2 years, rooms and spaces will be created for content-related debates, so that resolutions can be developed. A lot of work still needs to be done. There are different motions, one on the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border and another on the mandatory vaccination scheme. And I think this shows that there is a lot of food for discussion, and I think we should have discussed certain issues more in the past. We couldn't do this because of the pandemic. However, we should not wait until 2023 because we can see that there is a lot that needs to be discussed. Thank you to Lars, Jesse, and Jessica. Interesting contributions. So we have to join forces and make progress together, and we must not repeat the mistakes that other parties are making and have made. We must not just focus on governing and ruling the country, but the party is still the place where we pass resolutions and discuss things that will eventually then enter our party manifesto. So let's do it. Thank you.
Julie, thank you very much. And we're now waiting for Andy Stoch to take the floor, and he's going to be the next speaker. Comrades, here in this hall and at home, it's just 2 years ago when we met in this hall, in this very building. And at that time, we knew about the difficult situation we were in as a party, and we did a lot of things right during these 2 years. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you thank you to those who took responsibility, Norbert and Saskia as the chairpersons, Lars as the Secretary General, and everybody around them who worked for the party. What we were able to pull off is something that nobody believed we would be able to do. To find that cohesion, that internal cohesion again as a political party that Lars highlighted in his speech. We will be successful politically only if we work closely together with those who wear the same jersey that we are wearing, the jersey of the SPD. And this internal cohesion was one of the main reasons for us to be successful during the general elections. And we elected Olaf Scholz as German Chancellor, Bärbel Baas, who is the President of Parliament, thus holding one of the highest offices of Germany. We have Frank-Walter Steinmeier as the President, and we will hopefully elect him again as President of Germany. Well, against that backdrop, I can tell you that the SPD is going to shape this country to a very large extent, which is good for this country and for the people in this country. But these offices and the election results on the federal and state levels are not an end in itself, because people have their expectations regarding us, and we need to translate our responsibility into results, is what some said. And I'm saying that together with Oliver Kaczmarek and Stefanie Hubig and Thies Rabe and many others, those who promote education policies also during the coalition negotiations. And when we determined the first Chancellor, Willy Brandt, we changed the education system. We made this promise of social mobility through the education system. I'm the first one in my family to do a grammar school exam and be able to go to university. And that's why I'm telling you what we have negotiated in the coalition agreement. This allows a larger part of the students to rely on allowances by the state for their university careers and studies. So the opportunity to study a degree course does not depend on the income of their family anymore. And therefore, I ask us to do exactly this in the next year, in the next 2 years. There is an opportunity that goes hand in hand with these offices, and we need to make use of these opportunities. Let's change and improve the life of people on an everyday basis. And coming from Baden-Württemberg, I can tell you that time has come for Social Democrats to be in government again in this state too, because only on that basis will we be able to improve the lives of people also in Baden-Württemberg. Having said that, I'd like to say good luck. Meiner's greeting. Katja Nehle and Sebastian Rohloff will be the next speaker, to be followed by Rita Schwarz-Wüstner.
Erst wird noch mal gewischt.
Of course, we first need to clean the lectern.
Vielleicht kann man an der Stelle mal ein herzliches Dankeschön.
And maybe at this juncture we can say thank you and give a round to those who do all the background work, and Katja is on her way to the lectern. Thank you very much. Comrades, over the last years, we have seen and experienced a new level of openness within the party, which can be gleaned from its openness towards new content, new directions. After having looked back for so many years, we see there's a willingness to overcome Hartz IV and to develop a new concept for a new social state, for a labor-based society of tomorrow. We anchor that not only in our party manifesto, but we want to anchor it in the coalition agreement. We can glean that from Olaf's decision and the party leadership's decision during the election campaign not to leave the whole topic of climate protection to the Green Party, but to develop our own concept for the conversion of the industrial society under climate protection aspects. And these two things together made people putting their trust in us that we are able to master the future. I can see that also in the way we deal with each other in a more open manner. There is trust in the users who represent us in so many constituencies. They are the basis for the future societies. Last week, I said that we have this openness, which is also to be gleaned by the very fact that we leave and give the responsibility to the fight against the pandemic to Karl Lauterbach. And I was happy about the newly emerging interest in Eastern European policy, and want to mention Saskia, who understood the strategic importance of Eastern Germany. The Eastern Länders are not important only in political terms, because the Eastern Länders are different from the picture that is portrayed by the torch-bearing mob in Grimma or the attackers from Halle. We shouldn't leave them the opportunity to characterize the Eastern Länders. The Eastern Länders, from the SPD's perspective, is a young region. There is the user from Magdeburg who represents Magdeburg in Parliament. It is a diverse Eastern Länder, like the representatives of Schwerin and other areas. It's red along large stretches, like the vast majority of constituencies where the SPD has become the strongest party, also in Saxony-Anhalt. And these eastern regions are self-confident and self-assertive, like Gerline Hildebrand and Rainer Töppner showed us. And therefore, comrades, let's use this as our basis to build upon. Let's turn the SPD into a modern Big Tent party anchored across the entirety of Germany, which will be the basis for future election success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katja. And I also would like to welcome everybody. I continue in my role as chair of the convention, and therefore I'd like to announce the next speakers. We need to disinfect and clean the lectern, which is being done as we speak. Sebastian Olaf, who is also on site, will be the next speaker to talk to us. So, Olaf. Oh, comrades. Sebastian. Well, you have to listen to me. And the Swedish Premier Minister has arrived, and we're looking forward to her words of greeting. But beyond that, we are experiencing a historic party convention for the first time in 20 years, where a party to provide the chancellor, which is something of a challenge for the party as well. Of course, it's great to have the strongest party in parliament and therefore have the opportunity to fight for our own causes and content. But the relationship between the government and the group in parliament is a challenge, as we experience on an everyday basis. We were never a party of claqueurs for chancellors. We have a vision of society, a critical vision. And what this vision is like is something that we need to continue developing in our political discourse. Political concepts haven't been dealt with through a coalition agreement. This is just the result of talks. To be able to understand what you can manage during the coalition and what you need to pick up on. Let's take a look at the limitation of fixed-term labor contracts. We want to limit the number of reasons for such fixed-term contracts, and we want to limit it in a very clear manner. And we need to state very clearly that what has not been anchored in the coalition agreement is something that we need to continue working for after the end of the term of government. The same applies to the topic of drugs, which is a highly contended topic in society. We have got a very prestigious committee who have come to a different result than I would have come to. We also need to have a debate on drones, drones with or without weapons. And we can do that not by means of doing away with all debates with a reference to the coalition agreement. We can't do that. Lars Klingmann in the Motions Committee said that we are going to have spaces in the discussion, and I believe the new leadership, which is up and coming, that there will be opportunities to continue these debates, which means that they will have to bank on participation during the debates by members. We are strong if we have a clear attitude. That's very clear. Let's be strong. Let's show a very clear attitude. Thank you very much for your contribution and for sticking to the time slot. And I'd like to make use of the time to ask the next speakers to enter the digital rooms. The next speaker, Rita Schwarz-Filesutta, should already be there, and I'd like to give her the floor. And then Annika Klose from Berlin, Patricia Selig, and Stella Kirigiani Eferimitu also asked to proceed to the digital spaces, and I just need to check whether Rita is already there. Yes, she's here. She's live. She's here. Although you're not connected, you're here on site. You still have the floor. Well, comrades, it would be wonderful if we were able to celebrate our success together, because we were the ones to win the elections and people put trust in us. And therefore, I would like to thank Saskia, Norbert, Lars, Kevin, and above all, Mütze, and our Chancellor, Olaf Scholz. So the trust into us means that people trust that we are able to design and shape the future, and we have to do so because times are difficult. And therefore, I'd like to start looking at the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border, which is a human tragedy, and it's very good that we have tabled a motion with reference to the situation with a very clear position. But it's a time of crisis, like the climate crisis, which hasn't emerged yesterday, which hasn't been put on the agenda only yesterday, but which brought us home to that it has arrived at us, in our region. Let's take a look at North Rhine-Westphalia and other regions. That makes it clear that we need to have that energy transition. We need to be able to tackle the climate crisis. And in all these crises and during these times, people are concerned about their future. They are afraid. 2 years ago, nobody would have believed that our society would be impacted to such an extent by a pandemic, as it turned out. And these are fears, these are concerns. And this is something that populists are very strongly interested in, and they want to fear. They want to work with these fears. They use them and instigate them through conspiracy theories, but rage and hatred must not take the upper hand. We need to strengthen democracy. Lies appear very understandable to reason, and they seem to be the truth because those who lie have the advantage of knowing before what the audience wants to hear. But it's our task to strengthen democracy, to start a discourse based on respect across all political levels on the field, a discourse and discussion with academia, with civil society and journalists, making sure that we strengthen democracy. This is going to be an important task. It's a slogan, but it's much more than a slogan, because if we look at those who gather in front of the homes of politicians, it's high time for us to understand that it's our task to strengthen democracy through new formats. And I'm convinced that the digital approaches that we have developed and that we have grown accustomed to ever since COVID came about, that this allows us to reach out to all corners of the country, thus being able to show that we not only address problems, but also start solving them against the backdrop of freedom, justice. Thank you very much for your contribution, Rita. And I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker, who is connected remotely. Annika Klose has dialed in from Berlin. And I just need to check whether she's already ready to go. It's just an internal Berlin connection. And once we've established the link, Annika will be given the floor. And I think the moment has come. Annika, I can see you, and here you go. Excellent. Well, comrades, I am very happy to have the opportunity to talk to you today. And I'm particularly happy that with Saskia and Lars, we have the opportunity to elect and vote for two excellent chairpersons. I want to thank the party leadership, but I particularly want to thank our members and our membership. Much has been said about the courage that has emerged over the last years, over working together. And we must not forget where we come from. The party leadership with Saskia and Norbert, they had been elected by the membership, which was a very courageous decision. Nobody reckoned with it to work out the way it did, and the very fact that they were able to bring our party internally together to such an extent as they did is something that makes us all happy, which at the same time gives us the opportunity to provide the Chancellor. I want to thank the membership. Everybody knows that election campaigns don't work without voluntary helpers. That's the very backbone of party work across all levels, which is why it's so important to me to make it clear that 49 people younger than 35 years old are members of parliament. 89 candidates were put onto the list of candidates by the membership. This is a kind of courage which we should also show in the years to come. And that's word to Lars, Saskia, request. Take them on board, these members, because you are the voice of them. So I'd like to ask you to recognize, to acknowledge the contribution of voluntary workers. We shouldn't just have committees meeting behind closed doors who then present results, but we should have federal party conventions. Thank you very much for having accepted our motion for amendments of the statute so that we can have more party conventions for the whole federal level. Much has been said about the social state that has to be implemented. The coalition agreement is not totally in keeping with what we want to achieve, although we were able to anchor a lot of our important points in it. But there are more points and topics that we need to focus on. Take a look at the urban results. We haven't won everywhere, but we also lost ground to the Greens, for instance, and we, Social Democrats, need to position ourselves there in the future, which is our task for the next 2 years. We need to work together, develop strategy to be able to reconquer this lost ground. And I very much hope that we work on that together. The third point I'd like to mention is a strong signal towards Europe. And I want to turn to Jessica and Nasser and thank them for having talked about Belarus in a very urgent manner. Many European partners and comrades are waiting for Germany to send a very clear signal about our willingness to accept refugees so that we make a contribution towards what Seehofer, as a Minister of the Interior, blocked. We can do better than that, and I hope that we can send that signal as a united SPD. Thank you very much, Annika. Thank you very much. It worked very well with the link, and now I would like to give the floor to the next comrade, Patricia Selig. And I'm sure it's also going to work out fine with the remote connection.
Diese kurze Sekunde ist vorbei. Ich sehe dich, Patricia, du hast das Wort.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you, comrades. We have heard a lot about progress and about the developments in this world. And we have heard that many changes are happening. We, as the SPD, have the task to further advance these positive developments, but also to check where development and progress become a danger. With regards to this party convention, it has become clear that a broad range of our party is warning of the developments in the defense industry. And there's one contradiction clearly in the coalition agreement. We call for the revival of international disarmament and arms control. On the other hand, we are in favor of armed drones. And there is no international law mandate for this. If fewer soldiers have to be deployed in an area and if a military attack can still be implemented, then the threshold to enter a war is being decreased. As an SPD, we are on the side of peace. Reducing these inhibition thresholds sort of contradicts our manifesto. We hope that there's more security for our holders, but then again, we create an increased danger potential for civil society. People massively suffer from the threats by drone attacks. Of course, we understand and know that we need to bear responsibility when we are in the government, but we must not forget that political majorities in a democracy are subject to change. With armed drones in the Bundeswehr, we are opening a path that with regards to the different chances and risks we should not embark upon. Rolf, in your speech, you quite rightly mentioned and accused that companies benefit from armament, and you said that we want to break up this spiral. As users, we are against the armament of drones, and we would like to ask you for your support regarding the initiative motions to be and to have a very strong position as an SPD. Thank you very much for your input. And let us continue. Stella Kiligiani Efremido has the floor now. She's also joining us digitally. And once the connection is working, we will have a few more inputs here from Berlin. Stella, we can see you. I hope you can hear us and see us as well. Yes. Comrades, dear Saskia, dear Norbert, dear Olaf and Lars, as Deputy Chairwoman of the Work Group on Migration and Diversity, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to make contributions to the two topics that I stand for. Thank you that you understand that these are crucial topics also for the future. I'm also referring to the motion change of perspectives at the Polish-Belarusian border. Dear colleagues, the values that the EU is based on are respect of human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and the protection of human rights, the human rights of all people. So humanity and solidarity are our fundamental values. Deviating from them is a total no-go. We have to make sure that these fundamental values are respected, especially when it comes to people that are escaping. Unfortunately, we failed again. We closed our eyes, we closed our ears, and no action should not be our approach. Do we really forget what happened in 2015 when desperate people tried to reach Germany through the Balkans? Borders were closed, fences were built overnight, and the Mediterranean Sea has now become a mass grave for people. Never mind European countries that practice illegal pushbacks. Now, what has the EU learned from 2015? What has been done ever since? Let's be honest. And today I definitely want to be honest. Then the answer would be nothing. For weeks at the Polish-Belarusian border, we have seen terrible things. People have become the cannonballs of right-wing extremist regimes. Lukashenko, and Jessica quite rightly said this, got these people to the border, and Poland closed its border. In between desperate people, amongst them many women and kids who are about to die from hunger and coldness. And we are still discussing about sanctions. Sanctions, yes, they are crucial, but they are not everything. With barbed wire and isolation, we cannot help these people. This does not reflect our fundamental values. We want to help these people now. We want to help them quickly. We want to forge an alliance of member states that are willing to receive these people. Humanitarian people must not be blocked anymore. We want to fight push factors to make sure that people stay in their countries. Let us come back to our fundamental values. Make the first step by passing or by deciding on our resolution. Let us prove that the EU is not an ice block, but a warm-hearted community of values. Stella, thank you very much for your inputs. This takes us to the next speaker. He's here. It is Florian von Wund.
Du hast das Wort.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
dear comrades,
wir können stolz sein.
We can be proud of what we have achieved. We can be proud of an SPD-led federal government with Olaf Scholz as federal chancellor. and that we have achieved this, that we had this great election campaign. Thank you so much to Olaf, to Lars, to Norbert and Saskia, to everybody who was involved, particularly Norbert, because I think that it is a very special day for him today. We can be proud of a very good coalition agreement that covers the crucial issues that are close to our people's hearts and that sketches a good vision for the future. And what I find particularly relevant is that with this coalition agreement, I mean, a lot is said in it, climate protection, labor, and social justice. These things are merged because it has become clear that we do care what people live on in the industrial areas of this country. It's not enough to build bike lanes. No, we want to make sure that people have a secure future, people who, for instance, work in the automotive or glass industries. It is good that we're committed to making sure that people get affordable housing. And with Clara, I think we can make a lot of progress so that all people who look for housing will get a flat. And Karl, in the healthcare system, will make change happen. We need to reform the social state. We need good labor. We need more collective agreements. All these things have already been mentioned by Rainer Hoffmann. We need to reduce the debts of municipalities. This is extremely important because this is where policy is being pursued that reaches people. And Georg Mayer, for instance, also said that we have to fight for democracy, equally important. Fighting the right-wing extremists that are unfortunately in the midst of our society and in our parliament. So we have to use all tools, democratic tools that we have to fight these populist and right-wing extremists. One comment on the opposition. What Merz, Söder and others are doing is content-free. There is a content vacuum which shows us why they have or why they are in the opposition now. I mean, if you have clear deficits regarding the pandemic and dirty mask deals, then they should actually come to terms with their own history before they make recommendations and suggestions to others. And Lars is right, dear comrades. We want to win more, and I'm totally convinced that with this new government and with a self-confident party that has a strong agenda, that in important questions we can think further, be it fighting high rents in cities, or be it climate-neutral traffic systems, or be it the question of more justice in the area of salaries. Mackenzie Scott, the ex-wife of Jeff Bezos, said she doesn't know where to spend her money. I mean, these are things that we have to discuss, but I think the connection of the government and a self-confident party is the guarantor for a future-oriented policy and for a decade of social democratic policy. Thank you. Florian, thank you very much. You ended with a bell. Great. And you know what is happening now? We have to disinfect the rostrum. It's being cleaned, and our next speaker is my colleague, Sarah Raglewski, State Minister Raglewski, I should say.
Sarah, du hast das Wort.
Sarah, you have the floor. Thank you. Dear Niels, dear comrades, I think it has been mentioned multiple times already, but let me repeat it. This is a big day today. This is a great week for us Social Democrats. And as we, as a party, are sometimes inclined to get into a bad mood, I think we should enjoy these moments and hours because we all deserve them. It is a success of each and every one of us. I mean, we fought together, 400,000 comrades fought for this victory. We had a fantastic election campaign, and we started the election campaign when others were still in the process of demolishing each other, and we know that some of our political competitors never stopped doing this. And we never lost the patience and stamina, although many were hoping for this. Comrades, I'm deeply convinced that this election campaign, as Lars mentioned it, was only successful because we always knew who we are and what we stand for. We know that the SPD is the political force in this country that pursues policy for the majority of people, for those who go to work every day. And if they don't have work, they make sure that they get work. Those who take care of their kids, of their parents, those who work as volunteers on the ground. This is our policy, or this is our electorate. And people in times of upheaval have the impression that they cannot really build up things anymore, and that we have to make sure that they have a secure future. And we say we see what you're doing, we see that you're working hard, and we pay respect to this. We want to reduce the burden a little bit so that you can enjoy the prosperity that you have worked for at least a little bit. And in the last years, we laid the foundation for this programmatic approach. And I'm very proud of this, because this is not a success that we achieved short-handedly. No, we actually fought for this for a long period of time, and I'm sure that it's going to carry us also into the future. But of course, time doesn't stand still. It comes down to laying the foundation for tomorrow. And comrades, we are also discussing the role of the SPD as a party that now bears government responsibility. And I'm convinced that we as a party have to position ourselves in a way that political majorities are translated into societal majorities. Lars and Saskia said it. We don't want to stay at 25%. We want to make sure that our narrative penetrates our society, and it's the SPD's task to further develop itself in terms of its program, not by always demanding more that then is implementable in the government, no, by pursuing the big lines consistently and by opening prospects for the future. And everybody who is maybe still a bit concerned in terms of the independent profile of the SPD, let me tell you, I come from Bremen. The SPD has been in power there for 72 years, and the reason for that is that we are and have an independent party there. And with Lars, Saskia, and Kevin, I'm sure that the party is in its best hands, and I look forward to working with you, and I am very optimistic when it comes to the future of our party. Thank you, Sarah. We share this optimism. And of course, we are focusing also on Bremen in terms of the years that the Social Democrats have been in power there. Thank you. There are two further requests to speak. Gustav Horn, you can get ready. Thank you very much for disinfecting the rostrum. Gustav, you have the floor. Dear comrades, the way into the future goes over bridges and not through pits, said Lars this morning. And this particularly applies to the economic policy of our party. In the last years, we built bridges to many economists that we had lost for many years, and that sort of circumvented the SPD and its economic policy. And we bridged these gaps, and Norbert made a significant contribution to this. And today we have many young economists in our groups that inspire us in terms of a future economic policy. And one thing has to be clear, dear comrades. An era of social democracy, as we are all hoping for, has to be an era of investments. And these investments do not just lead us into a digital future and an ecologically sustainable future in the area of production, but they create safe and good jobs. And only through this can we reconcile what we want to reconcile. The startup entrepreneurs in Mainz, in Munich and Berlin have to be connected with the miners working in the mines in Garzweiler and Lusatia. So we have to do both. We are committed to both. We are committed to startups and to miners working in the lignite industry. So we have to pay respect to both of them. And we can only do this if we do not just provide jobs to them, but good and secure jobs. And this is what we have to fight for in the next years. And we can only do this if we make major investments. And we promise people that our target of full employment, that is part of our future agenda, means that everybody who wants it will get a job that they can work in to make their ends meet, so that they are not too much worried about their future and their retirement period. Comrades, let us summon up the courage to not have a pale yellow economic policy to sort of do justice to parts of the economic sector. Let us summon up the courage to not pursue a pale green economic policy to do justice to others. Comrades, let us summon up the courage to pursue a bright red economic policy. Only then will we survive and have our own independent party. Thank you, Gustav. Our last speaker is Henning Hohmann from Saxony.
Henning Hohmann bitten, sich bereit zu halten, während die notwendigen.
So while the necessary disinfectant work is done, we are waiting for you to get connected.
Wunderbar, vielen
No, you're here.
Dank.
Okay, thank you very much. Henning, you have the floor.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Dear comrades, I would like to talk about trust. At the last federal elections, we gained trust of our citizens. And this new trust, especially also in Eastern Germany, is based on two pillars. One pillar is that we managed to find new unity. And I think after a decade of disputes, this is the entry to a decade of unity. And dear Norbert, Saskia, and Lars, this is a historical achievement, something that you have managed and achieved in the last 2 years. And what we have achieved is the following. We Social Democrats have found our own agenda again. And in and during the election campaign, we lived up to this agenda. Things that are really relevant and important to people were focused on by and during our election campaign. The respect, pensions, ecological renewal of the business sector in order to secure jobs in our country. And we managed, especially in Eastern Europe, because we have our own history there. So people who were maybe even more skeptical than in other parts of the country, we also convinced them of focusing on what is really important, that is a fair and just policy for the future. Against this backdrop, this has to stay our task also for the future. There's a big misunderstanding in terms of the economic competence of the CDU. Many believe that the CDU is a party with economic competence, but the CDU confuses tax reductions with economic policy. This is a fundamental error. And we as Social Democrats, also when we talk to researchers and scientists, we have the much smarter approaches as to how we can renew this country socially and economically and ecologically. This is what we have to focus on. We Social Democrats deliver where the CDU is failing, dear comrades, and this is our mission. And because I come from the beautiful federal state of Saxony, Petra Köpping is saying hi to you. I mean, she wants to say thank you for the comprehensive solidarity that she has experienced in the last days and weeks. This is one of the many humane features of Petra, i.e. that she really focuses on what is relevant. So the important discourse that we have to lead in order to save our democracy, it is not about focusing on her or on us. It is about focusing on the many people who are lining up in the vaccination centers and who are not protected. We have to make sure that these people are safe. These are the real heroes. These are people whose security we have to guarantee. And this is Petra Köppings and our message.
Ich habe mit Vertrauen.
I started my intervention with trust, and I would also like to close with a comment on trust. Yes, we gained trust, and now our task is to turn this trust into permanent trust through cohesion, through unity, through focusing on what is really relevant, but we also have to trust ourselves. I think that Lars and Saskia deserve our trust. And this is something that we should clearly communicate today at this party convention. Thank you very much, comrades.
Vielen Dank, lieber Henning.
Henning, thank you very much. So this was the last speaker during the general debate, which means that we can move on first to the vote on the party leadership motion, and then on the vote on the party chairmanship. I'm announcing that because it takes some time to prepare everything, and some may want to return to their seats so that everybody would be ready when we're there to go. Now, to be prepared, there are some technical things that we need to make sure that they are in place. My request to the delegates is to check whether you're in open slides, whether you set your state to present. Those who found out that it's not the case, you find the feature to check your presence by clicking on your name in the top left corner and then ticking the box for being present. So in the meantime, I'm stating that no motions for amendments have been submitted, which means that we can now have a vote on the notice of motion, the way it has been submitted in the version of the motion committee. We're opening the possibility to cast your vote. And to do that, to cast your vote, please proceed to the autopilot, as it were. And if you're in agreement with the proposal of the motions committee, click on yes. If you're rejected, click on no. Or if you don't want to cast a vote, you then should click on I abstain. And you will have 30 seconds time to cast your vote. That should be enough. I'm casting my vote too. So I would like to ask you to vote now.
Ja, wir beenden jetzt die Abstimmung.
So we're closing the casting of a vote, and we can already announce a result.
Auch vor, und ich darf euch mitteilen,
I can tell you that the motion by the party leadership has been approved by 99% of the members. Thank you very much.
Es ist ganz korrekt zu sagen, es sind aufgerundete 99.
So it's rounding, it's 98.7% to be very, very precise. This means that we have dealt with the first motion, a very important one, and in the next step, we will proceed to the next elections. It's the election of the party chairperson. At the very beginning, we already talked about the party chairman's position being comprised by 2 people. At the end of the party convention, for this and for all other elections for the party executive committee, we will have the results available. These results would then be confirmed as an aggregated result through the final vote by means of a written vote, which is just meant to formally acknowledge the election results that were achieved here. This is just by way of the procedures. What's important for us to know and for it to work smoothly is that we need to know that we have to change the system. Personal elections are not going to take place in open slides, but we're going to use our digital election system, Polias, which you have come to know in the course of today. And I will try to just walk you through the steps you have to do so that you can take part in the next voting. It's important to change from a test vote into the genuine vote, which is why we now have a new link for Polias. To make it very clear, if you still have the old window open from the test vote of earlier this morning, if that is still open, you should close it now. You will have to close it now. Once you've done that, you need to click again on the link for the digital voting system, which you find on the home page of Open Slides. You need to scroll down a bit. Or alternatively, you find that in the autopilot under the list of speakers, under the item on the agenda, which says election of the party leadership, party chairperson. You can click on that link directly, which will bring you to the digital election system. It will open in a new tab. You can see that in the top corner of your user device. So I hope that it worked well and smoothly for the vast majority of you. Should it not have worked the way you intended it to do, you can also copy the text on the left-hand side and paste it into the URL line. This is in your browser, where you normally find spd.de. You then press Enter again, and this should also bring you to the digital election system. I hope that this was understandable and it worked smoothly for our delegates.
Open Slides noch geöffnet ist.
If you still have the tab for Open Slides open, that would indeed be advisable, enabling you to listen to what I have to say. So don't close the Open Slides tab. Keep it open, please. And also keep the tab for Polias open so that you don't have to register again when we continue voting. So if you go there, you will have probably already entered your access data. If you haven't done so, do it now, please. So under username, you enter the membership number And it's a different personal identification number as compared to Open Slides, and has been sent to you via email. All the access data has been sent to delegates. Once you've done this, you will see a screen. Don't be afraid. If you read, no digital election has been started, then this message is correct, because we're going to open the electronic system once we are ready to do so. Now, we haven't started voting yet, which means that you can't see your digital ballots. It would be great if the delegates could see the line or the statement, "No digital voting has been initiated." If you haven't managed to get there, in spite of everything I told you, you can also ring up the hotline. You find the number of the hotline on the Open Slides homepage. But I would assume that everything I told you is and was understandable, that you're ready to vote, which means that we can start voting. According to Article 23, Section 3 and 2, chairpersons are going to be elected separately from each other. And Article 7 of the election procedures apply. The election should take place on a single ballot. You have one digital ballot, but two names on the ballot. If there is no objection and call to the floor against this proposal, which would take the form of registering for a motion for amendment in Open Slides. So if there is no objection and call to the floor, we can continue as has been proposed. There is no call to the floor, as I'm hearing, which means that we are going to cast our votes in separate votes that are connected. If you look at the ballot, you have the opportunity to select yes, no, or abstention. At this juncture, it's important
nicht so dringend notwendig, für andere aber doch noch mal wichtig, dass der
It's important to keep in mind that the ballot as such is only valid if you leave your vote behind each number, each name, sorry. That is that you need to determine yes, no, or abstention behind each name. And if you haven't ticked any of these boxes, you wouldn't be able to cast your vote, and you will get a respective alert message to complete your ballot. So this by way of preparatory remarks, and before we start casting the vote, let me share the updated report of the Credential and Vote Counting Committee. For reasons of time, I would report the numbers so that everybody knows how many delegates are registered in the system. We have 596 delegates present and 32 members of the party leadership who are entitled to vote. The credentials have been checked by the committee. 307 delegates are women, which is a share of 48.89%. So that's the updated report of the Credential and Vote Counting Committee. And there's a last remark regarding the representatives of the media. A remark for the delegates at home. Please make sure that when you cast your vote, that the vote would not be captured on video in order to keep the confidentiality of the vote. Once you have cast your vote, click on the bottom right button, which says check vote. Your selection will be shown, just to be on the safe side again. If there's an error message, you either tick too many boxes or not enough boxes, and you should correct this by clicking on changing my vote. The respective button can be found on the left bottom side, and you can also click on it if you want to change your vote. Now, when you're ultimately happy with what you ticked, and if there is no error message on your screen, and last step is necessary, which means that you need to click on binding vote to complete your voting, your casting of a vote. You will then receive the message that your digital vote has been cast successfully, and you cannot reverse and further edit your vote. That's it.
Dann müsste jetzt die Abstimmung auch.
And I think the time has come for the vote to start, and I would like to ask you to cast your votes now.
Es sind schon ganz viele Stimmen eingegangen. Insofern weiß
So a lot of votes have already been cast, and against that backdrop, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that not much time is left for those who haven't cast their vote yet, and we will close the voting procedure very soon.
So, die Regie sagt noch 40 Sekunden.
Just another 40 seconds then, says our director.
So, ich glaube, jetzt hatten alle genügend Zeit, nochmal zurückzukommen.
So I think everyone has had enough time to come back if they even left their devices. No more voting is possible, and this round of voting is concluded.
Und für alle diejenigen, die jetzt schon die Fotogeräte hier bereithalten, muss ich eine kleine Enttäuschung mit auf den Weg geben, denn wir unterbrechen ganz kurz.
Your cameras. We're going to adjourn for a moment so that the
auch von der Richtigkeit der Stimmabgabe nochmal und vor allem dem daraus resultierenden Ergebnis überzeugen kann. Und sobald das geschehen ist und auch die Mandatsprüfungs- und Zählkommission das Ergebnis gibt es erstmal eine kleine Unterbrechung. Ja, liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen, ich höre, es liegt ein Abstimmungsergebnis vor.
So I understand we have a result, and the result will now be announced to us by the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee. Ulrike.
Liebe Genossinnen, ich gebe euch
Comrades, this is the result of the election of the party
Die Wahl
heads.
fand in verbundener Einzelwahl
It
statt.
took place
Gewählt ist im ersten
secretly,
Wahlgang,
and in the first
der mehr
round of
als die Hälfte der
voting,
abgegebenen gültigen Stimmen
if you
erreicht
receive
hat.
more than half of the valid votes, you are elected. The result is as follows.
Saskia Esken,
Saskia Esken,
abgegebene Stimmen
votes cast
606.
606.
Ungültig 0.
Invalid, none.
Gültig
Valid,
606.
606.
Davon Ja
Of which in favor,
465,
465.
Nein-Stimmen
Votes
104,
against, 104.
Enthaltungen
Abstentions,
37.
37.
Saskia Esken ist
Saskia
gewählt
Esken
mit
is voted
76,7%.
with 76.7% of the vote.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, liebe Saskia.
Congratulations, Saskia. Lars Klingbeil,
Abgegebene Stimmen
votes cast
606.
606,
Davon ungültig,
of which invalid, none.
gültig
Valid,
606.
606.
Ja-Stimmen
Votes in favor,
523.
523.
Nein
Votes against,
60.
60.
Enthaltungen
Abstentions,
23.
23.
Lars ist gewählt mit
Lars is elected with
86,3%. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
86.3%. Congratulations.
Liebe Saskia, lieber Lars, auch von dieser Stelle
Saskia and Lars, we too want to wish you congratulations to your vote. I don't want to interrupt the congratulation process here. Maybe you can come up on the stage for a minute and receive the rest of your laurels in a minute.
Ich habe es am Anfang noch mal gesagt, nur der Form halber.
I just have to ask you, for reasons of formalities, you have to actually confirm this. There are postal votes as well. But here's the question to you, Saskia and Lars, do you accept the results of this vote? Yes, I'm very grateful to accept the results of this vote, and I thank you for your trust. Thank you. Okay, Lars, what about you? I could make it easier and say I have nothing to add to what Saskia has said. I am happy to accept the position, and I'm very grateful for your trust, and I'm glad that Saskia and myself are now party leaders.
Danke. Und als nächstes feiern wir dich. Vielen Dank.
Danke, Nils. Vielen Dank. Danke, Kerstin.
Ja, liebe Saskia, lieber Lars, ganz herzlichen
Saskia
Glückwunsch.
and Lars,
Und damit
congratulations.
die Wahl der stellvertretenden
And now we proceed
aufrufen.
to a round of voting
Wir würden
for
jetzt so
the
vorgehen, dass wir
deputy party heads. So
Parteivorstand in der statuarischen
we
Reihenfolge
will go
stattfinden.
through this in order. So first the deputy party leaders, and then the general secretary, the treasurer,
Der
the
Verantwortliche beim
person
Parteivorstand für die
responsible
Europäische
for
Union.
the European Union
Wir haben
in the party leadership.
Der Wahl zu den stellvertretenden
In the
Parteivorsitzenden
elections
gemäß
for
§
the
23 Absatz 1 unseres Organisationsstatutes
deputy
stellvertretende
party heads according to our statutes. We need to elect 5 deputy party heads. We have the following people who are running for the position, and we have no counter
vorgeschlagen.
deputy head candidates.
Clara
So
Geiwitz,
we have Clara Geiwitz, Hubertus Heil, Thomas Kutschaty,
Serpil Medjatle und Anke Rehlinger.
Medjatle, and Anke Rehlinger.
Ich würde euch 5 in dieser
And I
Reihenfolge
would like to
jetzt
ask the 5 of you to come up in this order.
wenn das Rednerpult aufgebaut ist, ich
And
sage nochmal
when
die
the tribune
Reihenfolge
is
kurz, dann könnt ihr euch schon mal
set
vorbereiten.
up, I'll tell you the order. We're going to start with Clara, then Hubertus, Thomas, Serpil, and Anke in that order.
So, und damit sind wir, glaube ich, bereit für dich,
And
Clara.
That means we are ready for you,
Und wenn du
Clara.
magst, komm zum Rednerpult für
And
deine
if you
Vorstellung.
like, you can come up to introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes time.
Liebe Saskia Esken, zunächst möchte ich dir
Saskia Esken, first of all, I want to congratulate you for your results. 2 years ago, we started off together as competitors, and 2 years later, we have become comrades, and I'm 100% behind you.
Und ich freue mich natürlich auch auf die
And
Zusammenarbeit.
of course, I'm looking forward to working together with Lars as well. 2019, I said we need a gender equality decade. And now we have a cabinet of Scholz's, which is based on gender equality, which is great for the women in this country. But we've got a Green Party, FDP, and SPD party who's trying to organize gender equality. We need to modernize family law, tax law. There's so many things that we can finally do that we weren't able to do with the Conservatives in power all these years. This government of Olaf Scholz will be one that pursues the interests of women and gender equality. That will be at its heart. I look forward to it. We also won elections in Eastern Germany with so many direct mandates, which is a great deal of trust placed in us. The electorate focused on Olaf Scholz. They want a statutory minimum wage of 12 euros. That would be a real increase in their earnings, but they also want to have gender equality representation. I'm pleased to represent the interests of people in the East as well, but 2 out of 3 in the Chancellor's office are Eastern Germany. In the past, there was an undersecretary who was responsible for Eastern German affairs, and he could give good interviews. Now we have Carsten Schneider, a strong man who has the expertise and has a position in the cabinet and is aware of the interests of East and West. And it's also important to say that the Minister of Integration, Riem, is from Eastern Germany. We, as Martin Dullich said, stand for a diverse, open Eastern society and against the cliches that many think of Eastern Germany. There's a major challenge that I have taken on this week. I am the German Ministry of Construction, and I am responsible for us building 400,000 apartments every year, of which 100,000 should be social housing, because we need these apartments for young people who are moving out from their parents' homes, families that are getting larger, senior citizens who require accessible housing. But if you build this much, you have to be aware of the climate. The housing sector is the elephant in the room with the climate debate. There's a huge potential, but it only moves very, very slowly. And this is why I think in construction, we need a new age of construction, a new Bauhaus movement, an environmental Bauhaus movement, because that's the only way we are going to be able to create the amount of housing that we need while adhering to our climate targets. And then construction always gets so expensive, many people say. But I say, with looking at the Paris Accord, we can't decide either building or expensive, either building or climate protection. We have to mainstream both, and they must be dovetailed. We have to modernize our construction industry, which will lead to the high quality of the German industry being added to a component of future thinking. We will use and export modern construction materials and technologies for creating low-carbon buildings that will strengthen Germany as an investment location. Glück auf, as the German miners say. All the best.
Danke, Clara. Und für den nächsten Redebeitrag die nächste Vorstellung.
Clara. And now I would like to give the floor to Hubertus Heil.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, it has been said a number of times today, but we have to keep saying it this week with the election of Olaf Scholz as the fourth German Chancellor from the Social Democratic Party. We've written history, and we've renewed our position as a big tent party. It's not just about being the strongest party, which we are. You're not just a big tent party if you have a lot of members. So we have a lot of members with over 400,000 Social Democrats. But the left-wing big tent party means, first and foremost, being aware of society as a whole and not just individual interest groups, bringing the country together. And if we do it in the years to come, and that is my aim together with you, then perhaps we will be the only big tent party left in Germany, because the others all focus on individual interests. Now, this is a really ambitious aspiration, being a party of the entire population here, a country in change, where different identities play a role as well. And we have to look at what brings this society together and what makes us move forward. That's what we need to do. What I want to contribute is in the DNA of our party anyway. We are a party of the working people in this country, a party of the labor. So that means there are three things we need to focus on when we're looking at the future of labor: the value of labor, the dignity of labor, and the change that we are seeing in the working world. And that means we have to fight so that the workers of today have a chance in this changing world to do the work we need tomorrow. And I'm very grateful that in this coalition agreement, with a recognizable social democratic character, we have a whole range of tools at our disposal that will educate, train our people, and make further training possible, too, for the people in this country. Germany must become a republic of further training so that the employees of today have a chance to get a job tomorrow as well and keep it.
Es geht aber auch um die Würde der Arbeit.
But it's also about the dignity of work, respect for every kind of work in this country, whether it's people who are cleaning or skilled workers or managers. We are the party of the working person, which is why we have to deal with specific things, decent wages, with the higher statutory minimum wage and more collective bargaining positions. I also worked for the meat processing industry, finally stopping exploiting people from Eastern Europe. But we have to take this a step further. We need to make sure that people are treated decently, that they are well paid, and that they don't get sick from their work, either mentally or physically. And it's also about the future of work and the question of what we need to do in terms of business and social affairs. We will have to take many different things on in this coalition. We will be able to break down some of the blockades, make progress, economic, social, environmental, but not just progress for a few people, progress for everyone. And we have to join forces, and we do that in a party by ensuring that the alleged contradiction that we keep hearing and discussing in our party for the last 100 years between pragmatism and idealism, that we bring these two together and merge them. One thing defined me, a person defined me, who I got to know, Kevin, that was Egon Bahr, someone who created real historic achievements and real sense of humor, and he communicated a principle that we're going to need in the years to come as well, and that is if Social Democrats want to have decent work, then they cannot dream away from the realities. They cannot escape taking on their responsibility, but they can't accept things as they are just because they are as they are. So take life as it is, but don't leave it the way you found it. That's our approach here. And that's why I want to work to ensure that our party is defined by both idealism and pragmatism. There's no point having high ideals if you can't actually improve people's ordinary lives. And there's no point working pragmatically if you haven't got values and a clear sense of orientation. So we are all involved in politics. Sometimes we lose sight of ordinary people's lives. And I think every now and then, particularly in the election campaign, we managed to hit a nerve in society because we combined pragmatism and idealism. I'm thinking of Ms. Fief today, a woman I met this summer. Ms. Fief worked for 46 years. After school, she didn't go into training or vacation. She worked in a leather factory. It went bankrupt. She kept working in a hotel making beds. And then after 46 years, she got her pension, where she's only getting 800 euros. And with the basic pension, she has 200 euros more. And she said that's not big money. She still needs to get housing benefit to pay for her flat in Stuttgart. But she was one of the first people to get the basic pension. And she said, at least you saw me. And let us make sure that we see everyone in this country. That is social democracy, and that is what I'm advocating. Thank you.
Danke, Hubertus. Und für die nächste Vorstellung darf ich dann...
Thank you very much. And now, Thomas Kutschaty, I'd like to ask you to come up to the floor.
Ich glaube, du kannst nach vorne kommen.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich bin ja unter den 5 Kandidierenden.
Comrades, I am the first person who is running as candidate for this position as deputy head, so perhaps I can introduce me. I'm Thomas Kutschaty, 53 years old, married, 3 children. Essen's Borbeck district is the chapter I've been in for many, many years now. In fact, that I'm standing here and talking to you from this position is something really special for me. And it goes against everything I would have imagined possible. I worked as a lawyer, as a state assembly MP, now head of a parliamentary group, as somebody coming from the Ruhr Valley. I couldn't have imagined that. I was born into a railway worker's family, grew up in a council housing flat. The fact that it's possible has two reasons. I owe it to my parents, and I owe it to SPD educational policy. My parents thought that their son should become whatever he wanted to become, to pursue his hopes. I don't know whether they was agreed with what I ended up wanting to do. I didn't actually discuss what I'm doing right this minute with them. But what was possible then is something I wish for every child today, namely that you can pursue your own dreams and make them become real. I want that possible for every child. That's what I'm going to fight for. And if in our country we talk about the future of children, if we make decisions about them because we're looking at their background and it's not their talents and their hard work that counts, if their careers are based on the postcodes they grew up in, then we cannot say this is something we can accept. Equal opportunities isn't a utopia, it's our mandate, and I want to fight with you to achieve this. But let us not suggest that if you didn't get your A levels, then you've lost in the educational policy discussion. Sometimes this seems to be suggested, but this is wrong. The point is to make it possible for children's wishes to come true. And whatever they end up doing professionally, it's about having respect for what they do. And respect needs decent work. It needs decent skilled workers, craft trades workers. We talk a lot about climate protection, but have we gone away and thought about who's going to organize climate protection? It's not just parliaments. It's the people on the ground who have to do the work. Skilled workers, craft trade workers are environmental protectors. We achieved a great result both in the national elections and the two state elections as well. In September, we need to take this further with a strong government, with a confident parliamentary group in our Bundestag and a dynamic modern party. But let me also say very clearly, also with 16 federal states and with the municipal level as well. Let us not forget the municipal level. Most of our mandates who are working as volunteering for the party do it on the local authority level, on the municipal level. That is really the backbone of everything we do. So let's ensure that we are successful on that level too. We've already heard that there are 4 state assembly elections. We want Stefan Wahl to be successful in Lower Saxony, and there are 3 black state premiers in Germany who can be voted for. So let us, with Anke Rehlinger in Saarland, Thomas Losser-Müller in Schleswig-Holstein, and I promise you that we, and I personally, we have undertaken to ensure that the last 4 years in North Rhine-Westphalia, we only lost for 4 years, and we want to elect it again. So when we say black state premiers, we mean, of course, conservatives. Social democracy is a lawyer and an architect at the same time. A lawyer doing advocacy work for people who need our help, but an architect to construct a better future so that we can move together towards a better world tomorrow. I want to be involved in contributing to this as the deputy party leader, and I ask for your support.
Danke, Thomas. Da kommen noch Trommeln. Dann darf ich für die Vorstellung Serpil Medjatle auf die Bühne bitten.
And I would like to ask Serpil Medjatle to take the floor.
Ja, moin, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Good morning, comrades. Finally, you're always a little bit nervous when you get the opportunity to talk in front of the entire party, and I'm feeling just the same today. 2 years ago, I was even more excited than I'm now, and more nervous because I shared my personal story with you 2 years ago. I grew up in Kiel, Mettenhof, and particularly in this neighborhood, Timas Kochati, there. Talent and diligent work is not what you're awarded for, but it's the postcode which determines your future career. 24109 is the postcode where I grew up, and so many wrote me from this neighborhood, being proud of their postcode being mentioned on a party convention. This is respect, and this is a recognition of the people who live there, comrades. At that time, we knew that we didn't have many prospects because already our address told other people, stop, you're not going to advance, you won't be able to advance in your career. But over the last 2 years, in the combination with the coalition agreement, we made major steps forward. We have provided for a basic allowance for children, which means for many, many children that they would be taken out of poverty. Thank you very much for the great campaign of the Federal Trade Union. 1 in 5 children lives in poverty in Germany. It's our task, it's a historic task to get them out of that child poverty, comrades. We're in favor of more opportunities, for more participation in societal life, and we're going to change hearts for making sure that the dignity of people will be focused on through the citizens' money. Oliver Kaczmarek, 4,000 schools will be installed and built up in Germany so that more can have a participation in a successful education career, because that's the right step to take for us. All this and much more has been achieved on the basis of the coalition agreement. And when it comes to elections, and it may have happened that the impression might have come up that it's all about the cars as a minister and the post as a minister. And it's not about these things. It's about being able to do things right, to decide things, to do them right for Aisha, Jem, Justin, and Annika. It's about to improve their lives. And this 1.6%, this difference may appear to be minor, but particularly for these kids, it's a huge opportunity for them to get the opportunities that they need, chances they need. The question is whether they can graduate from school, whether they would get a training place. Thank you for the training place guarantee, dear users, and they will have enough money for paying the rent. And it's not only about the rent, but the other large expenditure of households, heating costs. It's an important task for us to not let people down when it comes to putting an end to climate change, because we are the ones who have to think of all people living in this country. And for all of them, we have won the election, and that means that we need to set out to new horizons towards a better future. With Olaf, we're going to have a strong chancellor. We know that we're going to have a good chancellor with Olaf. But, comrades, I want Olaf Scholz to have an easier task when it comes to governing. And after the election means that we're in the run-up to the next election. Thomas Kutschaty in North Rhine-Westphalia and the others in Lower Saxony, we will make sure that Olaf Scholz finds it easier to govern Germany. We're going to commit ourselves towards that, and that's a worthwhile goal to fight for together. Comrades, I'm really delighted and happy that we can send a signal to the public at large that we are the ones who not only talk diversity, but make diversity tangible. Jansel, Mahmoud, and Reem are the ones that I'm so happy about, and many more will follow their suit. And I want to make my contribution towards providing for even more diversity. And after the pandemic, we want to develop a diversity strategy for the entire party. That means that we have younger and older people, men and women, people with and without migration background and disability, because we are the party for all people in this country, which is worthwhile fighting for, and that's exactly what I want to do together with you. Thank you very much.
danke Serpil und ich darf jetzt vom Präsidium ans Rednerpult bitten. Anke Rehlinger.
Thank you very much, Serpil. And I would like to give the floor to Anke Rehlinger.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen, wenn ihr euch gefragt habt,
Comrades, if you wondered and asked yourselves who it is who can explain the voting procedures, it's me, Anke Rehlinger, the chairperson of the Saar SPD, and want to gain your trust for a second term in office as the vice chair in the SPD. I'd like to ask for your support for the regional election. The general election that we won in Germany should not remain a one-hit wonder. It should be the kickoff for a whole series of successful elections to take place in this and many other years to come, comrades. And I believe he's right, Lars is right. The success of the general elections is something that we want to continue upon together with my colleagues in the Saarland region. I want the SPD to become the strongest party in the Saarland region. I want to follow the example of Olaf Scholz. I want to take the vice out of our name, not vice state premier, but state premier of the Saarland region. This is our objective for 2022. And if I think just a couple of days into the future, I would take Manu, Franziska on board. Manu and Franziska, they have set a very good example. They are our role models, as it were, and I wanted to just follow their example, and I want to become the 4th female state premier in this round of SPD female premiers. And this is just the kickoff, as I said. It's the prelude, and that is something that we need to state very clearly on our party convention. We talked about in length how we felt during the last months and years, how we felt not so good. But it's important for us to say not only that we're feeling good now, but to also state what our purposes and objectives are to win the elections in Saarland, in Northern Westphalia, in Lower Saxony. And I want to help achieving these goals, just like I wanted to help contribute to bringing the SPD, helping it regain its old strength. And how we came about to feeling so good today is something that many already mentioned today and who contributed to that. Without mentioning names, we can say very clearly that this is the result of the contribution of 400,000 party members of the SPD in Germany. They all worked along, walked along, and believed in us. And this is why this is our success together. But comrades, feeling good on a party convention to describe this is only one thing. To state that you were successful in the coalition agreements and to be proud of that is yet another story. But the real work will lie in telling people how they can contribute to this coalition government being successful. That's what it's all about. It's not only about expressing our own well-being and feeling good, but making it clear that we can make a contribution towards improving the life of individual citizens. And this is something, a challenge that the coalition agreement lives up on. It will be tackled dynamically under the leadership of Olaf Scholz, and it's going to become clear that it does make a difference whether we are in government as a junior partner or whether we are the lead partner. It's going to take on concrete forms. We passed the Fair Wage Act this week. We copied it, Franziska, should you wonder where this name comes from. It's not only a beautiful name, but this law fulfills what the name promises. It's the principle, if you work properly, you will be paid properly. The principle will have to be applied that the state needs to take on a model role, just like Rainer explained it. And Banu has got it anchored in her coalition agreement, and Hubert, it's good for the federal government that it has become clear that this needs to be implemented, because this makes it very clear. If you want to get orders by the state, you need to provide for proper labor conditions or working conditions. And we're going to take a very careful look at this task, and we're going to put a lot of attention to it. And this is only one of various tasks, indeed. The question how climate protection, economic activities, jobs not only are to be maintained and increased is a question that we will have to answer. And the Saar region is a practical point in case when it comes to answering these questions. I can tell you the Metal Workers Union and Friday for Futures work together for a sustainable steel industry. They not only take to the streets together, they also are on the list for the regional election together. So we're not only talking about bringing things and movements together, this is what we are doing. That is what really counts. Walk the talk, that means what the SPD stands for in Germany. And that's what we want to implement. 37%, we won all constituencies. The Saarland elected red. We just recommend this success story to be repeated. I want to contribute to bring the Social Democratic Party forward, not only during the regional elections in Saarland, but also in the sense that the fight against climate protection, against climate crisis, would be linked with the fight for fair jobs. And in this sense, I'm asking you for your support. Thank you very much.
Danke, ihr fünf. Danke für eure Vorstellungen.
Thanks to all 5 of you. We have 5 deputy chairs that we now need to vote
dass diese in Einzelwahl
on,
gewählt werden. Wir würden euch als Präsidium gerne vorschlagen,
as the presiding committee, we would like to suggest that we make this an individual vote for all 5 names. So that means we have all 5 names on the ballot.
Und
in the voting slide.
Das würde uns einfach
I
ermöglichen,
think that
ein
would
bisschen
just
Zeit
make
zu
it
sparen.
possible to save a little bit of time, and we
Wenn
would
da
have,
jemand nicht mit einverstanden
might
ist,
save a bit
eine
more time that
Gegenrede
way. But if
halten
anyone
möchte,
is
bitte ich
against that, please call for the floor at this point
für bei den Geschäftsordnungsanträgen.
for our point of order.
Jetzt warte ich auf ein Signal, ob es eine Wortmeldung gibt. Es gibt keine Wortmeldung. Ganz herzlichen Dank dafür. Das macht es uns einfacher. Wir stimmen damit also in verbundener Einzelwahl ab.
More efficient
Ich würde die
procedurally, so
Medienvertreterinnen
I'd like to ask the members of the press to avert their
und
camera
Kameras nicht
lenses
auf die
from
Wählenden im Wahlgang und die
people who are
Delegierten zu
voting
richten, damit wir das
and delegates,
Wahlgeheimnis
so that
sicherstellen und respektieren
voting
können.
is secret.
Ich würde euch jetzt bitten, wiederum
And now I'd
die
like to
Registrierkarte
ask you
in unserem digitalen
to
Wahlsystem Polias aufzunehmen.
Open your registration card in our Polias
Solltet ihr die
voting system.
Registrierkarte
Should
aus Versehen
you
geschlossen
have
haben, könnt ihr sie einfach
accidentally
nochmal
closed the
anklicken
registration card,
auf
you
den
can just
Link. Der
click
Link
on the
findet sich
link that was
weiterhin
sent
auf
to
der
you
Startseite
again, which
in
remains
Open Slides
on the
oder aber
first
auch im
page
Autopiloten, je nachdem, wo
Open
ihr seid,
Slides or in
unter der
Autopilot,
Redeliste beim
depending where you are.
Tagesordnungspunkt Wahl der
Under the item on the agenda, voting for the
Wenn ihr das
deputy
getan
leaders
habt,
of the
werdet ihr
party. When you've done that, you should
die
find
Möglichkeiten Ja, Nein oder Enthaltung
option
in einem
to vote
Kreis
in
zum
favor or
Ankreuzen. Ihr
against
wisst,
or
dass der
abstain from
Stimmzettel
voting.
nur
You
gültig
can
ist, wenn jeweils Ja, Nein oder
tick
Enthaltung
the appropriate
angekreuzt
box.
ist.
You have to
Wenn
have
ihr das
ticked
nicht
one of the
getan habt,
boxes,
wird euch das
yes, no,
System deutlich
abstention.
sagen,
If
dass es
not,
technisch nicht
the
möglich
system will
ist,
say that it's technically
abzugeben.
not possible to
Und das
cast a
System
vote.
ist damit auch unsere
And
Sicherung auf diesem Weg.
That's a sort of security for us in the system.
Ist im ersten Wahlgang
According to our
gewählt, wer
statutes,
der
in
abgegebenen
the
gültigen Stimmen erhalten hat.
first round of voting, anyone who has the majority of the votes has been elected. The gender quota has also been borne in mind
Berücksichtigung finden
with
soll
the
und berücksichtigt werden
voting
wird.
of our
Unter den
deputy
5 Kandidatinnen und
heads
Kandidaten
of the
in
5
diesem Wahlgang
deputies
sind
heads
2 Männer
running
und 3 Frauen.
for
Und damit
office. We have
wäre die Quote
3 women and 2 men, which means we
Gibt es
fulfilled our
noch
gender
Fragen zum
parity quota. Are there any questions on voting? This does not seem to be the case.
digitalen Orbit nicht.
And
Dann
not from the digital-
eröffne
the
ich
digital world either.
hiermit
In that
den
case,
Wahlgang
I would now
für
like to
5 Minuten.
open
Die Wahl ist
the
offen.
round of voting for 5 minutes. We are now voting.
Viele von euch haben schon ihre Stimmen abgeben können. Wir haben jetzt noch 2 Minuten in diesem Wahlgang und ich würde euch bitten, jetzt dann auch zur Wahl zu schreiten oder zu tippen. So, damit ist die Zeit auch abgelaufen und ich schließe diesen Wahlgang. Die Stimmabgabe ist jetzt nicht mehr möglich. Die MPZK wird die Stimmen nun zählen und das in der Zwischenzeit aufrufen die Wahl des Generalsekretärs.
Election of the General Secretary.
Wir haben eine Kandidatur.
We have one candidate. That is Kevin Kühnert, who has been nominated by the party leadership. I'd like to ask you, Kevin, to come up and speak to us. You also have 5 minutes.
Und das Pult ist auch schon desinfiziert.
And we have disinfected the rostrum for you, so that you can
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much.
Ja, lieber Thomas, liebe Genossinnen.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, comrades. In the run-up to this party congress, I heard 2 dystopic fiction options from the world of journalism, and I was supposed to decide which dystopic option would happen. So dystopia 1 was, will Olaf Scholz now get the SPD going on the Chancellor route, or will 4 dozen mad young SPD usos somehow attack the Chancellor and force them to do everything? These are very dystopic options. A party that in the last few years has very much grown with its challenges and didn't play this game anymore and doesn't want to play it in the future. So we're not inciting both sides against each other. We don't need to have a ritualization between the rank-and-file SPD and the government SPD to remember that our party is still alive and well. And why is that the case? Because unity makes us strong. We know that to be true when we look back at our history. But unity isn't something that you can just assert as being there. Unity has certain prerequisites. In a party based on a program, the prerequisite is that we have to be on the level of the times, as Willy Brandt said, and also ensure that we sort out open questions and solve conflicts the way we did 2 years ago with our concept of the social welfare state. Now, I don't want to flog this example because you can't just dust it off and pull it out again and again to discuss conflicts that we have, but I want to use it as an example of how we can achieve success together. Something that we succeeded with then cannot be copied now, but we can learn from it. And I would like to do that as General Secretary. I would like to ensure that we have clear political analyses, positioning our party in this age, and that we identify which problems and conflicts we have to work on in order not to be crucified by the zeitgeist and our opponents, but rather define our political responses, not just as a party, but also those who work full-time in the Willy Brandt party headquarters, who don't want us to switch direction every day, but rather focus on achieving our ends. I think the question of migratory flows, immigration, and skilled worker scarcity is something that we've seen in the coalition agreements. We wrote it again and again. There needs to be a campaign to attract more skilled workers to Germany. But what does that mean if we are told that we need to have 500,000 skilled workers coming into the country every year? We know that this is an issue that we have to target openly if we want to remain an industrialized or a country driven by industry. We need to clearly emphasize that we are a country attracting immigrants and that we really understand the advantages of diversity. And what do we mean when we say a right to decent work, something that we set into our concept of the social welfare state, but haven't really defined it. I think we have to ask the question of what Hans-Joachim Vogel said when he talked about land policy. If we're talking about construction campaigns, but talking about stealing too much of the surfaces, or dealing with land in a speculatory manner in the area of agriculture as well. And we have to look at what this means if in 5 elections after another we have talked about a citizens' insurance. Is it just about political majorities, or do we have to focus more on what we really mean by that? I think we can be this honest, and I want us to be this honest as a General Secretary. And the parliamentary group and the government as the SPD are our hands who can form and shape the future. And I'm glad that 2 of these pairs of hands are sitting here and for 3 days now can really tackle things from the top. The party is the head and heart of the democratic movement, and I think that a breakdown like this will help us make our visions come true. As the General Secretary, I want to be the advocate of the party, the steward of its program, and a communicator for a democratic public. This is a promise to society and the media. I criticized Angela Merkel for the fact that she didn't explain their politics. We think that we have good policy, and then we will be able to communicate it. Sorry, Angela Merkel criticized us, so we can do that better. We have nothing to hide. We will seek a discourse with society, with the public. I will do it personally. And, of course, we will go out not just as a party, but as a General Secretary. The comrades in the federal state elections don't just deserve top-level support, they will get it. We will have your backs and ensure that you don't get attacks, but rather support by being there on the ground, supporting you, and ensure that we challenge the political opponent. We can see how a newly elected state premier in North Rhine-Westphalia is suddenly being told he has to suddenly do the COVID pandemic regulations, that there were too many people in the football matches. 2 days later, who needs a state premier like that? Apparently it's Geisbach who ensures that the football pitches are full. I mean, thank you to Anke, thank you to Thomas, and to all of you. We very much are going to support you on the ground. And I'd like to conclude by saying that a clever social democrat 2.5 years ago told us something that I haven't forgotten. She said to us then, stay with one another and act calmly I hope that you manage to strengthen respect and find people who can support you 100%. Our country needs a strong SPD. Andrea Nahles, these words are not just words that we took with us. We have internalized them. We owe it to you. We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to our political ideas. And that is why we will ensure that in the future we won't forget your words. We will act this way, maintain our success, build on it, and pursue the politics that we were elected for and get even more support, hopefully. So please support me. I will do everything I can to work for the party and for its members as your General Secretary. I hope to serve in this role. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Kevin. Bevor wir zur Wahl des Geschäftsführers kommen, habe ich die Information, dass die Zählkommission das
election. I can say that we have the numbers.
Würde euch jetzt zunächst erstmal bitten.
And the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee is going to present their results. So could you now tell us the results for the deputy party chairs?
Liebe Genossinnen,
comrades, I would now like to present the result of the election of the deputy party chairs, which took place in one round of voting. More than half of the votes were valid. Clara Geiwitz, votes cast, 594. Invalid, none. Valid, 594. Votes in favor, 481.
Mit Nein,
votes against,
74.
74.
Enthalten,
abstentions, 39.
Clara
Geiwitz is voted with 80.98%. Congratulations.
Hubertus Heil.
Hubertus Heil, votes cast, 594, 0 invalid, valid 594. Votes in favor, 526. Votes against, 48.
20 haben sich enthalten.
20 abstentions.
Hubertus ist gewählt mit 88,
Hubertus is elected at 88.53% of the votes cast. Congratulations.
Thomas Kutschaty.
Thomas Kutschaty, votes cast, 594. Votes that are invalid, none. 594 in favor. Votes in favor, 503. Votes against, 48. Abstentions, 43. Thomas is elected with 84.68%.
Serpil Mitati.
Serpil Mitati. Votes cast, 593. All valid.
Mit Ja haben gestimmt.
Votes in favor,
509.
509.
Nein.
Votes against,
47. Enthalten
47. Abstentions, 38. Serpil is voted in 85.69%. Congratulations.
Anke Rehlinger.
Anke Rehlinger. Votes cast, 594. All valid. Votes in favor,
539.
539. Votes against, 26. Abstentions, 29. Voted in at 90.74%. Congratulations.
Ihr fünf, ganz herzlichen Glückwunsch.
All five of you, congratulations on your elections. You know that we have to confirm it with the postal ballots, but I still have to ask you whether you will accept the vote. Hubertus, since you're here, Hubertus Heil, do you accept the results of this election?
Ja, sehr gerne.
Yes, I'm happy to take on the position, and thank you for your trust.
Genau. Anke Rehlinger.
Anke Rehlinger. Anke?
Liebe Anke, kommst du in die Mitte der
Can
Bühne?
you come up onto the stage here, into the middle?
Die anderen bitten.
And then I'd like to ask the rest of you to come, and I can sit in the micro. Serpil, Clara, Thomas Kuchati. Anke Rehlinger, do you accept the result of this election? I thank you. I'm very much looking forward to good cooperation, and someone who loves the Saarland in the party leadership is a good thing too. Thank you very much for your trust. Thank you, Anke. Now, Clara, do you accept the result of this election? Yes, I accept the result of the vote and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Lieber Thomas Kutschaty.
Thomas Kuchati,
Nimmst du die Wahl an?
do you accept
Ja,
the
liebe
results of this vote? Yes, comrades, I'm hugely pleased and I'm very happy to accept the result of this vote and take the position. Thank you, and it's a particular pleasure to ask Serpil, do you accept the outcome of this vote? Do you take on the position? Thomas, I do. Thank you very much, comrades.
Nochmal von uns allen hier auf dem
And once again, from all of us on the presiding committee, congratulations. And I think we can then take the time to take a few photos at this point.
So, und damit können
And
wir weiter
this brings us to
in unserer Tagesordnung.
the next item on our agenda, and we proceed now to the vote of the General Secretary. Kevin has already spoken to you and introduced himself.
Der Wahlgang
You will know that the first round of voting means that whoever gets the majority of the votes is elected. I would like to ask the members of the press to avert their camera lenses and respect the privacy of the vote. You can cast your votes in our Polias system. You just have to open the registry card in the system, and when you've closed it,
wieder entweder unter dem Link auf der Startseite in Open Slides oder aber im Autopiloten unter der Redeliste.
Open Slides are under Autopilot. If you go to the item on the agenda, vote of the General Secretary
ein Ja,
on the
ein Nein,
ballot,
eine
there's a yes, a no,
Enthaltung.
and an abstention.
Ihr müsst eines davon ankreuzen.
And
Wenn ihr
you
das
have
nicht
to
tut,
tick one of the
wird
boxes. If
die
you don't,
digitale
the system
Maschine nicht euch
will not
erlauben,
allow
eure
you
Stimme
to cast
abzugeben.
your vote.
Er ist auch nur dann gültig, wenn das
So
passiert
it is
ist.
only valid
Wenn
once
es
you
keine
have
weiteren
ticked one of the
Fragen zum
boxes.
Wahlverfahren
If you don't have any
gibt,
further questions regarding
gibt es hier im
this
Raum nicht,
voting, I don't see
gibt
any
es auch
calls
im
for floor in the
digitalen
room
Raum nicht,
or in our digital
dann
conference room.
eröffne ich
In that
hiermit
case,
den
I would
Wahlgang
now like to
für 3
open
Minuten.
The round
Und
of voting for 3 minutes, and the voting round is open.
der Wahlgang läuft noch eine Minute, etwas mehr als eine Minute.
We have 1 more minute.
Stimmen abgegeben. Ich würde euch bitten, entweder an die Tastaturen, alle an die Tastaturen zu schreiben. Dankeschön. So, damit ist auch dieser Wahlgang.
All right, so the ballot is closed. You can no longer cast your vote.
Die MPZK wird jetzt die vielen kleinen Bytes, die da so durch den Orbit laufen, zählen.
Is going to now count the votes, make sure that every votes have been cast correctly, and they will make sure that the results are going to be correct. Yeah, so the ballot is closed. The ballot is closed. You can't cast your vote anymore. The committee will make sure that all votes have been cast correctly. And in the meantime, I would like to move on to the election of the treasurer. We have one candidate. Dietmar Nieter was proposed by the party executive. Dear Dietmar, I would like to ask you to come up to the stage to introduce yourself. You will have 5 minutes.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
dear comrades, after the great election result, many people asked me, well, now the financial concerns are solved, but not everything is good, dear comrades, as yet, because we don't know yet what judgment will be rendered by the Constitutional Court on party funding. So the course of consolidation has to continue. And the great election result and the opportunities are a second chance for consistently pursuing this consolidation course. And the goal is not saving. Consolidating means to focus on bundling forces and resources. I mean, resources are always limited, no matter what election result you will get. But it's about earmarking funds for strategically smart and good things. And this is exactly what we have done in the past, dear comrades. We are bundling the forces. 52% of our comrades, in terms of their membership data and services, are cared for by the service center in North Rhine-Westphalia. And I know that they are all very satisfied. And I think this is the right approach. Through centralization, through good service, there will be a reduction of administrative work. And consolidating also means creating synergies. Almost all regional associations and local associations are in a common cash pool. This saves interest, increases liquidity, and makes it possible for all associations at different levels to provide the liquidity that is necessary in a specific situation. And of course, we have to improve our income. And I would like to say a big thank you to all of you here in the hall, to all of you on the screens, because it comes down to the entire party. All regional and local associations have supported this, and we managed not just to increase our fees, but many members said recently, well, I have seen that I still pay my student fees, so I will pay more. And this shows that if you take the right approach, there's huge solidarity, and we will continue to embark upon this path. But no worries, we won't have fee increases now every year. And HR developments are significant. It has already been mentioned. The Willy Brandt House, our headquarters, will be restructured. Let me be very clear. Personnel is not a cost factor, but it's a success factor. The colleagues have to be trained. They have to be provided with opportunity of advanced training. This is exactly what we need right now. Colleagues, Kevin and Lars have clearly said where we want to go. And Olaf, with his government, but also with the SPD, wants to make sure that this is going to be a social democratic decade. To make this happen, we need the respective and suitable organization. And I'm asking for your support to add to the smart things that have been mentioned by Kevin and Lars, and to add to them that we manage something which is very ambitious, but which is part of the game. I'm grateful to the party executive that it included in the leading motion. We want to make the SPD the most modern and most powerful member party by 2025. This is a very ambitious goal, but we can achieve this together. Again, unity makes strong. And if the regional and municipal associations and the party executive create common standards in terms of HR development, IT equipment, and processes, if we manage to use digital opportunities in a way to really become modern and to facilitate broad participation, then we can do this. But for that, as districts and at municipal and regional level, we have to coordinate our investment decisions, not have them run in parallel. And comrades, for creating such a modern party together with you, so that we have members and also full-time employees work less, reduce their burden so that they can focus on the political work. This is what I want to work for, and I am asking for your trust so that we can achieve and do this together. Not just politically successful, but a modern member party which can actually make change happen in society, determine discourse in society so that this becomes a very successful social democratic decade. Thank you very much for that.
Danke, Dietmar.
Thank you, Dietmar. Now, before we start the election, I would like to ask the committee whether there is already a result of the election of the Secretary General. Do we have a result already? Yes. All right, so please move over here and share the result with us. Thank you. Dear comrades, I'm going to share the result of the election of the Secretary General. Votes cast 585, invalid 0, valid votes 585. Yes votes 455. No votes 104. Abstentions 26. Congratulations.
Entschuldigung, ein Nachsatz. Dies bedeutet eine Zustimmung von
So there's a consent of 77.78%.
Lieber Kevin,
Dear Kevin,
auch von uns ganz herzlich
congratulations on your election. You are now Secretary General. May I ask you
und auf die Bühne
to
bitten,
briefly come on stage?
vorbehaltlich der Bestätigung
Subject to the confirmation of the final vote in the context of postal voting. Kevin, do you accept the vote? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your trust. And I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Und damit können wir dann fortfahren im Programm.
Okay, let us continue now with the election of the treasurer. And he introduced himself already. Of course, we have the situation again that who gets more than half of the valid votes gets elected. So I would like to ask the representatives of the press to guarantee privacy. So please don't film any delegates during the process. This election is also done on the Polias platform. So should you have closed your registry card, you can retrieve it either on the landing page, or if you are on the autopilot, you click on election of the treasurer. On the ballot, you will find a yes, no, and abstention box. You have to tick the box. And this is then basically you're casting a vote. And the vote is only valid once you have ticked one of the three boxes. But the system is going to tell you how this works. So, unless there are questions on this ballot, and this is obviously not the case, we don't have questions here in the hall or on our platform, then I am now going to open the ballot for 3 minutes. Thank you.
So, der Wahlgang ist noch 1 Minute lang offen. Auch in diesem Fall haben schon sehr viele wieder abgestimmt. Ich würde euch aber bitten, dann jetzt auch zur Wahl zu schreiten. Dankeschön. So, und damit ist auch dieser Wahlgang.
All right, so the ballot is closed.
Können keine Stimmen
You
mehr
cannot
abgegeben
cast
werden.
your vote anymore.
Die MPZK wird sich auch
So
in diesem Fall
the
wieder
Vote Counting and Credentials Commission is going to make sure that the result is secure and correct. And until the result is there, I would like to move on to the election of the responsible persons with the party executive for the European Union. We have one candidate. The party leadership suggested Katharina Barley. Katharina, you now have a chance to introduce yourself. You will have 5 minutes. Welcome. And
Die Bühne gehört dir.
yeah, the stage is yours.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you, Thomas. Dear comrades,
Ich kandidiere heute als Europabeauftragte.
I run as a candidate for European Commissioner at a time where everybody knows that we can no longer master the big challenges alone, that is nationally, whether it is climate change, whether it is digitization, migration, fair trade, or fighting the pandemic. All this happens across Europe. My experiences at European level were in the Council. I had the honor of representing Germany in the Council, and then I assumed responsibility at a different and a difficult time when somebody was needed who sort of takes European responsibility. And I have been Vice President of the European Parliament for 2 years, and I am passionate in fighting for the topics that have been a recurrent theme in my political life: democracy, rule of law, human rights. These are more important than ever. In our leading motion, there is an important sentence, sort of in the middle, not really prominent. The protection of democracy, rule of law, and freedom in Europe is the foundation for a united European future. And this is exactly what it's all about. But if we see what is happening in some member states, especially, of course, in Poland and in Hungary, then we have to state and see that the united European future is at risk. I could talk about this for hours. I'm not going to torture you with this, of course, but I always have a certain feeling that it's necessary to raise this because many people don't understand how much at risk democracy is. In Poland, we can no longer talk about an independent judiciary. For many years, reforms have been implemented in Poland in order to further undermine this independence. For many people, the independence of judiciary is something very abstract, but the Poles have painfully understood what this means when the Constitutional Court that the European Court of Justice doesn't recognize as a legitimate court said that it is illegal to have abortions in Poland. This rule resulted already in one person dying. So the independence of the judiciary is something that jeopardizes and affects people very directly in their everyday life. We have seen LGBTIQ-free zones in Poland, restaurants, cafes where it says homosexuals not wanted here. And I think such a sentence results in really shivers running down our shoulder. And we have talked about the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border already. And when it comes to Hungary, I often say Hungary is no longer a democracy. And often people criticize me for this, or they don't understand why I'm saying this. So the election rights have been changed by Viktor Orban many, many times, so the opposition has no chance to win. He controls all media, and opposition politicians are not depicted and presented in the media anymore. Orban made sure that even if next spring the opposition won the elections, he has all powerful positions in his hands, and they cannot be replaced by a new government. And he also made sure that even if the opposition wins the next election next year, through a trick that I can go or that I can explain to you later, the new government can be toppled very quickly. Democracy is rule at time, and if a government doesn't accept that they have just been elected for a certain period of time, then you can no longer speak about democracy. The European Union did not do anything for way too long, and now we have to fight these illiberal democracies. They are infectious. Even in Slovenia, similar things are happening now. To fight autocrats, I mean, doesn't just result in making friends, but it is essential and absolutely crucial if we want to live in a Europe governed by democracy and the rule of law. The social democratic European policy needs a face and needs to be filled with content, and this is the most important task of a Commissioner for European Affairs. The environment is changing. We have a social democratic chancellor who, at the European level, in the European Council, will co-determine the issues. But unfortunately, we don't have the foreign ministry anymore in our hands, and thus we don't have the state minister for European affairs anymore. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank Michael Roth, who for so many years was a face of European social democracy and had made huge change happen there. Thank you so much for your activities. Our coalition agreement in the area of European politics is an excellent foundation for our government activities. 5 of us, European MPs, negotiated the agreement. All 16 provided input. And I would like to thank Bruno, particularly, who headed the European negotiating group. He negotiated excellently. Our partners in the EU place great hopes in this government, and it has to do with this European chapter. Of course, we need an independent social democratic position, and I find it very important to connect with different people because European policy is not an UFO. The national policy and municipal and regional policies have to be included. Everybody needs to be included. We need a platform to connect with each other and to exchange ideas and experiences, and this is what I'm going to do. I would like to thank Udo for his tireless work in this position, for the very good cooperation in the European Parliament. Your experience and your passion will be needed also in the future. We will use it, of course. And I would like to thank my regional association, and thank you to everybody who has supported me. Thank you for nominating me in the ISF. This is my last sentence, because if political reports will no longer be given by 1 woman and 5 men, but as we have more of an equal distribution, gender distribution, yeah, I think then this is a very good starting point, and I look forward to cooperating, and I hope that you will place trust in me.
Danke, Katharina. Und wir haben ein Ergebnis bei der Wahl des Schatzmeisters.
Regarding the election of the treasurer, and here it is.
Liebe Genossinnen, ich gebe euch das Ergebnis.
Comrades, here is the result of the election of the treasurer. Votes cast 549. Invalid votes 0. Valid votes 549. Yes votes 476. No votes 50. Abstentions 23. Which means a consent of 86.70% of the votes cast. Congratulations.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Dietmar.
Yeah, congratulations, Dietmar.
Vorbehaltlich der
Subject to the confirmation by postal vote, I would like to ask you, Dietmar, do you accept this election result?
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Yes, dear comrades, I accept this election result. And for those who haven't voted for me, you will have to pay higher membership fees. Thank you very much. Thanks. But only those who could have voted for you because they are delegates and didn't vote for you. Please. Just joking. All right. This brings us to the election of the responsibles in the party executive for the European Union. Media representatives know what they have to do. No lenses, no cameras, and you also know what to do out there in the digital space and here in the hall. If the register card is closed, you can open it again, either on the landing page or on the agenda item, election of the treasurer. So the person who gets the majority of votes cast will be elected. A vote is only valid if it is a yes, a no, or an abstention vote. The system will tell you if you have done something wrong. Please choose one of the options and tick the respective box. Any questions on the election procedure? Obviously, this is not the case. No questions.
Dann würde ich gerne.
So, let us proceed.
Dann eröffne ich hiermit den
I'm opening the ballot for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Auch dieser Wahlgang läuft. Jetzt ist noch 1 Minute knapp Wahlzeit offen. Ich würde alle bitten, die noch nicht die Gelegenheit genutzt haben, abzustimmen, das jetzt zu tun. Und bin dankbar, wenn das in diesen Sekunden erfolgt. Ganz herzlichen Dank. Damit erkläre ich auch diesen Wahlgang für
I declare this round of votes closed. You cannot cast your ballot any longer, and Credentials and Votes Counting Committee will evaluate the final results and communicate it to us anytime soon. But before that, I invite you to have a 10 minutes break, get some fresh air, whatever you feel like doing. And I see you in 10. And then we will also announce the result of the last vote.
Die 10 Minuten Pause sind jetzt vorbei. Gleich geht
So
es
the 10
weiter.
minutes break's over, and we're about to reconvene. If you could all go back to your seats, please.
Dankeschön, dann geht es gleich weiter.
Thank you, and we'll continue in a minute.
Und wir haben ein Ergebnis.
So, and the result is as follows. The result electing the representative at the European Commission. And I hand the floor to the Credentials and Votes Counting Committee. So, comrades, now the results for our representative to the European Union, votes cast, 551, valid. Oh, not valid, 0. Valid, 551. Votes in favor, 471. Votes against, 61. Abstentions, 19.
Dies bedeutet eine
So
Zustimmung
that
von
means an approval
85,48%.
by 85.4% of all the valid ballots cast. Congratulations.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Katharina.
Yes, congratulations, Katharina.
Katharina, vorbehaltlich
Katharina,
der Zustimmung
now
in der Briefwahl darf ich
also
dich fragen,
bearing in mind the postal votes that we've received,
darf ich dich fragen, liebe
and I still want to ask you whether you accept that election result. Thank you very much from the heart, and I very happily do accept the result. Thank you and congratulations. Comrades, we were very happy to welcome the first female Prime Minister of Sweden and also the party leader of the Swedish Social Democrats. And she has arrived in Berlin this afternoon. She's not really far away, but a member of her delegation has tested positive for COVID-19, and health and safety are first priority. So they cannot really leave the airport premises. So Magdalena will unfortunately not be with us. She will not be speaking to us either. But she has already returned to Stockholm, and I think we all understand this decision. It was the right decision to take. But from here, from our party convention, to you and your team, wishing you best of health and hope everybody will be recovering soon. And we hope to see you at any given convention in the future.
Umso mehr ist es mir eine wirklich außerordentlich große
Still,
Freude,
it's a great pleasure to me personally, for the very first time since 16 years, to welcome a social democratic federal chancellor at one of our party conventions and to hand him the floor to welcome him. So Olaf will be speaking to us in a moment, so we'll be hearing his words in a moment. But before that, a short video clip, and yeah, let's do that first.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde.
Comrades and friends, it's great to be together here at a party convention after the federal elections and some other events that we've gone through ever since, to now see that we get into a good position for the next 4 years. And this is a success story of our entire party, everybody who worked together towards this end. So from the heart, thank you very much to Norbert, to Saskia, to Lars, to Rolf, to all of you who worked together in the parliamentary group, in the party leadership, throughout our political party, for the activation and mobilization that we've witnessed and experienced in Germany. And it's worked out well. We came out as the strongest party and won the federal elections.
Und Glückwunsch, das will ich ausdrücken.
And congratulations as well, particularly to our new leadership team, Saskia and Lars, which is a great responsibility, but also a great honor to be the party leadership of our party family. And it's also a responsibility towards the citizens of our country, our democratic system, towards history, and also the opportunities for everybody in this country, because they depend upon a strong social democratic party in Germany. And that's why we need all of you, and this is our promise for the future.
Manche haben ja gar nicht mehr damit gerechnet, dass
Some wouldn't really have believed that a success story for the Social Democratic Party would be possible. So we would have liked to listen to the words of Magdalena from Sweden, the Swedish Prime Minister, Magdalena Andersson. But I have to add that she's not the only Social Democratic head of state or government. Look to Finland, to Denmark, to Portugal, to Spain, and then also to Germany, the German Chancellor. And that is what will change Europe's face, these strong social democratic parties throughout Europe, which is a message that goes out not only from our own electoral campaign.
Wir haben viel getan.
So we've done really a lot to make this possible. We stood united as a political party. And we said very early in the process who the candidates were, and we had a very clear program pointing towards the future. And we've heard that many times today, that we have really shaped the most important demands for the future on our electoral posters, on the marketplaces, at the information booths, in the pubs, in the sports clubs. At all these places, we repeated the same messages again and again. And that was on purpose. That was our intention. And we underlined that, and rightly so, that we need a higher minimum wage for 12 million people in this country, stable pension schemes, also caring for our children, and also a new citizens fund that we will build more apartments in the housing sector. So these were all messages and contents in our party program, and that will also translate into the government program for the next years to come.
Wir starten in einer schwierigen Zeit.
So these are difficult times, but nevertheless, you can feel it. You can sense it everywhere, and people tell us this is a new awakening, a renewal, something happening in this country, this new government coalition formed by Liberals, Greens, and Social Democrats, all the three going into the same direction towards progress for this country. And I hope that everybody will want to be on board and that this new process will shape these new 2020s to also for the sake of the citizens of this country. And that I hope that everybody will also actively contribute to the future of our country.
Aber hier und an dieser Stelle will ich
So here, in this very room, I also want to underline the actual foundations of our electoral success, but also the foundations for the tasks that await us. And from my perspective, I think I can pin that down very clearly, because many out there would have believed that the last century was the last social democratic century. So 2 centuries ago it started, but for the 21st century, the social democratic narrative was actually dead in Europe and the United States. And we've also seen the many worries of the people out there that also led, for example, to the success of Donald Trump. And we are very happy that this period is over, and we do support President Biden to bring together and hold together the democratic countries of the world, but also to pick up the pieces in his own country. And he's out there doing his job.
Es sind auch in Europa populistische Parteien.
So there are quite a few populist parties that have come up throughout Europe as well. So the false friends of the ordinary people, those who with their strange ideas and ideologies divide people and who don't really give any answers to the questions that we are faced with. And this is exactly what our task will be, to give the right answers, answers that will make a prospering future possible. So, and there are 2 important questions at the very heart of our electoral campaign, but that will also be decisive for our future policies. The first question being, will all of this be ending well for me, for my family, my children, my grandchildren, for those that I love? And many citizens out there are not really sure what the answer to that question is, not in Germany, not in Europe, not in the United States, all the countries that I mentioned a minute ago. So they're not really sure whether all will be ending well when they see what's going on, what globalization holds for them, and that also other nations are rising out there in the world, but that the security that we used to feel and that certain technologies would prevail in Germany, in Europe, well, this security is not there anymore. So the world as such is not doing too bad. But the question, this very up-close and personal question, what about me? What about Germany? That is a question that is real and that we need to take serious. Speaking about technological about digitization and other major topics that we need to translate into the future. And many people asking themselves, what is really happening in the wake of all these changes? And what does it mean for me personally? For my family, children, grandchildren, and my loved ones. And the same is true as well if we take a look at man-made climate change. And we are aware that we need to stop it. We need to become climate neutral. The economy needs to become climate neutral. And many do agree, but again, they would ask themselves, what does it mean for me personally? And that's why it's so decisive that a modern, progressive, social democratic party will bring an answer which at the very end of the day will tell us, okay, there will be a happy ending. Yes, we can do this. The world will experience growth and other nations will rise and will also develop technologies and who will lead the way as well. But ourselves, we will be in this group as well. In Germany, in Europe, and in 10, 20, 30 years, we will have decent jobs. And this is the promise that we have to deliver and that we have to live up to. And speaking of digitization and technologically leading the way when using the new technologies and digitization for our own future, when we make sure that we can produce semiconductors and other developments that sometimes are rather developed in different places in the world. But the statement must be that, yes, we will ensure that we will create new opportunities, but then also that these opportunities will lead to a happy ending for all of you and also create decent jobs for ordinary people. So we believe that this is our job and to create this happy ending for everybody out there. This is the signal that we have to send out. And the same signal, the same message holds also true for the man-made climate change and how to bring it to a halt. Because this government will probably kick off the greatest industrial modernization of many decades. So huge change awaiting us. And in this very moment, many workers and employees do not really understand, and they believe that their future and the future of their jobs will depend upon our policies. And these opportunities need to be a positive message and need to be translated into our active policies, because if we speak of an industrial modernization in an industrialized country that's climate neutral, but also an economic success, then we also need industrial jobs that are different, but that are still safe and that are still competitive in the global markets and are still well paid. So this is the story that we need to tackle, and this is what our government will be all about. Speaking of a renewal in this country, with this electoral result and our electoral success, well, all of this is also connected to the majority of the citizens of this country feeling that, yes, it is possible to bring two things together, that globalization will develop and prosper on the one hand, and that technological progress and digitization also hold the promise that on the industrial level we can become climate neutral, and at the same time decent jobs for everybody and perspectives for all the citizens out there and not just for a few. This is possible. This feels possible, and maybe that is our mandate in the 21st century as a modern political party of progress, a progressive party, and of the coalition of the three parties building this coalition. So that's why I'm saying progress is possible. Progress taking all the citizens and workers and employees on board. And this is our mission for the 2020s. And the second huge challenge that we're faced with, besides the question whether we can make this happy ending become real, well, that is the question that we need social cohesion, that we need to bear this responsibility to bring people together, not to divide, because much of the frustration, division, and hatred that is becoming apparent is often based on insecurity, because many people feel insecure and don't know whether there is a place for them, whether their contribution will be recognized and the design for the future will become a reality. So then also the divide between urban and rural life. There is no better life, better rural or better urban. No, everybody needs to find their own way. Families need to find their own way of living. And then also the different types of jobs that will make it possible to harness the potential that we have in the society. So that will only work out if we speak at eye level, if we don't have the ones looking down onto the others because they feel superior and think their design of life is superior. And this is what has divided society in the past, and we need to turn this trend around. That's why we're saying respect, underlining respect, with respect to different life models, job models. This is one of the basic demands of our political program, and respect will be the key word of the work that we will have to deliver in the 2020s. So that was not only written on our electoral posters. No, we have deeply taken this seriously as the right friends, not the false friends, the right friends of the ordinary people out there. And this is what we need to be all about in the future as well, that this is a task with very specific consequences for many fields of politics that we have already mentioned today. For example, minimum wage. Minimum wage is not just concerning a few people. No, if we talk about minimum wage, that is a strong message about how we want to be together, live together in our society. It is a statement that translates to the monetary level that respect is decisive for our living together. And that's why I'm saying it. We will deliver on that as well, and this will be happening really quickly. And those who have elected us for that very reason will see that we will deliver on that promise and implement it. And this also holds true for many other questions that we've raised that have already been discussed today, whether it's pension schemes, housing, or other topics that are on our agenda. But we will have to make sure for this world to change. And as we speak about our health being threatened through a global virus, well, then we also need to take seriously what we have identified to be the problem, which is that we need a robust healthcare system, and that this efficient healthcare system will only work out properly when the men and women working in the system feel appreciated and also will have decent payment. And this is also on top of our agenda. So respect is, again, the key word. Respect for the, and this will lead to the cohesion in our society. So it's these two pillars, if you want. The answer to the question, will this all end well? And secondly, whether we can live together based on respect, this respect being the decisive criterion. And above and beyond all that, there are other elements out there that we need to tackle, and I'm sure that our government will tackle it better than the last government did. So this is like a fresh impulse, change, modernization of our society. And I feel, yes, it's positive when we think about our party program with respect, or our government program with respect to migration, or the living together of men and women, gender equality, family constellations, and all these aspects that basically reflect our society, the society that we have become. And we do that against the backdrop of the awareness of there are so many different models in this society, and we want to empower everybody so that everybody can live together and have a decent life in this country and in this society. And I believe that this is a huge mandate, and that's why I want to work towards this end. I want this to work out. And part of this, in my opinion, is also that we want to stick very clearly to what we have included in our party and our electoral program, and that also the coalition program is reflecting. So the citizens need to develop a sense of trust that we mean what we're saying, that we walk the talk. And this is not a minor thing. No, this is existential for the trust into the political sphere, that people can really believe what we're saying. And this will have consequences for all of us. So we will not be able to come up with weird ideas. No, we need to be solid ideas that can also be put into practice. And this is what I'm spelling out as the cornerstone for my government, and that we will be implementing that bit by bit, step by step. So, comrades, I hope you will be supporting this work.
Die Regierung ist gebildet.
So the government is in place, a new government that we haven't seen before in Germany. And nevertheless, the world is watching us in a way. Also, Germany is watching us, and many people feeling, okay, this might work out, this may become really big and reach out to the future. So this is our mandate. We need to work well. We need to solve the problems and challenges that we are faced with. And at the same time, those who are bound together in this new government will also continue this electoral success in 4 years, because we're not talking about an electoral term of 4 years. No, we want to shape the 2020s that are lying ahead of us. We want to guarantee this to be prosperous and successful years, and to also foster confidence into the future, hope for the future, and that will succeed if we manage to tackle modernization, industrialization, and that everybody will cherish this feeling, yes, this will harbor a happy ending at the end of the day, and that respect will be the cornerstone of this work. So thank you very much for attending this party convention. Thank you very much for your trust. And I'm looking forward to the next years in Germany. I think it will be really good years for our country and for our political party.
Lieber Olaf, vielen
Dear Olaf, thanks a lot for your speech. I think the applause tells you everything. And just picture the applause of 600 delegates joining us online. So thanks a lot. And comrades, nevertheless, I face the task to moderate the next parts of this party convention. I think we are lagging a little bit behind. And for that reason, hopefully we can be a bit more disciplined. But before we start with the election of the additional members of the executive committee, the additional committee members, I'd like to use the opportunity to welcome really important guests on our party convention. Jörg Hoffmann, the chairman of the Metal Workers Trade Union, Mike Finnan, the head of the trade union ITB, and Jens Schumann, the head of the ABO Federal Association. And even though some of you have already mentioned in one or the other speech, Bärbel, we are really happy that the president of the German Bundestag, the German parliament, is with us. Welcome. Comrades, you know, with the elections, we always have to give some formal remarks, and therefore I'd like to mention the other election of the committee members. The executive committee, according to the statutes, consists of up to 34 members. And before we start with the election of the committee members, you have to decide on the number of the additional committee members. We recommend you the 34 members stated in the statutes for the executive committee, if nobody is against it. And so far, nobody is doing that. You have to register this via open slides. So we propose that we appoint 34 additional committee members for the party executive committee, as I see no hands raised. And then thanks a lot that we can proceed like that. And we can say that after the reduction of the individual elections for the party executive committee, there are still 24 places left in the first election, according to Article 34, paragraph 2 of the statutes. We received the valid members according to Article 23, paragraph 30, in connection with sentence 1, according to the elections with a list. It's all okay. Abstentions would not come into place for election according to lists, so we only see a check mark next to the people you want to elect. The ballot papers are only valid if you only cross the number of committee members that can be elected, and minimum of the proposals from the list will be checked. That means, and I try to be a bit slower, you have to elect at least 12, at most 24 candidates, and the systems we are using would clearly point it out to you if you do not achieve the minimum or maximum amount. With the ballot paper, you can still send it, even though it's not quite correct. But before you send it, then make sure that it's also valid. And 40% should be women, according to the Article 23, paragraph 13. So it needs to be at least 14 women, and amongst the party executive committee, I know everybody has participated in elections before, so let me repeat, at least 12, at most 24 candidates should be voted upon. And if this is clear so far, then I'd like to start with the elections. I have been informed that Serdar Yüksel has withdrawn his candidature, just in case you have any questions. So this should have been implemented with the ballot papers. So, comrades, So let's start with the ballot. You all know it. So please go to the registration card and the digital voting system Polias. And if you accidentally close the registration card, and just click on the link. You still find it on the landing page of Open Slides with the autopilot. And when it says in the agenda, election of the further additional committee members, then click on it. And I already see it on my screen. So if there are no further questions, and I ask you because it's an important ballot, I ask the direction if there have been additional questions received. No, so I'd like to initiate the ballot.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir haben
Comrades, we still have a bit of time left, a little bit more than a minute. For those of you who haven't cast their votes yet, they should do so.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, noch eine.
Comrades, There's still 1 minute left to cast your vote.
Liebe Genossinnen und
Comrades, time for casting your vote is over. With that, I conclude the ballot. Comrades, now I have the pleasure to announce an international guest. In June, he was present at the European Conference of the PS, the Party of European Socialists. Today he cannot be here, but it was really important to him to be an online guest. And I'd like to welcome the Prime Minister of Spain. So here's a greeting of Pedro Sanchez.
And I would have loved to join you personally in Berlin. Unfortunately, this was not possible, but I wanted to be by your side on this celebration today, even if it is virtually. Indeed, the SPD Party Congress is a big celebration for the Social Democrats in Germany after your victory in the general elections last September, which has brought you to the leadership of the country. Having Olaf as German Chancellor is also a reason to celebrate for the whole Social Democratic family in Europe. So congratulations for the post and for an excellent coalition agreement. I am glad to see how the energy and hope that you transpired in Berlin in July when we met before the campaign has become the axis of the next German government ready to lead the Courage for Europe. We have many challenges ahead of us. We need to succeed in the green and digital transitions. We also need to make sure that the economic and social recovery brings more social and territorial cohesion and allow us to climb the last steps towards gender equality. Socialists and Social Democrats are the guarantee that economic and social progress go hand in hand and cannot be understood one without the other. This is why my government, the Spanish government, has raised the minimum wage, and such a measure is also part of the coalition program in Germany. The pandemic is not over. We still need to fight it. Many have now learned about the importance of public services, about strong national health systems, about front row workers. We Social Democrats knew already. As Olaf has said many times, our political project is based on respect, on policies that offer citizens and workers the respect they equally deserve. And it is the guarantee that recovery should reach everyone, everywhere. This is true for Germany, for Spain, and also for the European Union. We need a stronger and united Europe, ready to face all those challenges. The pandemic has shown us that we cannot walk alone and that we will only succeed together. The time has come to put the focus on the green, digital and social component of the European Union. Our values are the essence of the Union and its future. We can do this with an SPD-led German government, with a stronger socialist and social democrat voice in Europe, and welcoming Olaf to the European Council. Be reassured that, like in previous modernizing moments in recent history, the Spanish socialists are ready to travel this path together with our German colleagues. Once again, congratulations to Olaf, congratulations to the whole party. Saludos desde España.
Thanks a lot for the nice greeting from the Social Democratic family. let me introduce the motion discussion because during the time the Credentials and Vote Count Commission checks the results, and I'd like to tell you it's our goal that we will really deal with all motions in this book of motions, and I think we can do it because the Motions Committee prepared it really well. The motions area, as they are sorted into open slides, we will go to them individually, and then there's a possibility to see if individual motions from the special area can be applied for individual consultation via point of order. We can now look at a report of the Motions Committee. Thanks to Doris Ahn. Thanks for your intensive detailed work beforehand by dealing with all these motions in the motions book. You have the floor, Doris. Comrades, I'd also like to contribute to it that we can quickly start with the motions discussion, and then we can quickly have a consultation on it. And so just some brief information before, and we have to be aware of it, where we are standing at the moment. With the renewal of the party within the last 2 years, we really led a broad programmatic debate, and with our program for the future, we repositioned ourselves. We had big debates on future of work, the environment, climate protection, digitization, and especially the social state and many other topics. And we dealt with new resolutions, and we positioned ourselves with new resolutions. The program for the future on the extraordinary party convention on the 9th of May of this year, we adopted it with a broad majority. And even better, we were able to convince people during the federal elections in Germany. For this party convention, on the 11th of October, 537 motions have been received. That's clearly less than half of the motions from the party convention from 2019. Many of the motions for the 2021, before the start of the programmatic renewal, have been sent in, or comrades, there were even motions from the last ordinary party convention from 2019. For time constraints, there was no time to debate on it. So a lot of time has passed since then, and many things have been included in a programmatic program. So sometimes it says in the vote it has been dealt with in the program of the future. So the motion has been included for the future of the program. So the motions really contributed essentially to the debate within the party and for setting up the program. And the Motions Committee also deferred some motions when it had to do with aspects which were object of the coalition negotiations. And the motions on yesterday's Motions Committee meeting have been debated. In some cases, at yesterday's meeting, we made some recommendations. We adjusted recommendations. And the motions and recommendations of the Motions Committee can be found in open slides. Furthermore, comrades, 4 initiative motions have been received and accepted. And sometimes the Motions Committee has recommended and included in the future program. And on the when it comes to the motion for nursing personnel, and here it says it will be accepted with an amended version, and the amended version can be found in the initiative motion in open slate. 04, no armed drones for the Federal Armed Forces, and here the Motions Committee says dealt with by the coalition agreement. And let me add, for this topic, there was a project by Hertha Daimler-Gmelling which presented a clear recommendation, and we are going to have a broad debate regarding this recommendation within the party and the resolution of the Young Socialists, and regarding the migration and diversity, and regarding Belarus. Here, the motion committee recommends the acceptance. The initiative motions will be called upon in this individual consultation. Let me point out that some motions have been withdrawn. This is true for the ST Guru 12, for IMFI 02, B0203, and RR 07, comrades. And that was just briefly, but I don't want to conclude without expressing my warm thanks to the members of the Motions Committee. Receiving motions in these times, even though we are really familiar now with the digital world, these are still challenges. We have to find the best solutions, have to find good wording, have a debate, and this should turn into a good result. And the members of the Motions Committee really mastered this task in an excellent manner, and I think they would be really pleased if they get a warm welcome here, a warm applause, a round of applause here from you in this hall. Thanks a lot, Doris, to you. Thanks to all of you here in this hall, and thanks to all of you join us online. I know it was a lot of work, and the Motions Committee did a great job, and it was good for us for the preparation. We can start with the preparation. Let's start with organization and policy. With organization and policy in the open slides, it's the area 1 to 47 under the letter O, and in the motions book, it's 223 to 229, and we start with motion 001. It needs a two-thirds majority. You find it on 293, page 293. And the Motions Committee recommends the acceptance of the motion, and our re-elected treasurer raised the voice. Dietmar, you have the floor.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
comrades, I'd like to say the following. We want to assure that in the future, from the local branch to the regional branch to the district and state party organizations and into the accountability report, we have the correct data, and we want to use the correct data with many thousands of local and regional party organizations and state organizations and big federal party association. It's not that easy, and in order to do it in the right way, conform with the party, we suggest that in Article 10, paragraph 1 of the financial order, we'd like to say that for financial matters, the committee member responsible for it or the ones authorized by him have to use the digital accounting book. And I'd like to stress that we don't do it because we want to be also fashionable with it. It's really good. We get good feedback that it's a really good tool, the digital cash book, because the old hard copy cash book with its structures, it's not conform anymore with the party. And here it says it's closely defined indeed with the directive of the party executive committee. And if we accept it with a two-thirds majority in January, we will adopt a directive as the executive committee, which ensure that those responsible for the cash book, the cashiers, can remain the cashiers in the future, and they don't, even if they don't want to use the digital cash book, and there will be a transitional period by the end, till the end of 2022, and we see how it looks with people authorized with it, with a local branch. You can, for example, say the money teller, they don't want to use the digital world. They can remain regular tellers, but the executive committee will have a person authorized for doing, which knows about the digital world, who is familiar with the digital world, and together with that teller can then transfer the data into the digital cash book, and not that just that the person has to resign from office because of not wanting to use the digital cash book. And for that, I want to have your support. Yeah, thanks, Dieter. And for that, we have applause, and we have no further contributions. And we like to vote on 001. We need a 2/3 majority, and let's vote on that. And it's an amendment of the statute, so according to Article 37, and I will open the vote on it, and I'd like to point out before we do it, please, you have to make sure that you are present. Click on it, and please all go to autopilot. If you're on the autopilot, well, I see the voting has already started. Is that right? We're right in the middle of the voting. It's great. We actually have a vote on the amendment of the statute.
Jetzt sollten die letzten Stimmen eingehen für diese Abstimmung, bitte. Dann beende ich jetzt die Abstimmung. Wir schließen die Abstimmung und das Ergebnis wird gleich angezeigt in Open Slides. Und zwar haben wir ein
Ergebnis. So the result is as follows. 446 yes.
3,36% und eindeutig mehr als die Zweidrittelmehrheit. Damit haben wir diesen Antrag.
More than a 2/3 majority, so that motion is carried. So go back to autopilot, and we continue our vote on 002 to 047, the book of motions 320, 007. 07 motions being combined, and they're all spelled out. So
gibt es hier noch einen Wunsch nach Einzelabstimmung?
Carried and approved as recommended by the motions committee.
Dass wir jetzt zur Abstimmung kommen können, und zwar über die Anträge
O002. So let's proceed to the voting. Go back to autopilot.
Wer mit den Voten der Antragskommission einverstanden ist.
Those who approve the votes of the motions committee can press yes or no or abstention respectively.
So, die Abstimmung läuft noch. Die letzten, die noch nicht ihre Stimmen abgegeben
The vote's still in progress. If you haven't cast your vote yet, now is the time to do it, because we're going to close the procedure anytime soon.
Es können noch Stimmen abgegeben werden.
So there's still time for you to cast your ballot.
So, jetzt können wir den Wahlgang schließen. Der ist
All right, let's close this round of voting, and the result is here immediately. So that is great about digital voting: 447 yes, 15 abstentions, and so that entire block is carried. And we've gone through the first chapter of the Book of Motions. Then also the result of the additional committee members of the party executive, and Ulrike will announce them to us.
Liebe Genossinnen, ich gebe euch die Ergebnisse der Wahl.
Comrades, the results of the election of the additional committee members is as follows. So 24 additional members had to be elected, and we need more than half the votes to be valid in the first round of voting. 552 ballots were cast, 0 invalid, so 552 being valid.
Das notwendige Quorum im ersten
The quorum for the first round of voting being 277 votes.
Doris Ahnen.
The electoral results: Doris Ahnen, 460 votes elected.
Florian von Brunn.
Florian von Brunn, 285 votes elected.
Martin Dulich.
Martin Dulich, 363 votes elected.
Ronja Endres.
Ronja Endres, 329 votes elected.
Wiebke Esther.
Wiebke Esther, 364 elected.
Jasmin Fahimi.
Jasmin Fahimi, 418 votes elected.
Kerstin Kriese.
Kerstin Kriese, 330 votes elected. Gustav Horn, 284 votes elected. Oliver Kaczmarek, 399 votes elected. Georg Mayer, 253 votes not elected. Kavi Mansouri, 275 not elected. Bettina Martin, 334 votes elected. Matthias Mirsch, 437 votes elected. Michel Münteföhring, 291 votes elected. Aidan Özgüz, 364 votes elected. Katja Pehle, 365 votes elected. Christian Petri, 162 votes not elected. Boris Pistorius, 365 votes elected. Jessica Rosenthal, 334 votes elected. Michael Roth, 391 votes elected. Sarah Rüglewski, 346 votes elected. Dagmar Schmidt, 395 votes elected. Svenja Schulze, 446 votes elected. Rita Schwarzlö-Sutter, 269 votes not elected. Alexander Schweitzer, 341 votes elected. Andreas Stoch, 346 votes elected. Dietmar Woidke, 339 votes elected. So 23 additional committee members have been elected. Equal representation is also in place. So we need a second round of voting because we need one more additional committee member. Thank you very much for your work and for announcing the result. So this being a virtual or a hybrid party convention, but we still will follow with our old procedures. So I will interrupt the convention, and as we are running behind a bit, it's going to be a 15 minutes break only. So see you in 15 minutes.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, das waren die 15 Minuten Sitzungsunterbrechung, die wir vereinbart haben. Sicherlich etwas ungewöhnlich, die notwendigen Gespräche jetzt online zu führen, aber das ist die neue...
Comrades, so we are exposed to a new reality, and our hybrid meeting is part of it, and we continue our meeting now. And going back to the second round of voting for the additional committee members, and there were 4 candidates that have not reached a quorum. And I do ask those 4 candidates whether they want to stand for re-election. Georg, what about you? Yes, Georg is standing for election. Thank you. Then Kaveh Mansouri, will you stand for the second round of voting? Yes. Yes, he will. Now Christian Petri, who I think is joining us virtually. Christian, if you could send us a signal via open slides whether you stand for the second round. All right. Christian, you can use the rules of procedure function, the button, and get in touch via screen or send us a text message, whatever you prefer. And I will announce his decision anytime soon. And then Rita Schwarzenegger-Sutter, will you stand for the second round? I think Rita's here with us in the room. She has withdrawn her candidature, and Christian as well. He has withdrawn as well. Thanks a lot. And I hereby invite our technical support team to prepare the ballot for the second round of votes. So it's Georg Mayer and Kaveh Mansouri. I think that's what I understood. So we have 2 candidates standing for the second round, and our team will prepare the second round of ballot casting professionally as ever. And we're going to use the meantime to continue a tradition of our party convention, a donation activity of the Marie Schley Association. So, and it's a huge honor for me to advocate this action, because I will be parliamentary secretary in the Federal Development Ministry, and because Krista, who's usually looking after this association, is not with us today. So this association is all about solidarity with women in Asia, Africa, and Latin America for their vocational training, to support their empowerment to overcome hunger, poverty, and violence. And unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has aggravated the situation of women around the world. And that's why, comrades, you have proved to be very generous in the past. And of course, we cannot, collect your donation here in the room, but you will find a way of supporting the association online. So I very kindly ask you to support this cause. So calling upon all of you to support this noble cause. Thank you, comrades, and thanks to the technical support team as well, as we are ready for our second round of votes. So as I will repeat, we have 2 candidates standing for election, and we need 1 candidate to be elected. So you can only cast 1 vote in that case. And the person with the most votes will be elected as additional committee member. So if there is no further questions, and that doesn't seem to be the case, I will open now the second round of voting for the additional committee members. So choose your digital registry card in the Polia system. I think we've explained this by now sufficiently. So the voting is open for 3 minutes now.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ihr habt noch eine Minute für...
Comrades, another minute to go. Last chance to cast your vote.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, es wird euch nicht überraschen, die 3
Comrades, you will
Minuten
not be
sind jetzt
surprised. Our 3 minutes are over. Since you still haven't cast your vote, well, game is over because the round of election is closed now. And let's make the most of our time and proceed to the deliberation of the motions. So we are moving on to section AR, labor market, with the IA002. And attached to this is also 001 to 34. Motion 007 has been withdrawn. And with respect to all these motions, we have recommendations that you can find in open slides, recommendations by the Motions Committee. So if you want to vote on each of them independently, you need to tell us now. Monique Nadine Wörke from Mecklenburg-Vorpommern telling us that she wants to vote separately on 002 and all the rest as a block. So let's do that. So IA002, the Motions Committee with respect to fixed-term employment has recommended for this to be dealt with by our future party program. the so-called future program. Doris Ahnen will speak on behalf of the Motions Committee, and Nadine Wölk from Mecklenburg online. So Monique, if you could proceed to the technical room, and we will listen to Doris Ahnen first. Yes, want to explain the vote of the Motions Committee, because there is a chapter in the future program on the fixed-term employment and dismissal without a solid reason. So this is still our guideline and will remain it. So the first steps will be tackled in our coalition treaty, and that's why we feel that we don't need to reposition ourselves in the frame of this party convention. And it has been discussed, and that's why we recommend that vote. So thank you first, Monique Nadine, and then Hubertus Heil from the party executive. Monique, are you there? Monique needs to proceed to the technical room, or maybe you're on your way. Press the telephone button on the screen, and then hopefully you will appear on our screens. If the internet is not playing tricks on you in Mecklenburg, we need better internet in this country. Never mind. So we're waiting for Monique Nadine Wölk from Mecklenburg. So she has entered the technical room. That seems to work out fine, thanks to a technical support team. And Monique, are you there? Or do we have more calls for the floor apart from these two? No, so that list is closed. And we can now welcome Monique. Monique, press the red telephone icon on your screen. And that should be your entry to access the convention. Monique? Because she called for the floor first. Oh, it's coming along. Yeah, well, the internet, we know. We need to improve internet in these next 4 years, but we now have the possibility to listen to Monique's thoughts. Not quite yet. So I'm using this time to tell you that it's the red telephone icon that you need to press in order to enter the technical room. So the voting has worked out really fine, but calling for the floor via the red telephone icon is still a bit tricky, apparently. So Monique, can't see you on screen, but I think the sound is ready for us to go. Just do it. Okay, Monique, the floor is yours. Maybe.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen, liebe Genossen, es tut mir leid, meine Kamera.
I'm really sorry, my camera is broken, but I would still like to speak with respect to this point. So in our party program, we have announced to review our procedure in that respect. So the coalition treaty is pointing towards the future, and that that fixed term should be limited to 6 years. But still, this is not being reflected in the coalition treaty, and from our perspective, this is not enough. And that's why this notice of motion is not dealt with the way it has been explained, but we need to officially position ourselves with respect to this item, because we need to signal clearly within the new government that we are against this mechanism and that we want to overcome this system, and that these fixed terms cannot exceed 24 months and that we need to restrict it even further. So, comrades, good working conditions and decent work is one of our credos, and to shape this positive framework for decent employment and this fixed-term models go against the grain of our conviction and our understanding. So that's why I would like you to support this notice of motion in order to overcome this system wherever we see this opportunity, particularly in our office in government. Thank you. Hubertus, who's with us, you have the floor.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, vor allen Dingen liebe Monique, wenn du mich hören und sehen kannst.
Thank you, comrades, and particularly Monique. And I'd like to underline what Doris has said before. This basically a consensus between us. We want to overcome this unfounded fixed term of an employment agreement, and we've signaled that in the past. And Kevin, Norbert, Saskia, and Klaas, they all agree. None of these aspects that are close to our heart are really reflected in the coalition treaty. This is our position. This remains our position. But I've discussed with Doris that what Monique has signaled basically means, okay, but we don't want to contradict our two previous party conventions, because the party convention with respect to the future program is 100% SPD. But last week we spoke about the coalition treaty, which is not 100% SPD. So in order to find a compromise with respect to Monique's position, I suggest the following compromise that we've phrased with Doris. So the party convention will decide that the unfounded fixed term of unemployment needs to be restricted. So we need to cross the following passage, which means an unfounded fixed term of an employment agreement is not admissible anymore or should not exceed a period of 24 months. Then cross out the next phrase again. And beyond all that, and we would add on top that this is our objective, this is 100% SPD, and what we have agreed upon in the coalition treaty would equal the first steps on the way, which means in a first step, those measures in the coalition treaty will mean that the unfounded fixed term of an employment agreement in the public service, and then as federal government reducing these terms step by step, and at the same time with the same employer limiting it to 6 years. So this is our overarching goal. We will not lose sight of that. We will keep on following up on it. Those are important steps so that young people get a safe ground on which to start their job lives. So we want to make this very clear. On the one hand, the fundamental position of the SPD as such, and then also our work within the new coalition. And you know me, as a Labour minister, I will be fighting for our social democratic convictions and positions. So that's why I would like you to support the recommendation of this compromise motion. Thank you, Hubertus. And going back to Monique, because you have prompted Hubertus to amend the motion And in order to fight this unfounded fixed term of an employment agreement, so could you go back to the red telephone icon and tell us whether you agree? And then we could proceed to voting. So Monique, if you could press the orange triangle and send us your comment. Yes, agree, or no, do not agree. So Monique, as the author of this motion, should use the button. Oh no, she has entered the room live. Perfect, so she can speak to us directly and let us know what she thinks of Hubertus's compromise. And the notice of motion on the one hand and the amended version on the other hand. So Monique, the floor is yours.
Ja, also ich freue mich, dass
Yes, I'm very happy that the Motions Committee has reviewed their version of the motion, and I would like to support this amended motion. Okay, so now we can vote on the entire block, so 002 and all the other motions in the field of labor market policy, 1 to 34. So go back to autopilot, confirm that you're present on your screen, and the voting is open on the labor market policy motions.
Das dauert jetzt noch einen Moment, bis das eingestellt ist. Jetzt ist es eingestellt, die Abstimmung ist eröffnet über den Bereich AR. Mikro mache ich noch an. So, die Abstimmung geht gleich zu Ende. Letzte Möglichkeit.
Voting is about to close. Last opportunity to cast your vote on labor policy, labor market policy. Let me look at the screen, at the display. So now it's finished. We can conclude the vote, and I'm going to see the result in a sec. So with 461 yes votes, 8 no votes, more than 97%. So labor market policy has been completed. Thanks a lot. And we managed to deal with another big area. And as we are at it, we do S for social policy. Motions for social policy are called upon S001 to S028. You find them in a motions book on page 320 to 370, and you can find them on open slides. And if you go to autopilot, you see the entire block of social policy. With the recommendation of the Motions Committee, I ask you again, if there's a wish for an individual vote on an individual motion, then it should be done via a notice of motion. If that's not the case, as I see it is, then we can actually vote on an entire block of social policy. It's yes, no, or abstention. I will ask the guys from technology, can I initiate the vote on social policy? Then show to me in open slides. And here we go.
Ich rufe noch mal auf, die Stimmen abzugeben.
Please cast your votes.
Jetzt für den Block Sozialpolitik.
Now for the block of social politics. Some votes are still coming in, so I give you another 30 seconds to cast your vote.
Jetzt ist die letzte Möglichkeit, die Stimme abzugeben. Und die
So it's your last opportunity to cast your vote, and I will close the vote. So we have a result of 445 yes, 9 no, and the rest abstentions, so 96%. All motions are voted on for social politics, and thanks to the Motions Committee. They get a round of applause, and they earned it, and the credentials and vote counting commission, Britta Hafner, and she's going to announce the results of the vote. Thanks a lot.
Liebe Genossinnen,
Comrades, I will now announce the results of the second ballot of the additional committee members of the Executive Committee of the party. Elected was the applicant with the highest numbers. 530 votes were cast, of which 0 are invalid, so 530 are valid. What are the results? Georg Mayer, 340, Kabi Mansouri, 190 votes. Georg Mayer is the additional committee member for the Executive Committee of the party. Congratulations. Congratulations to Georg Mayer, and thanks to all the candidates. Thanks to the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee, and thanks to all of you. I think it works quite well. How we deal with it digitally. There are no invalid votes, so we are the party with digital progress. Our members are able to do it. Thanks, and the floor is yours, Oliver, for the next part of the deliberation of the motions. Oliver, the floor is yours. Comrades, now we actually elect the Federal Arbitration Committee, and I'd like to say something in advance. The Executive Committee made a recommendation for the composition, which is available in open slides according to Article 38 from the Organizational Statute. Consists of one chairperson, Dr. Thorsten Jups, was proposed by the Executive Committee, and it also consists of two deputies, Heike Werner and Rosanna Wiesekind, are proposed, and 4 other members. And the Executive Committee announced Christine Kessing, Gabriela Nierazik, Thomas Notzke, and Johannes Rissel were proposed. And when it comes to the election of the chairperson, it's an individual vote for the us. It's with a list election. And the first one is the absolute majority. There are no counter candidatures. And the deadline has expired. Looking at the time, we at the Presidium for today proposed that all 3 ballot papers for the 3 ballots are summarized, so they'll be shown to you at the same point in time, so we can do the election at one go. So in our voting system, you see a ballot paper for the chairperson, another ballot paper for the deputy chairperson, and another ballot paper for the other members. We give you ample opportunity to vote, enough time, so each of you can cast their vote one after the other for the individual ballot papers. If anybody is against this procedure, then please raise your hand and use a point of order in open slides, and then we'd have to vote on that proposal. Let me ask you if there are any votes there. Any hands raised? I mean, no comments, no hands raised, so then we can proceed as I just announced it to you. So the ballot papers, the 3 of them are shown to you in parallel for completing the first ballot paper for the individual choice of the election of the chairperson. You can say yes and no, an abstention next to the name. With the other ballot papers, the same is true as for the election of the additional members of the executive committee. Only that many candidates can be checkmarked as they are available. You have to choose 2 deputies and 4 further members. And you also find this information in the ballot papers in the voting system. And the voting system would clearly point out to you, and I think Niels also commented on it, if you haven't achieved the maximum amount or the minimum amount, and you still can send it despite being faulty, but it would be invalid. Then please go to the register card or registration card of the voting system Polias. If you close it, click on the link again. You find it on the landing page of Open Slides or in the autopilot for the speech list election of the Federal Arbitration Committee. Any questions regarding the voting procedure? No? If that's not the case, then let me initiate the ballot for 5 minutes.
Liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, viele von euch haben die Stimmen jetzt schon abgegeben.
Comrades, many of you have cast their vote. Those of you who haven't done so, please come to an end so we can conclude the ballots. Please cast your votes now.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ihr hattet
Comrades, you had 5 minutes of your time to cast your votes. It's not possible anymore. I conclude the ballot. And I'd like to ask the Credentials and Vote Counting Commission to start the counting. During the waiting period for the results, we continue the deliberation of motion, and during the counting, I start with F. Family, women and gender policy, generation and senior policy, F012 to F038 as an open slide shown to you. And this should be decided as such. Is there a request for individual voting? Then please use the point of order and inform us about it. Let me see if there's any comment regarding it. No? Then we can vote on all motions together as the Motions Committee voted upon it. And please make sure if you are present. We did this exercise beforehand, and now we come to the voting from the recommendation of the Motion Committee. F001 to F038 are included, and we start the voting. Please go to the autopilot, and we start the vote.
Vielen Dank für eure Stimmabgabe.
Thanks a lot for casting your vote. Let me conclude here. Let me terminate it, and we start with the counting.
Und ihr habt mit überwältigender Mehrheit von 401 Stimmen
401 votes were cast, and you actually agreed with the voting of the Motions Committee. Let's see if there's a result already for the election of the Federal Arbitration Committee. It's not the case. So let's start with the subject area B, that's Education, Science and Youth Policy, and we decide on B01 to B031. But I have to inform you that B023 has been withdrawn. The motions are shown to you in open slides, and as recommended by the Credentials and Vote Counting Commission should be decided as such. And if you want to vote on an individual motion, then please inform us about it. Let me check if there are any hands raised. No. So we can proceed as I proposed. Before we start with the voting, let me inform you again. Click on present. You find it on the top left underneath your name, and make sure that there's a check mark. Let's cast the vote on the motions B01 to B031 according to the recommendations of the Motions Committee, and you can say yes, no, or abstention. And voting may start.
Ja, auch hier vielen Dank für eure Stimmabgabe.
Okay, thanks a lot for voting. We can terminate the voting, and let's start with the counting. And we can see with an overall majority of 395 votes, you decided that we agree to the recommendations of the Motions Committee. Now we have the results for the election of the Federal Arbitration Committee. Ulrike Hafner, can you present it? I can't see her now. Now I see her. Ulrike is on her way, and she brings along the result for the election of the Federal Arbitration Committee.
In der Zeit kann ich noch mal drauf
During that time, I'd like to point out that we do have a hashtag. So if you're interested to send out tweets, hashtag SPD PTD. And Ulrike has reached the lectern, almost. Ulrike, you have the floor. Thanks a lot. Comrades, I'd like to announce the result for the election of the Federal Arbitration Committee. 470 votes were cast. None of them were invalid. Valid votes then 470. Yes said 458. And no, 5. Abstentions, 7. This means an agreement of 97.45% of the valid votes cast. Congratulations. And what about the deputies? Votes cast were 470, invalid or none. So 470 votes are valid in the first ballot. People were voted who received more than half of the valid votes, so at least 236 votes. Rosanna Siedekin with 461 votes is voted 98.08%, and Heike Werner with 424 votes, so 90.02%. And now regarding the election of the further members of the Federal Arbitration Committees, 470 votes cast, so 470 votes are valid. All of them were valid. In the first ballot, those were voted upon who at least had more than majority, so at least 236 votes. Christine Kessner had 446, and 96.0% is voted Gabriele Nerozek. 446 votes, 94.89%. Thomas Notzka, 418 votes, 88.94%. Johannes Wissel, 419 votes, 89.1% is elected. Congratulations. Thanks a lot, Ulrike, and thanks again to the Credentials and Vote Counting Commission. Let me now call upon the election of the new members of the Control Committee. But I'd like to point out that directly afterwards the ballot, we're going to say goodbye to the members not being present anymore in that committee. And please stand up here in the room, and those who are sitting in front of the screen, please do so at home as well. So let's start with the election of the new members of the Control Committee. According to our election procedure, the election can be done in a transparent way. There's no time gain, and we can actually do this open voting if not everybody is present. And so we propose a secret voting. If anybody is against it, then please use the digital hands raised by the point of order in open slides. Is there another proposal to conduct the election in any other way? Not in this room. What about digitally? No, I don't see any comments, so we can proceed as suggested. We have the following proposal for the Executive Committee: Renate Grefe, Günter Klöser, Angelika Matt-Heidecke, Walter Meinhold, Malte Mühlstein, Brigitte Heckmann, Dr. Thorsten Rudolph, Norbert Schmidt, and Elke Schreiber. As some of the proposals were sent after the period has expired, then I'd like to say if there's anybody opposing it, then please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised here in the room and not in the online meeting room, so we can proceed. And the proposals for elections are all accepted, and we can do a secret voting. Go to the voting system Polias, and you know what to do if you accidentally close the registration card. So it's an election according to list, according to Article 8 of the election procedure. And 9 members have to be there. So you have to have at least 4 men and 4 women. The simple majority is sufficient according to Article 8 of our election procedure. At least 5, at most 9 candidates can be chosen. You can also send away your ballot paper with less votes, but then it would be invalid. Any questions regarding the election procedure? Not here in this room, and also not in a digital sphere. So let me start the voting. You have 3 minutes time to cast your vote. I open the voting.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, vielen Dank.
All right. Thanks a lot for casting your vote. Let me conclude this voting, and I'd like to ask the Credentials and Vote Counting Commission to start the counting. We have to wait a bit until we say goodbye to the old members, and now I pass the floor to Thomas Lossemöller. Thanks, Oliver. Let's start with the election of the delegates for the PS Congress, but one remark on postal election. Do you know that the results of today need to be confirmed with the postal election or with the postal ballot, and after the conclusion of today's day, you will receive the ballot papers. And there is a notice including all the information how to do it. You received it by mail, and it was sent to the addresses, the mail addresses of the delegates mentioned. And the delegates received those ballot papers are entitled to vote. It's always important that you then send those votes. We need it by Saturday, the 18th of December at 12 o'clock noontime here at the Willy Brandt House in Berlin. So once you receive the documents, look at the explanation and send it off so we receive it by the 18th of December, 12 o'clock noontime. You do not receive any documents for the PES. We don't need to confirm it in writing, so it's not a mistake if these documents are not included. And here we start with the election of the PES delegates. We are going to send 26 PES delegates to the Congress, of which we need to have an equal representation of men and women, so we need to be at least 11 men and 11 women, and we suggest that we do an individual presentation of the candidates. Are we not going to do it for time constraints? Anybody who is against it may raise their hands. I don't see it here in this room. I can't picture it, so let's continue. In open slides, you find the election proposal of the Executive Committee. It's just a suggestion for orientation. However, it's based on the proposals of the state organizations and district party organizations, and we need to have also an equal representation of men and women. It has been fulfilled, and the candidates, according to the election procedure, are listed in order of the alphabet. You also see that the constituency is mentioned. It should be one representative of each district organization and a state party organization. And this is also a proposal of the election executive committee. So the simple majority is enough. So it's an election using a list, so the ballot papers are only valid if you can only cross as many candidates that are listed, and at least half of them are checkmarked. So you have to have at least 13 and a maximum of 26. No votes or abstentions make the ballot paper invalid in that case. The voting system is going to point it out to you, but nevertheless you can cast your vote. So make sure that you do not send off an invalid ballot paper. The equal representation of men and women is assured if we comply with the proposal of the Executive Committee. With that, I'd like to start the ballot, the delegation list. We voted in Polias, and please go to the registration card. If you lost it, you find it on the landing page or in the autopilot under the item of the agenda, election of the PES delegates. Any questions regarding the election procedure or orientation or proposal for the election? That's not the case in this room, and I don't think that will be the case in the digital sphere. So I'd like to open the vote for 5 minutes. You can start voting now.
So, ich würde euch bitten, auch zur Wahl für die SPE-Delegierten jetzt nochmal in das System zu gehen, eure Stimmen abzugeben.
Go to the system and cast your votes. We still have 1.5 minutes left. But also those 1.5 minutes will pass at one point, and hopefully we have a good turnout for this election. Please cast your vote.
Damit erkläre ich auch diesen Wahlgang für geschlossen. Eine Stimmabgabe ist jetzt nicht mehr möglich. Die MPZK wird die Stimmen
The Credentials and Votes Counting Commission will be doing their job, and in the meantime, we will bid farewell to Saskia and Lars. I'd like to ask you to come on stage and to then guide us through the following procedure.
Ich will auf deine andere Seite kommen. So. So, lieber Norbert, jetzt kommt die Stunde, die du...
All right, Norbert, now time is drawing to a close. We want to say bye-bye to you. So it's roughly 2 years ago that... oh, I'm still wearing my mask. Bear with me. So 2 years ago, we have been elected. But for us, the story has started much earlier than that. I think in a month of August, when we went on a bike trip to Belgium, or I went and I sent you a text message and asked you, would you not like to stand as a candidate together with me for party leadership? And then we went out for dinner, what we have also repeated in Berlin not long ago. And it's a beautiful time that we've spent together, the first few months as candidates, then the regional conferences, when the two of us, but also our competitors, got to know each other really well in all the trains and buses and coaches that we took. Actually, a tour coach, like a band, would have been cool. Unfortunately, didn't turn out. But then we were on the road and kicked it off, wanted to modernize this party, and we managed to do that. So we've heard this in the speeches of today, but everything that we have achieved is also thanks to you, and I'm very grateful to you, and also for our cooperation between the two of us together. It was a great time, and I'm very, very grateful that the two of us embarked upon this adventure together that had a happy ending. And today, this evening, is the moment where time has come for you to listen to all these votes of thanks. You have committed yourself in the work of the party executive and also with a modern approach in terms of economic policy that we want to continue, because this is also a core competence of the SPD, and I promise that to you. So for all that is on your agenda, a second or third book or whatever your next project is going to be, Yeah, that's my specialty, to announce things for others then to deliver. No, I hope that we will stay in touch, and I really do look forward to that.
Lieber Norbert, Saskia.
Norbert, Saskia is, of course, the one that can tell all the stories, because you've come a long way, the two of you, in these 23 regional conferences, and you two co-chairing this party. And I, as a Secretary General, and I've mentioned that in my speech, it is very impressive how the two of you have included me in this leadership team. And I basically started thinking when I first met you, in fact. And I knew, of course, who you were and what your story was with your tech CD. And that was, of course, an important topic in our party. But I think face-to-face was the very first time in Cologne. I was recently elected Secretary General, traveling the country, being on a different stage every evening, and confirming why it's so important to have this grand coalition with the CDU. And then, at some point, you sat by my side and you really criticized me. And then I felt, oh, well, Norbert, then maybe you can do it better. And if I taking a look now at the coalition treaty together with our coalition partners, and what I thought at the time and what you wanted me to do at the time turned out perfectly right now. And thank you very much for your words, for your reminders. And to add to what Rolf Mützenich said before, characterizing you, he can do that, of course, much better than I can, because you're both from Cologne, and also in terms of football, I think you're supporting the same club. So I'm a bit out of that story, but never mind. Rolf has characterized you really greatly, and also all the features and characteristics that you own and that are not too common in Berlin. So maybe you're not standing out in Berlin, but it is great that you remain true to yourself. You are absolutely sincere, but at the same time also call out everybody who, or you're being really frank and really being true to your own values. And it's exactly these values that have characterized your mandate. And I told you before that I've worked with 8 party chairs before. So the balance after 2 years and the success that you have celebrated in these 2 years, I think very few of your predecessors would have repeated. So really, from the bottom of my heart, the SPD really owes you. So a huge vote of gratitude goes out to you. And could you please join us on stage, because there's some presents waiting for you.
Und als wunderbare Erinnerungen an unsere.
All right, and a souvenir for these 23 regional conferences that we've attended, and the very last one we've attended in Munich. So maybe you remember that I have been showing it on stage, and Norbert also asked or talked of a bus that got lost in a neoliberal middle of nowhere. Well, and this is just a symbol for you to remember the journey that we've had together.
All
right, so that was, of course, a symbol for the two of us, not only the bus, but at the second or third regional conference, I felt like, how could we really symbolize our problem? And we said, well, it's like a bus that says social justice on the registration plate, but then all the lobbyists coming up and then the bus being distracted and attracted towards the neoliberal values. And we actually don't want that. We want people on board who are true to their values, and we needed a new driver to bring the bus back on track. And there were others, and I like that as well, who have created Esken and Novabo, combining it to escabulation. So that is really a great souvenir. I quite like that. And I think that bus is going to be on tour again. And yeah, thank you.
Lieber Norbert, der Bus ist das persönliche Geschenk.
Yes, Norbert, so this is Saskia's personal present, but I have a gift from the Willy Brandt headquarters and the different teams working there. So, and this is an illusion that probably you know better what it means than I do. In the Süddeutsche daily paper, we have Saskia, Olaf, and Norbert. They don't really resemble each other, do they? But what are the topics in this basket that the SPD tried to cover in our electoral program? And so team spirit above everything, I would say. So our teams have organized that for you, and the artist has signed it for you. So yeah, this is on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much. So passing the bus to you for the time being, and I'd like to hug you instead. Could you comment on that, please? Oh, well, it's probably not easy to recognize from afar, but that is really a basket full of goodies, all these values that we wanted to represent. So that's all of us in our typical way of being and working. For example, me holding the bottle of champagne, the wealth tax on the tag, and Saskia pushing the card. So taking a closer look at this basket of goodies, and I think I've said it before, well, we need to keep on developing this, but lots of it has entered the coalition treaty. And when you sit down and negotiate on a fair level, and then when we see that all these values have found their way into the coalition treaty, then that's a great start, isn't it? And because I said, okay, we need to change a few things, but I think this is the right time to pass the baton and, yeah, to pass this responsibility, and you'll be great in living up to it.
Ich möchte nur sagen, ich freue mich wirklich sehr über den Applaus.
Just to say that I'm really happy. I really do enjoy the applause, and thank you for also appreciating what I've done. But of course, this is a teamwork between the two or the three of us, and it was genuine teamwork, work for all of us. And what the three of us are now doing here on stage wouldn't have worked without the support of all of you. So this was just like increasing or enhancing each other's work. And whenever we visited whatever place, talking about whatever issue, there was always a common denominator, which is we want to achieve change for Germany. And I'm very happy and I'm very grateful to all of you, the two of you here on stage, but also I'm applauding back to all the rest of you out there.
So, dann kommen wir zu weiteren Verabschiedungen.
All right, there's more people that need seeing off from the party executive, and let's start with two people who are not among us now. Uli Grötsch, you have been very committed over the past years, the two of us working together in the Domestic Policy Committee of the German Parliament, and you've been fighting right-wing extremism like nobody else. So I do look forward to keep on doing that in the future, in the next years. So this has certainly characterized your political work and also being the party leader of the SPD in Bavaria. All the best to you for your life and future.
Dann verabschieden wir heute
Then also saying farewell to a lady who's been very successful on the federal level and now returning to a state level. So Franziska Giffey, the former family minister, who's always been very constructive and committed within the party executive, and as family minister, of course, also enhanced visibility of the SPD within the Grand Coalition. And now for 1 year, she's been, together with Ralf Zalé, the party leading team in Berlin. And on the 26th of September, along with Manuela in Mecklenburg and with us on the federal level, we've all won the elections. And in 10 days, she will be elected to be the mayor of Berlin. So that agreement still needs to be supported, but I'm very confident for that to happen. And Franziska, thank you so much for your contribution and all the best of luck for your very exciting future.
Ja, und dann geht es weiter mit einer lieben Freundin von mir, die noch da ist.
Then moving on to my friend Leni Breimeyer, who is with us in this room. Leni, you've been very committed within the party executive, within our party, and not only as a state chapter, because I know the dialect is characteristic, of course, as well. Great conversations with you. And Leni is very good at being very specific, sometimes very blunt, but always committed, very loyal, and always standing up for the SPD. And thank you so much for your loyalty. And we do look forward to working with you in the future. All the best of luck.
Ich möchte auch eine Person verabschieden.
And I'd like to see off another friend, Heiko Maas. Heiko, who has joined the party executive in 2001, so 20 years anniversary, and from 2007 to 11, member of the presidency. And Heiko, not only have you been active in our party, but also in the federal government, first of all, Minister of Justice, and then Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we're seeing you off in terms of your role within the party leadership. But I feel a deep respect when I come to think of what you have done and contributed in your office as foreign minister, and how you have traveled from crisis to crisis, have actively contributed and mediated. Thank you so much for all of that, but also for your contributions in the bodies of our party. So you're not the one who will always speak out, but whenever you spoke out, then it was always very intelligent and very important. One of the most important contributions that I've ever heard in our meetings. So thank you so much. It is also thanks to you that the SPD stands where it is now. Thank you so much for everything you've contributed in these 20 years.
Ich darf klingt blöd, weil eigentlich will man das ja gar nicht, aber ich muss.
Well, I have to. I don't really want to, but I have to also bid farewell to Michaela Engelmeier. She's also still here with us in this room. She joined the party executive back in 2009, so a long time of being active within different bodies of our party. So, and I feel very much connected to you because of your enthusiasm for sports, and you're an active judo athlete, which I never really knew, but now I still feel a lot of respect, and it is growing by the day. But also the German-Israeli cooperation and friendship is a very important topic on our agenda. And you have been the Secretary General of the German-Israeli Society, contributing to this very important cooperation, but also for everything that you've contributed for the flourishing of social democracy. Thank you so much.
Eine Person habe ich noch.
And last not least, Johanna Ueckermann.
Das erste Mal offiziell gewählt worden.
Johanna, you were elected in 2017 officially to the party executive, but we know you, of course, as the president of the Young Socialists, and then joining the party executive 2017 to 19, and also to 17 to 21, the chair of the Bavarian SPD, and particularly in the Young People's Working Group. So you have reached out to other youth organizations, to civil society, established this dialogue, and then with Kevin, we came up with one story between the two of us that also shows how this SPD group has grown closer. Remember the party congress in Bremen? And Sigmar Gabriel was the party leader at the time, attended the congress, but did not attend it, attended a football match. And now Saskia and myself, as party leaders, we went to a USO, Young Socialist Federal Congress, that was hosted in a football stadium. So there you go, how these worlds have grown together. And it is thanks to you that the party has grown closer, that the relationship between the party executive and the Young Socialists has improved massively. Thank you so much for your work within the party executive and the presidency. And please join us on stage.
liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir haben...
All right, comrades. So many years of committed work in the party executive united here on stage. So we have elected a new party executive that also will have to tackle a lot of that commitment to renew our party even further, to contribute to the renewal of our country. And now, whether you give this contribution within the party executive or on other levels in other divisions, that's not really important as long as you're committed. Thank you so much for your work.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, wir schließen uns hier vom Präsidium.
Yes, comrades, we would like to join these votes of thanks and also the good wishes. We are very convinced as well that we will keep on cooperating with all of you in different shapes and forms. So this sounded a lot like bye-bye and farewell, but this program for today is still not over, comrades. So more votes of thanks come out, particularly now for the Credentials and Votes Counting Committee, because we have two results coming up, the Scrutiny Committee and the PES delegates. Comrades, now the results are as follows. All the 427 votes are valid. So we have elected Renate Trebke, 401 votes, Günther Kluse, 351, Angelika Matejnika, 398, Walter Meinhold, 340, Maiko Mühlstein, 363, Brigitte Reckmann, 402, Dr. Thorsten Rudolph, 368, Norbert Schmidt, 357, Elke Schreiber, 406 votes. Congratulations. Now the PES delegates. 417 votes were cast. 4 were invalid, so 413 were valid. Daniel Alf, 152 votes. Jens Benadent, 110 votes not elected. Bengt Berg, 135 votes elected. Julia Brandt, 204 votes elected. Udo Bullmann, 291 votes elected. Dilara Burkhardt, elected. Martina Clausen, 106 votes not elected. Vivian Constanzo, 163 votes elected. Sebastian Cooney, 92 votes not elected. Jacqueline de Vositz, 177 votes elected. Matthias Dornhuber, 106 votes not elected. Matthias Ecke, 173 elected. Knut Fleckenstein, 172 elected. Laura Brink, 160 votes elected. Evelyn Gebhardt, 198 votes elected. Bormann Germann, 115 votes not elected. Stefan Kran, 111 not elected. Timon Kremels, 158 elected. Hannes Felix Grosch, 110 not elected. Michael Heidkamp, 141 elected. Antonia Hemberger, 191 votes elected. Christine Jung, 123 not elected. Enrico Greff, 130 votes elected. Alice Kress, Vernahme, 119 votes not elected. Johannes Hupp, 82 votes not elected. Bernd Lange, 171 votes elected. Dr. Gedörte, 122 votes not elected. Steffen Löhr, not elected. Carsten Lucke, 85 not elected. Hannah Nave, 113 not elected. Anna Neuendorf, 114 votes not elected. Josef Neumann, 79 not elected. Norbert Neuser, 86 not elected. Maria Neuschel, 180 elected. Dominik Oder, 69 not elected. Dr. Cornelia Ott, 111 not elected.
Christian Petri mit
Christian
146
Petri,
Stimmen gewählt.
146
Tanja Pfennig
elected.
mit 75
Tanja
Stimmen
Pfennig,
nicht gewählt.
75 not
Heike
elected.
Raab mit
Heike Raab,
140 Stimmen gewählt.
140
Lasse
elected.
Rebin
Lasse
mit
Rebin,
129 Stimmen gewählt.
129 elected. Michel Reichsmann,
106 Stimmen.
106 not elected. René Repasi,
90 Stimmen
92
nicht gewählt.
votes
Thomas
not
Rieke
elected.
mit
Thomas
58 Stimmen nicht
Rieke,
gewählt.
58 not
Markus
elected.
Rindersbacher mit
Markus
110
Rindersbacher,
Stimmen nicht
110
gewählt.
not elected.
Heike Scharfenberger mit
Heike
96 Stimmen nicht
96
gewählt.
not
Julius
elected.
Schneider
Julius
57
Schneider,
Stimmen nicht gewählt.
57 votes not elected. Joachim Schuster, 114
gewählt.
votes not
Sippel
elected. Brigitte
ist mit
Sippel,
149 Stimmen.
149 votes elected.
Sömens mit 76 Stimmen nicht gewählt. Norbert Spinrath
76
mit
not
85
elected. Norbert
Stimmen
Spinrath,
nicht gewählt.
85 not elected.
Ingo Wagner mit
Ingo Wagner,
124 Stimmen gewählt.
124
Maja Scarlett
elected.
Wallstein
Maja
mit
Scarlett
161
Wallstein,
Stimmen gewählt.
161
Claudia Walter
elected.
123
Claudia
Stimmen
Walter,
nicht gewählt.
123 not
Martina
elected.
Werner
Martina
114
Werner,
Stimmen nicht
114
gewählt.
not
Viola
elected.
Bayer mit
Viola
128
Weyer,
Stimmen gewählt.
128
Babette Winter mit
elected.
162
Babette
Stimmen
Winter,
gewählt.
162
Timo
elected.
Wölken mit
Timo
285
Wölke,
Stimmen gewählt. Damit sind
elected. So 26 comrades have been elected. We've reached a quorum and we don't need a second round of voting. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank für eure Arbeit.
Thank you so much for your work and the results. And fortunately,
Und vielen Dank an alle, die sich
we have enough representatives. So, comrades, we would like to make a proposal. We have quite a few more motions to go through, and we feel that we could vote on them in blocks. But for transparency's sake, I really want to present it to you clearly so that all of you have the opportunity to call for the floor if you feel that certain motions should be voted on independently, separately. So we will do that if that is according to the will of our delegates. So I'm going to read out to you what we could vote in blocks. So that's block K, V, A, E, I, M, U, S, T, V, T, G,
alle anderen
as well as all the rest of the notices of motion.
kein Antragsbereich
I hope I haven't left out any of the blocks K, V, A, E, I, M, U, S, T, V, T, G, and all the other notices of motion. So I would like to call upon you. You know the system via open slides. And I can see the first motions coming in already. So give me a second, and I'm going then to read out what motions or subject fields we need to vote upon separately. Angelika Syring wants us to talk about U21 on jungles and deserts. So U0131 to we need another second. So this is going to be about protecting jungles and deserts.
darüber abstimmen. Ich höre von der Regie großartig. Vielen Dank.
Open slides is working out perfectly. So let's then proceed to the voting of the second.
Entschuldigung, ich rede hier die ganze Zeit. Ich hatte die Abstimmung schon geschlossen, aber ihr
Sorry, I completed the voting, but you couldn't hear it. I'm talking the entire time. I forgot to turn on my mic, so we complete the voting. We need a few seconds till we see the results. Yes votes, 211. That corresponds to a percentage of 47%, 24% no, and a few abstentions. Thanks a lot.
Entschuldigung.
Sorry. Of course, we decided on the vote of the motions committee, and it was as designed. Yes, thanks a lot. Dear comrades, if I saw it correctly on open slides, there was a second comment with a request to vote on an individual motion, and we are going to do it. And there are further words. It's the notice of motion 004, no armed drones for the Federal Armed Forces. And for these, I have digital race from Alexander Roth from Bavaria and Franziska Drosel from Berlin. And you know it. You know the procedure. If you want to have a say, and I don't ask you to convince you of the opposite, because we wanted to know first where there should be individual votings on the motions. If it was just about to do individual votes on individual motions, we do that. If you want to say a few words, then you have to raise your digital hand. So these are contributions to the debate, and I'd like to ask you to go to the digital space, which you are aware of. Yeah, go to the conference room. You know the procedure. You have to register, and this is being dealt with technically. And as soon as I hear that Alexander Roth is in the conference room, then I see him on the screen, and Franziska Drosel. Please prepare yourself and go to this, room, to this conference room. We see other hands raised who would like to comment, and I say we conclude the list of speakers if you agree to it. Thanks a lot for it, and assuming that you all agree to it. And Adisa Mitrovic also would like to say a few words, and please get ready for digital conference room. And I'm going to read out the other request to speak. Alexander Wilhelm from North Rhine-Westphalia, Alexander Fuhr from North Rhine-Westphalia, and Dieter Mietam from the Executive Committee. And the first three, please go to the digital conference room. We prepared everything, and we tried it out a few times throughout the day. And I'm just going to wait a second until I hear from the production that Alexander is ready to contribute. And just wait a second. Yes, it was just 1 second. Okay, we have audio but no video. Hopefully we can hear you, Alexander. 2 minutes. Comrades, as a democracy, as a party, as a member of parliament, you have to ask yourself what function, what role armed drones should have for the Federal Armed Forces. Should they be used to kill if drones are seen as a new model of bombs? And the question is if Federal Armed Forces should be sent to missions where we use armed drones. Is this the idea of the government? If we want to have armed drones, then it's a basic decision. That's a way we can't return. It's an active and only killing Federal Armed Forces, and that's the decision that party conferences should decide on. What kind of war do you want to? Norbert, talked about disarmament and peace. SPD is no pacifistic party. We all know that, I think. But it stands for disarmament and peace, and not a party wanting to contribute to an armament spiral. Armed drones is an imminent question, a pressing matter. So I ask you to reject the resolution of the Motions Committee and be in favor of our motion. Thanks a lot, Alexander, for your contribution. We didn't see you, but we heard you clearly. And now I ask the production. Franziska, are you there?
Okay, Franziska ist gleich dabei und ich wiederhole.
Franziska will be with us in a minute, and let me repeat the request to Adis Amitovic and Alexander Wilhelm to go to the digital conference room so we can pass the floor to you then. Franziska. There she's going to appear. There she is. You have the floor. Thanks a lot. Comrades, I also want to speak out in favor that on a party convention we have a peace political signal that we send out. It's urgently necessary that the SPD won't forget its own profile when it comes to peace. And I think of the coalition agreement when you think against the use of armed drones. Armed drones raises the question of it adheres to the international law, and attacks without precise information are not legal. It will be like arbitrary attacks, and you have to decide between military targets and civil targets. In many cases, armed drones, attacks of armed drones, leads to a lot of suffering amongst the population because there are a high number of civil casualties. And for such kind of weapons, the threshold may be lower when it comes to the use of fatal forces or fatal attacks. So I'm in favor that the party speaks out against the use of armed drones. So please be in favor, agree to the notice of motion, and have an individual voting on it if necessary. Thanks, Franziska. There will be a vote on it. That's why we have the debate. And I ask what kind of motions require or request a notice of motion. We do definitely. And thanks for your contribution. Now I'd like to ask, because I hear from production that nobody's yet in the district conference room. Adis, please go to the digital conference room, the Jitsi room, and Alexander Wilhelm and Alexander Fuhr. Please all go to the digital conference room. These are the three comrades who raised their digital hands, and please go to the digital conference room so we can pass you the floor. That would be great. I trust the little button here in my ear. We're going to wait a little bit. I'm going to read out a list. Adis Amitovic, Alexander Wilhelm, Alexander Fuhr, all three of you. If you still want to say a few words, then please go to the digital conference room now. Join it, please. As I don't hear anything yet, I don't see anyone yet, let me just wait another second. And then I'd like to ask Dietmar, who is with us, to make his contribution now, and then we try to get a hold of the three comrades I mentioned beforehand.
Ja, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
dear comrades, I think with the report from committee under the leadership of Hertha Dr. we have a differentiated evaluation of drones. And this report, which was the guiding principle of coalition negotiation, makes a differentiating point. It stresses that if ever there will be the use of armed drones, then they will be used in only a narrow range according to clearly established criteria. And I think that's the right procedure, because not a weapon system per se, but under which guiding principles it is used and for what kind of missions it's made available. And so it's made sure that it doesn't oppose the international law. And I'd like to point out that it says in the coalition treaty, lethal autonomous weapon system withdrawn from human control are rejected by us, and we are rejecting this also internationally. What we decided in the party, the SPD, and the coalition agreement, it says that armed drones can only be used with really transparent, strict criteria. And if we move towards this path, and if we decide now the purchase of armed drones for the Federal Armed Force, it's actually not supported by the SPD as measures that could lead to the use of such armed drones. Then it means an unessential point of the coalition treaty. And at the last party convention was elected on with a large majority, then we do away with it. What about it if the coalition parties decide on something where there's a need for deliberation, and then it won't be included in a coalition treaty anymore? So I just ask you to follow the votum of the recommendation of the motions committee. I urgently ask you to do so. Thanks a lot for your contribution. I heard that others withdrew his request to speak, so I'm going to ask Alexander Wilhelm from North Rhine-Westphalia and Alexander Fuhr, who both raised their digital hand. Can you hear me? And do you want to join the digital conference room? If you don't do it, let's just wait for another second. And then if you don't say anything, we take you off the speakers list. And I'd like to ask the production, have they joined the conference room? No, then the two Alexanders will be deleted from the speakers list, and then I complete the debate with the contribution of the party chairman. Lars, you have the floor. Dear Niels, comrades, I think the debate we are currently having is important and relevant. And as the General Secretary always stressed it, and it's true for Saskia and myself, and it also holds true for Kevin, that we need to have this debate. And this is something we agreed upon. Committee that we received a report as the executive committee, and after the debate, we approved this report with a majority that was a good basis for negotiation. But we said clearly that the debate continues. We want to have this debate amongst the executive committee. And within the party, we need to create spaces where we talk about the development of automated wars, to wage wars. And this is something that should be had in the party. And when you come to armed drones, you can have different perspectives. Let me give you my opinion. For 12 years, I'm in the Defense Committee. I have the biggest Federal Armed Forces bases in my constituency. And I was often at some funerals in churches. And I can also state clear missions abroad where it would have been helpful if we had armed drones. And you can't do away with it. You have to be aware of it. And it's really clear to have a critical debate on each mission of the Federal Armed Forces abroad. But there are arguments against it. But I tell you, if the Parliament decides upon it, that we send soldiers abroad, if the Parliament decides that we send our troops, then for us it's clearly that soldiers should be well prepared. There should be a good follow-up, and should be well equipped if they have a mission abroad. And with the paper from the executive committee, that's exactly what we said. And in the debate, let's go away with when you think of armed drones as something of armament, and we push for more military means. No, but the question is, how do we use it, according to which criteria? And we made it quite clear that we never accepted that drones are going to be used as American presidents do it, with killings opposing international law. So the protection component always outweighs it. But we have to have this debate within the party, and without this motion, we expressed it quite clearly. And also yesterday evening, with previous talks, I said that I'm in favor of a debate. But I don't think it's a topic that should be just decided in the last hours of the party convention, but it's a topic that should be talked about in detail, with really being serious and talk about the basic matters. And therefore, I'd like to ask you that we do not make a decision on it today, but we further continue to debate about it in the future. Lars, thanks a lot for that, for your contribution. We are going to vote on the votum of the motions committee. And I'm just going to wait a sec until it's shown on the screen. And Doris likes to speak on behalf of the motions committee. Floor is yours. The motions committee gave away the recommendation because of the coalition treaty and last contribution, but a lot of content. And I tried to stress it with the report of the motions committee. That's a debate that continues to move us also in the future. And on behalf of the motions committee, I propose that we refer it to the executive committee, and then we can include it in the further debate. And then it really lives up to the current debate, and that we do not decide on it today. Thanks, Doris. Comrades, you heard what Doris has said, so we vote on the amended votum, amended recommendation of the motions committee, which says referral to the executive committee. And now I start the vote.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen, ich schließe die Abstimmung.
I complete the vote, and we wait for a few more seconds until the system shows us the results, and it does. 225 delegates voted with yes, so the recommendation of the motions committee, 63%, 114 voted no, 32%, and 14 abstained. So the party convention follows the recommendation of the motions committee. Thanks a lot for that. Comrades, with that, let me come back to the proposal for the procedure. I explained it to you twice. We addressed the request to speak, and for the two motions where there were requests for individual votes, we follow it. I do not see any other requests for individual votes, so I now suggest that the remaining residuals K, V, T, G, U, V, W, and the other motions where there hasn't been any individual vote, that we decide upon them together. So let's go ahead and voting starts.
So, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
Comrades, I close the voting, and for the last day we do the known game. We wait for the result, which I'm going to read out. Yes votes 323, 92.7%. No votes 25. Comrades abstained, and with that we addressed all the motions, well, except for the two mentions. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to those responsible for the technology. And it's really great. And the new General Secretary, Kevin Kühnert, is going to speak. Kevin, I'd like to pass the floor to you, and I do it with great pleasure.
Ja, lieber Nils, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen.
Dear Niels, comrades, it's a great honor. I have to get used to it to say the concluding remote thanks to those who have held up till the end. It shouldn't be disadvantageous, so therefore I won't extend it for too long. So the conclusion of a party convention is the right place to express my gratitude to all of those who enabled that we could meet here, that we could come together and do what we did. We all know that this party convention has been, as we all pictured it, the last real party convention, and with real, I mean 3 days, real time for deliberation of motions, a lot of to and fro, where you have a few beers in the evening. That's 2 years ago, and also today it didn't take place, and we all are upset about it. And I'm very sorry that the motions didn't get kind of stage that they actually deserve. And we know that a lot of work is in those motions, and we're really determined to find right places and to give it the stage that they deserve. Nevertheless, we made the best of today's day. We all did the elections according to the statutes and decide on the things that were able to be decided upon within a short brevity of time. I'd like to say thanks to the people behind the scenes, the service people, the security people here in Berlin, who ensured that everything worked without any problems. We had catering. Thanks a lot to those people. We'd like to say thanks to Messe Berlin hosting this event. Really professional. We love to come back if it fits in the calendar. And we also like to say thanks to technology, to the production, to people responsible for the stage, for the successful party convention today. And this sector really suffered a lot during the almost 2 years of the pandemic, and we're really pleased if once in a while we have the opportunity to give you a few assignments and use your services. Thanks to all the civil servants of the police forces and the security forces assisting us throughout the weekend. It's something totally different if the Chancellor is here. We have to get used to it in the future. And not that we must get used to it, but we are allowed to get used to it. I have to get used to that feeling. I'd like to say thanks to the Credentials and Vote Counting Committee, thanks to Ulrike, who reliably presented the results to us. And of course, I'd like to seize the opportunity to say thanks to the fantastic Presidium, Niels, Kerstin, Anke, Thomas. Thanks for taking on this important job that you explained really patiently how to proceed. I told Anke beforehand that there are proposals, if she doesn't enjoy politics anymore, she could also offer computer courses at the evening classes for adults and explain all there is that has to do with computers. We'd like to say thanks to digital service providers, providing open slides and a digital voting system, and that really enabled ballots here. And last but not least, I'd like to say thanks to all the employees of the Willy Brandt House on behalf of Jessica Wischmeier as the director, and also those present here and who prepared this meeting in advance and due to the pandemic cannot be here on site, could not operate on site, and without them such a party convention wouldn't have been possible. The elaboration of the motions book, the sending out of invitation, accreditation, organization of technical process. There's so many tasks before party convention. Thanks a lot. Thanks a million for enabling this party convention, that we can fulfill our tasks according to the statutes. And last but not least, thanks to you, comrades, who as delegates or as spectators have been present throughout the day. Thanks for us being able to have reached a quorum, so you're able to make resolutions, and that you spend a part of your weekend. We'd like to send our regards from Berlin, from the Messe Berlin. Have a nice third Advent. Stay healthy. Take time for yourself and people who are dear to you. We have an incredible year behind us, elections, a coalition agreement, and now a party convention. We achieved a lot, and because of the pandemic, we cannot think as a trained young socialist. I'm used to it that we sing the international, and since 2005, since I have been active in a young socialist, at one point in time said city and rural areas, country and people, we are the strongest of the parties. And as it hasn't been right from the start, and then people in the room always said, well, that would have been nice. And now we can actually say we are the strongest of the parties. And now we can only have a smirk on our face, because that's our balance of 2021. It has been a terrific year for social democracy. Great tasks lie ahead of us, and we are going to start with tackling them tomorrow. Goodbye.
Das war unser ordentlicher Bundesparteitag. Schön, dass du dabei warst.
Well, it's great that you were present. Social politics for you.